Chapter 3204. Very soon, Chun Zhao and Stephen agreed on the specific steps. After seeing Amon's photo, Stephen no longer objected. Amon was a real beast now. In terms of size, he could even be considered legendary. Amon was more than 10,000 meters long. He was like a moving island in the sea. Moreover, Amon also had the ability to fly short distances, like a flying fortress. Everything was normal at home. After Chun Zhao personally inspected the Magic High School, he agreed to let Diddala go there. Of course, it was summer break now. School hadn't started yet. Diddala was working at the brewery now. It wasn't that Chun Zhao didn't give her pocket money. In fact, Diddala's pocket money was almost the income of a normal family. But for girls her age, no amount of money was enough. They would never know how to manage their money properly. Of course, Diddala was a bit of a spender, but she wouldn't really squander it. Also, after spending all the money, she wouldn't ask Chun Zhao for more. Instead, she went to work at the brewery. Because she was Chun Zhao's child, Denver easily hired Adira. After that, she called Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao didn't ask about it. It was Jerlin's birthday at the beginning of August. To celebrate Jerlin's birthday, the whole family went to the sea. During this time, Stephen's new movie was released. It was a collaboration between him and Drow Grove. The box office was very good. The global box office was over $2.6 billion. Both Drow and Stephen had benefited greatly from it, especially Drow Grove. He had invested in the movie. Although it wasn't a large portion, it was enough for him to pay off his debts and still have a surplus. He also returned to the ranks of A-list celebrities. Stephen didn't need to say much. Ever since he was tricked last time, he was a bit depressed. It was mainly because he had lost too much money. He couldn't recover from it. Now, the movie was released. Although he hadn't gotten his share of the profits yet, he was already synonymous with success. Even his obvious assets were rapidly rising in value. It wasn't enough to make up for his previous losses, but at least he wasn't as nervous as before. Stephen's gloominess was swept away. Instead, he was in high spirits. Chun, come here. I have something for you. Stephen called Chun Zhao. His movie was a huge success. Of course, he would not forget Chun Zhao's help. Chun Zhao arrived at Stephen's studio. He saw a bright red and yellow off-road vehicle parked at the entrance. It was twice the height of a normal sedan. Even though Chun Zhao wasn't a car enthusiast, he was still attracted by the off-road vehicle. Stephen walked out of the studio to welcome him. Chun, what do you think about this car? Pretty good. Then it's yours. Are you sure this big guy can get on the road? Of course. All the paperwork has been done. Stephen patted the car. Chun Zhao didn't reject the Jeep. This off-road vehicle was not produced by a well-known company. It was the product of a small workshop. Don't look down on small workshops. In fact, there were more than 3,000 small workshops in the United States. It was similar to privately modified cars, but it was much more high-end than privately modified cars. They have the technology, the ability, and the ideas. Moreover, they are licensed to produce cars. In other words, their product was not a toy, but a vehicle that could really go on the highway. This kind of small workshop only served private people. They did not display the finished product. They would only design and produce according to the customer's needs, from the parts to the engine. If the customer asked for a rocket engine, they could put it on. Of course, this kind of car clearly could not go on the highway. The technology of these small workshops was not as good as those big brands. In fact, these small workshops all had their own designers and engineers. Some big brands would even seek cooperation from these small workshops and buy the license for the car models. They would even seek joint designs. This was also proof of the American car industry's development. However, the lowest order for such private customization was at least $1 million. They would not even care for a few $100,000. As long as you could think of a request, they could almost satisfy it. Therefore, there were many private customization services that could produce cars worth tens of millions. For example, the car that Stephen had given Chun Zhao was at least $5 million. Take me for a ride, Stephen said. Chun Zhao did not reject. Driving an off-road vehicle and a sports car were two completely different feelings. The vibration from the engine could not be felt in a sports car. On the road, it was like a monster. The scariest thing was the car's whistle. Because it was specially made, It could produce 120 decibels of noise. If Chun Zhao honked at a traffic light, he could shatter the windshields of the cars ahead. Chun, are there no reliable investments in the spiritual world? Stephen asked in the car. Why do you have to invest in the spiritual world? Why don't you invest in something you're good at? You think I don't want to? But even in my area, there are not many projects that I can invest in. There are even fewer projects that can generate profits. In this era, entrepreneurs and investors only want the first wave of dividends, not long-term ones, Stephen said helplessly. Stephen said helplessly. This has caused the investment environment to deteriorate. It's too difficult to find a good project, and my money is lying in my bank account, devaluing and losing money every second. Chun Zhao pursed his lips. He had 100 times more cash than Stephen. According to Stephen, he would lose 100 times more. But these were two different ways of thinking. Chun Zhao was a typical local tycoon. All he could see was money. To Chun Zhao, the so-called depreciation was not worth mentioning. Stephen, on the other hand, was a pure investor and businessman. In his eyes, it was a crime to have more than $10 million in cash in his account. There are some reliable organizations in the spiritual world. They're also profitable, but I can't guarantee that they'll be profitable. What about the supernatural organization? Stephen asked. Chun Zhao shook his head. It's a half-government organization and not a profit-making organization. It has no investment value and doesn't accept investments. Like many famous schools, the supernatural organization only accepted donations and funding. They did not accept investments. This meant that no matter what kind of money went into the supernatural organization's account, they could spend it however they wanted without any restrictions. Even if the members split all the money, they would not break any laws. In fact, this was what the supernatural organization had always done. Every year, the surplus would be distributed to the members as benefits. Chapter 32:05. Actually, Stephen also wanted to find out more. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. The supernatural organization couldn't bring him any substantial benefits. Why do you have to set your sights on the spiritual world? Do you know what the spiritual world is? Of course I do. I know it better than you, Chun Zhao said, rolling his eyes. No, you don't. You don't even know what it is, Stephen said. Stephen said, right now in the financial world and the investment world, the spiritual world is a brand new resource. It's a completely undeveloped industry with a variety of possibilities and unlimited benefits. All the rich people are raising funds and looking for possible projects to invest in the spiritual world. You know, there are many people who have been tricked like me. It's a pity that they don't have a friend like you. When Stephen said that, there was a tinge of relief in his voice. Chun Zhao rubbed his forehead. Stephen, you're a director. No, I'm not just a director, Stephen said. I'll only be on the set for less than a month every 2 years. I'm a businessman the rest of the time. If people knew that the world's top director said he was more of a businessman than a director, the world would probably explode. Since you know that there are many scammers in the spiritual world and you've experienced it yourself, haven't you learned your lesson? Chun, I know you're looking out for me, but I can't give up. This is a huge, unprecedented cake. No capitalist will let go of this chance, Stephen said. Chun, you can't miss it either. I'm rich, but I'm not a capitalist. Chun Zhao shook his head, smiling. Ha! Stephen didn't argue with Chun Zhao. Chun, help me think what projects I can invest in. Chun Zhao felt that Stephen was a bit too obsessed. But Chun Zhao couldn't persuade Stephen. He was determined to invest in projects in the spiritual world. Nevertheless, Chun Zhao still helped Stephen think. How is it? Have you thought of one? Chun Zhao rubbed his chin and didn't speak for a long time. After a while, he looked at Stephen. Stephen also remained silent, waiting for Chun Zhao's reply. After a few minutes, Chun Zhao said, What do you think about a spiritual world competition, like the NBC Sports Network or the MLB Network? Stephen was surprised. Are there no competitions in the spiritual world? Yes, but there are almost no professional competitions. For example, a month ago, there was the World Supernatural Competition in the Bhikkhu Islands. That was already the highest level of competition in the supernatural world. There is no prize money in that kind of competition, only honor. Moreover, the competition is very irregular. If you set up a professional alliance, you may have unexpected gains. Can I? I can give you the contact information of some people. If you have their support, then half the battle is won. Stephen looked at him. Who are they? You can think of it as the leader of the world's most powerful religions. Like the Pope? He's one of them. I'm starting to get interested now. Can you tell me more about it? You don't need to do the best. No, if I'm going to do it, I'll do it at the highest level, Stephen said. You can't. Besides the Pope, there's no one I can't invite. He's one of them, and he's the weakest among the highest. Okay, apart from these people, you just need to do the most professional one. But before that, you better find a professional to plan it. Aren't you one? I can pay you. That car is pretty good, right? I'm in the industry, but not a professional. I can only provide a general direction. If you really want to do this, you need a professional team. Do you understand? To avoid being scammed again, I need you to recommend people. Okay, I'll recommend a few people. At the end of August, Chun Zhao brought Didi to San Francisco Magic High. When Chun Zhao and Didi arrived at the school gate, he realized that there were many more facilities. Chun Zhao had come to inspect it personally before. This was his second time here. There were many people here today. 99% of them were from the spiritual world. Most of them were parents with their children. Even the people from the TV station came over to broadcast it. The Magic High School had only officially opened today. But in fact, starting from May, the Magic High School had already started teaching. There were various registration points in the school. Chun Zhao brought Didi to one of them. After the registration was the interview, not only for the students, but also for the parents. Chun Zhao had to participate too. Chun Zhao and Didi were led into a room. There were 3 interviewers. One was an old man, and the other 2 were a young man and a young woman. However, the 2 young people were quite strong. The old man was even more unfathomable. Hello, please sit, the young female interviewer said. Can you introduce yourselves? Didi was rather confident. He said, Hello, I'm Didi Chun. This is my adoptive father. I'm 13 this year. Oh, can you tell us about the magic system you've mastered? I currently know a small amount of curse magic, as well as some simple strengthening magic. My main cultivation is nature's spirit, Didira said. The 3 interviewers nodded slightly. Having so many magic systems meant either one's family background or the environment they grew up in. You know quite a lot. Did your adoptive father teach you this? My uncle taught me some too. The 3 interviewers looked at Chun Zhao. Mr. Chun, you're also from the spiritual world, right? Yes, I am. Chun Zhao nodded. The aura of the 3 main examiners was very strong. If it was an ordinary spiritualist, they would probably be suppressed by the aura of the 3 main examiners. Actually, this was also part of the interview. The 3 were somewhat surprised. Chun Zhao was completely unaffected by their auras. Mr. Chun, what system do you belong to? Strengthening. Chun Zhao answered. What's your main job? I work in a supernatural organization and also run my own company. Then, have you fought with monsters, spirits, magical beasts, and other spiritualists before? Didi secretly rolled his eyes and looked at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao also looked at Didi helplessly. I don't have a lot of battle experience, Chun Zhao answered. I've only sparred with Didi and my kids. I've also helped people get rid of evil spirits before. Chapter 3206. This was in line with most parents' personalities. When Didi heard Chun Zhao's self-introduction, she almost couldn't control her expression. She couldn't help it. What Chun Zhao said and the real Chun Zhao were 2 extremes. Chun Zhao looked at the 3 people before him seriously. The old interviewer in the middle only gave Chun Zhao a deep look. He didn't say much. Occasionally, he would raise his head to look at Chun Zhao and Didi. Most of the time, he was flipping through their information. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Chun and Ms. Didi. Next is the subject selection. What do you want? I want to deepen my practice in curse, Didi said. Also, I want to choose elemental. Didi, aren't you going to test your magic affinity before making a decision? How do I test it? Our school has a device that can monitor the user's magic affinity. This is to help students make better choices. If possible, I'd like to test it too, Didi said. Milu, take Didi to do the test. You 2 this way, please. The female examiner brought Didi and Chun Zhao to another room. The device in this room didn't look like a magic device. It was more like a technological device. Take off your magic equipment and metal items first, Milus said, then lie down on the platform. The device looked like an X-ray scanner. After Didi lay down, the platform brought her past the circular hole. In 10 seconds, the test was completed. In Chen Zhao's eyes, this device didn't have many secrets. Of course, Chen Zhao knew the theory behind it, but it didn't mean he could make it. Not long after, all the admission procedures were completed. Chen Zhao and Didi strolled around the school. Didi, this is a house I have in San Francisco. You can choose to live in the school or in that house, but you have to go home at the end of the 4th week every month. You know what I mean, if you don't want the school to be destroyed by a sudden storm. Okay, I understand, Uncle. The atmosphere here was very good. People using magic could be seen everywhere in the school. Just then, a few students came over. One of the girls said to Didi, "Hey, do you want to go to our club? It's a magical beast hobby club." Chen Zhao smiled and waved his hand, telling Didi to do as he pleased. Didira followed the girls away. Everyone here was the same as her, and their ages were similar to hers. That was why she was able to find more companions here, more comrades. Didi La, the only condition for joining our Magical Beast Enthusiast Association is to raise a magical beast. Any breed and level is fine. I don't have a magical beast. It doesn't matter. We could buy one together. San Francisco has a very famous magic street. There are almost all kinds of magic shops there. Many of our club's newcomers don't have magic beasts. Let's go together tomorrow. I'll ask my uncle. Maybe he can help me get a magical beast. Although the house was also filled with the atmosphere of magic. However, her family and Chen Zhao's age gap was obvious. His mind was filled with thoughts of what disasters would happen and when he would have to save the world. Her brothers and sisters were not on the same channel as her. She could only find a sense of identity with these peers in front of her. It was the same feeling in school in Mountain Town, although there were people of the same age. There were also people of the same age as her, but there weren't many people she could really talk to. Didira quickly made new friends here. After receiving Didira's request, Chen Zhao made a decision after some consideration. Didira definitely didn't want an advanced magical beast. In school, most people of the same age didn't have any advanced magical beasts either. Moreover, they were easy to raise and docile. So, Chen Zhao helped Didira find a mid-level magical beast. It wasn't strong, but it was a girl type. The so-called girlish version was the kind that looked cute and had the cuteness attribute. It was called a coiled bird, a fat bird-type magical beast. Coiled birds didn't need any magic contract to bind them. They were like domestic dogs. As long as they recognized their owner, they would be very clingy. They were extremely docile and would almost never attack people first. If Chen Zhao wanted to increase his power, coiled birds definitely weren't a good choice. They were also very rare because of their personality. Chen Zhao spent money to buy a place where coiled birds appeared and then went to catch them himself. After staying in San Francisco for 2 days, Chen Zhao returned to Los Angeles. Didira chose to live in school. For her, if she could live outside, she wouldn't have to choose a magic university. She wanted the atmosphere of a magic university. "Mr. Chun, I'm Ofer Lorby. Your yacht is basically finished. When do you have time to come to the Seagate headquarters to look at it?" Chen Zhao interrupted. "Source changing app. Not bad. It's worth installing. It even supports Android and Apple phones." Chen Zhao thought for a moment. "When can it be delivered?" "We're still simplifying the details. It's estimated to be completed in a month and delivered to Los Angeles in 3 months. Of course, Mr. Chun, you can also choose to drive the first round of the yacht." Ofer Lorby knew that many buyers placed great importance on the first round. For these buyers, it was a very ceremonial thing. Therefore, the first round had to be approved by the buyer. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. "I'll arrange the time." "Okay," Ofer Lorby said. "I'll look forward to your arrival." "All right, the yacht will be named Didira. Please ask your company's designer to design a beautiful logo." "Of course, no problem. Also, if I'm satisfied with the yacht, I'll consider giving you a few orders of the same level." Ofer Lorby almost chuckled. She almost thought she was hearing things. "Mr. Chun, are you telling the truth? Yes. I plan to customize a yacht for each of my children and my wife. I'll also name it after them. Chen Zhao had promised Didi that he would give the ship to Didi. It was also going to be given to Didira in the future. Of course, he had to ensure that the yacht wouldn't be obsolete in the next 10 or even 20 years. Ofer Lorby had detailed information on Chen Zhao's family members. She knew that Chen Zhao had many children. While she was excited, she was also envious. She even wanted to be Chen Zhao's daughter. Mr. Chen, don't worry. I'll get the best designers and engineers in the world to be in charge of your project. That better be the case. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Okay, have a good day. Goodbye. Goodbye. Chapter 3207. Chen Zhao had already rejected invitations a few times. The main reason was that he didn't have the time. The tour was just for the novelty. Last time, Northern Gravity had invited Chen Zhao to visit their airplane production line. To be honest, he wasn't really interested in this kind of factory. Chen Zhao didn't really feel anything about this tour. Initially, it was just a vacation. It was even worse than traveling. So, when Chen Zhao said he would consider it, he actually rejected her. If he had the time, wouldn't it be better to lie at home? Didira's life and studies at school were quite smooth. Chen Zhao had also paid a secret visit to make sure that Didi wasn't lying. In the middle of September, Stephen gave Chen Zhao a call. Their plan to reveal Amon had begun. First, Stephen had to film a documentary to find the giant Pacific beast. The first part of the project was to film and search for the unknown Pacific giant beast. According to the script, they would first find a giant beast wreaking havoc in the Pacific Ocean. This giant beast represented the cruel and bloodthirsty side of the beast. They specifically attacked the blue whale, which symbolized gentleness and peace. In the second episode, the beast would suddenly meet with misfortune. It was attacked and killed by an even bigger and more terrifying being. In the second episode, there will be some blurry images. It was also at this moment that Amon was lured out. Amon would appear as the guardian of the ecosystem. Of course, this was a conclusion that came from the commentator's mouth and combined with some specious historical information. From the third episode onwards, the main focus of the plot would be to find the guardian of the Pacific. At the end of the third episode, Amon would appear in front of the camera in all aspects for the first time. Then the fourth episode was to track down Amon. Furthermore, there had been direct contact between humans and Amon. This scene would be played by Stephen himself. The whole documentary will be presented as a story. The fifth and sixth episodes were about Amon's daily life and his duties. This responsibility was, of course, fabricated. Amon's nemesis, the king of the sea beasts, the creator of chaos, the sea monster Hydra, also known as Little Nine. There was no other way. To erect a positive image of Amon, there must be a negative image that would cause people to fear. Little Nine was unwilling to pass on this responsibility. After all, with Little Nine's attitude, no one would believe that it was kind. At the end of the seventh episode, Little Nine would also appear in front of the camera with his true form. It will be the supervillain of the documentary. He even hunted down and attacked the film crew. The eighth episode would be about the film crew's escape. At the end of the eighth episode, Amon appeared and rescued the film crew. This would be the highlight of the documentary. The two old enemies finally met. There was no winner or loser in the battle between the two sides. In the end, the film crew safely evacuated. At the beginning of the ninth episode, due to the serious damage to the ship, the film crew decided to go to the mysterious island for supplies and return to the mainland. However, when he was chatting with the builders of the island, he heard that a stone tablet was found on the island. The stone tablet recorded the opposing relationship between Amon and Little Nine. When the ninth episode was about to end, a sudden storm struck the mystical island. The king of magical beasts, the nine-headed snake Hydra, also came along with the storm. It led the Storm Legion, which was a large number of magical beasts, to attack the mystical island. The Storm Legion was a name Stephen came up with. In the 10th episode, at the most dangerous moment, Amon would appear. Moreover, it would fly over and gather the giant creatures on the magical island to fight against the evil Storm Legion. In the end, justice triumphed over evil, and the Storm Army was defeated. On the other hand, Amon and the Hydra would have a big battle. In a battle, both sides were heavily injured. The Hydra was defeated, and Amon won a Pyrrhic victory. Amon would no longer hide. He would hide in the sea near the mystical island to recover and protect the peace of the island. Amon was the absolute main character. Chun Zhao and Stephen thought that not only did they want Amon to appear, but they also wanted him to be one of the attractions of the mystical island. In the future, tourists who went to the mystical island would have a chance to see Amon. Stephen looked at everyone at the desk. You're all my old employees and friends. I won't say anything unnecessary. Now, you're going to participate in an unprecedented project. In front of you is a confidentiality agreement. If you sign it, you'll receive a very generous reward. It's about the same as 40 years of hard work. If you're not willing to sign it, you can leave the office. Of course, no one left. Just from the reward that Stephen mentioned, they had no reason to leave. Moreover, many people were thinking that an unprecedented project definitely meant an unprecedented opportunity. Of course, they wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. Stephen was practically a synonym for success. In the past 2 years, they'd fully experienced the benefits of following Stephen. They'd all become famous in the industry. No one was willing to miss such an opportunity. Everyone signed their names without hesitation. There are magical restrictions in this contract, Stephen said. It's also commonly known as a magic contract. Everyone was shocked. Judging from Stephen's expression, he didn't seem to be joking. Boss, whether it's a magic contract or not, it doesn't matter to us. Stephen looked at everyone and nodded. Okay, let's go out to sea and meet the main character of our project. Go out to sea? Meet the main character? Which superstar was overseas now? Also, with Stephen's status, shouldn't the main character be meeting him? Why did he bring the entire team to meet the main character? Wasn't the main character too ostentatious? Of course, they wouldn't raise their objections in front of Stephen. When they reached the port, Chun Zhao had already been waiting for a long time. Many people in Stephen's team knew Chun Zhao. They knew that Chun Zhao and Stephen were close. When Stephen was filming, Chun Zhao would often appear on the set. Chun, everyone's here. Let's go out to sea. The team of more than 10 people boarded Chun Zhao's private yacht. Despite the large number of people, Chun Zhao's private yacht was still very spacious. It was just that there weren't enough bedrooms. 2 people had to squeeze into 1 bedroom. Of course, with how luxurious the yacht was, this wasn't a problem at all. On the yacht, Chun Zhao also provided enough food and wine. As long as they didn't destroy the yacht, they could do whatever they wanted here. Mr. Chun, do you know the specifics of our project? It was Stephen's current assistant director, Irvin Lander, who asked the question. You'll know soon, but don't wet your pants. Chapter 3208. The storm today was especially strong. The waves came one after another. The film crew was a little worried. It was such a big storm. What if the boat capsized? However, Chun Zhao and Stephen didn't change their minds at all. Even a flight path was on autopilot. Just then, they vaguely saw an island in the storm. Their target seemed to be the island. However, when the film crew got closer, they realized that it wasn't an island. It was a colossus, an unimaginably colossal beast. Everyone couldn't close their mouths in shock. Was that really a living thing? The boat arrived before it. Everyone realized that the boat wasn't even as big as its eye. Everyone held their breath. It was as if they were afraid that their breathing would disturb the beast. Stephen and Chun Zhao walked onto the deck. Stephen had seen Amon before. He was even quite familiar with Amon. But Amon hadn't been this big back then. Even now, Stephen still couldn't believe it. The big guy before them was Amon. They were 2 different creatures. Is it really Amon? Absolutely. Chun Zhao was also shocked by Amon's size. It seemed like Amon had grown a lot since the last time. Boss, Mr. Chun, our project is related to this monster? Let's go to the cabin, Stephen said. Everyone, Stephen said. Everyone went to the meeting room and stared at Chun Zhao and Stephen. Stephen took out the script he'd written. That's our project this time, Wang Yao said. One person finished reading the script and passed it around in silence. Then the second person finished and fell silent again. The third, the fourth, the fifth, everyone was dumbfounded. Their project was really related to this monster. Also, were you sure this was a documentary, not a movie? Boss, Are you sure everyone will cooperate with us? I'm very sure, Chun Zhao said. Why? Simply put, it's Chen's pet, Stephen said. Everyone felt terrible. That terrifying, unheard-of beast was Chun Zhao's pet. They felt like their world was collapsing. Did all rich people have such strange hobbies? What about Hydra? It's also my pet, so you don't have to worry about whether they'll cooperate during filming. In fact, they can understand most of your requests. Everyone was still in disbelief. All right, you guys can meet the king of magical beasts now. Not far away, a huge object rose from the sea. It wasn't as big as Amon, but it was still huge. The yacht, which was dozens of meters long, seemed insignificant in front of that thing. It was a pillar with a diameter of 700 to 800 meters. However, when everyone saw the pillar clearly, they realized that it was not a pillar at all, but the neck of a giant python. Just the area above the sea alone was more than 10 kilometers long, snaking towards the yacht. Then the second head popped out of the water, the third, the fourth, all the way to the ninth head. Stephen gasped in amazement, while the others were shocked. The attitude that little nine displayed did not lose to Amon at all. Each of the 9 snake heads had a different color. Each snake head had a neck length of more than 10 kilometers. His lower body was even longer. While everyone was amazed, they also accepted the title of the king of magical beasts. The Hydra was a famous sea monster in ancient Greek mythology. After the initial shock and panic, the film crew calmed down and entered the excitement stage. After their emotions gradually stabilized, they entered the stage of excitement. This was an unprecedented project. This is an unprecedented project. An unprecedented project. If this documentary could be broadcast successfully. No, even if it was filmed successfully, it would be a great documentary. Right now, they were very glad that they had made the choice. Even if the documentary was just a scam, it could not change the greatness of the documentary. Of course, the 2 main leads were very cooperative, but filming wasn't that easy. Even though they were the most professional people in the industry, to achieve a realistic effect, they also had to consider the angle of the shoot. For example, the sea monster that appeared first. As the main character of the first 2 episodes, it had many scenes too. But where did it come from? Of course, Chen Zhao had to find it. First, it had to have a ferocious appearance. It would make people feel that it deserved to die at first glance. If he found something that looked honest, like a docile sea monster like a blue whale, instead, people would feel pity for it. Another example was that the monster had to do evil. At the very least, it had to go against human values. After 2 days, Chun Zhao finally found a giant sea monster. Its basic conditions met the film crew's requirements. Chun Zhao even used dark lava to demonize the sea monster. This made it look even more evil. Then, he had to make it do evil. Because it was a documentary, they couldn't film it in front of it. But they had to make the scene as clear as possible. So, they still needed to be skillful when filming the plot. Documentaries and movies were 2 different concepts. They also needed professional explanations to promote the plot that they had arranged. In a few days, the film crew filmed a lot of material. These would be edited in the post-production stage. This sea monster would also be classified as a member of the Storm Army. It was also a general under the command of the king of magical beasts, Hydra. After filming enough material, Amon appeared and killed the general of the Storm Army. Amon appeared and attacked the general of the Storm Army with the power of a monarch. Then it was the film crew and Amon's tracking process. The early filming was quite smooth. During the filming, Stephen even talked to Amon about the scenes. Chun Zhao would return to the yacht after some time to help the film crew solve some technical problems. Other than that, he would spend most of his time searching for sea monsters. It was used to recruit soldiers for the Storm Army in the final battle. Chun Zhao even used the god of otherworldlings on Demon Island. They looked like villains. So, it was enough for them to be extras. Most of them were the sea monsters that Chun Zhao had found. But in order to make them look evil, Chun Zhao still cast dark lava on all the sea magical beasts. This way, they could cooperate better with the filming. For this documentary, Chun Zhao and Steven had spent a lot of money. Don't think that you can save money just because the two main characters work together. In fact, the amount of money invested in this project was definitely an astronomical figure. Just the cost of the film crew and the confidentiality agreement was more than $30 million. The bookstore that the book friends had used before was already dead. Now, they were all using the Source Exchange app. Chapter 3209. At the beginning of filming, everyone was still a bit flustered. But gradually, as the filming progressed, everyone got used to it. Amon, remember, this scene needs emotion. The assistant director was talking to Amon about the scene with the script. At first, when Steven was talking to Amon about the scene, Irvin thought that Steven was crazy. At first, when he saw Steven talking to Amon about the script, Erwin Lander thought Steven was out of his mind. Why would he talk to a monster? But now he was doing the same thing. Remember, this emotion is conveyed through the eyes, Irvin said. Erwin Lander said, after our ship is attacked, use your flank fin to support our ship, and then your eyes have to burst out with that kind of feeling for us. Let's try to get through this scene once, okay? When everything was ready, Irvin returned to the ship. Then, the 8th episode started. This scene happened after they were attacked by the king of magical beasts, Hydra. The film crew's ship was badly damaged. Of course, the ship that entered the camera was not Chen Zhao's. Instead, it was an ocean-going research ship. Steven left most of the filming to Erwin Lander. It was to give him more practical experience. In reality, it was to slack off. Chen Zhao was also enjoying himself on the ship. In fact, after the filming ended every day, the film crew would return to the ship and party. When they were working, they were the most dedicated and professional people. And after filming, they would indulge in their own unbridled revelry. Chun, how's the preparation for the supporting roles for the final battle? It's ready, Chun Zhao said. I think we can start preparing for the second season now. We haven't even finished filming the first season, and you're already preparing for the second? Don't you want to see the market's reaction? This is a history-making documentary. With my name on it, it's almost destined to succeed, Steven said confidently. Also, I think Little Nine needs a chance to clear his name. We can't let him on clear his name while Little Nine is still the villain, right? You have an idea for the second season? I don't have a clear sneak attack yet, Steven said. It's just a preliminary idea. So, have you found a buyer for the documentary? Not yet, but trust me, this documentary will be sold at a sky-high price. In total, we've invested almost $100 million US. I just hope to get back our investment. Breaking even isn't my plan. How much do you think we can earn? If it's just the premiere, it can sell for at least $200 million US. Steven said, if we directly buy out the broadcasting rights of the first season, it would cost at least $500 million US, plus a share of the advertising revenue. This is a documentary. Are you sure it could be sold at such a high price? You still don't understand human psychology well enough. After nearly a month at sea, the filming was basically over. What followed was the post-production editing. Chen Zhao and Steven returned to Los Angeles first. Half of the film crew stayed at sea to reshoot some scenes. Steven, do you want to go to Italy with me? Why are you going to Italy? Do you want to play? No, it's the people from Seagate Yacht Company. They said that my yacht is about to be completed and they want to invite me to their company for a visit. I'm not interested. I'm going with you. You should ask Fei Lai to go with you. That's what she said. She thinks this kind of tour is too boring. This was what Fei Lai had complained about after visiting the Northern Gravity Field last time. This time, Chen Zhao had only mentioned it casually, but Fei Lai had rejected him directly. Neither Chen Zhao nor Fei Lai were people who understood the charm of high technology. Of course, enjoying the convenience brought by technology was one thing. If Chen Zhao or Fei Lai actually visited those high-tech factories, they wouldn't be able to understand the power of it at all. Steven knew a little, but he wasn't interested either. Plus, he was about to start working on a new project. The editing for the documentary was very tight. Steven hoped to air the documentary before the first phase of the project was completed. It would also bring a lot of tourists to the island. Therefore, Steven didn't want to go at all. Chen Zhao felt helpless. It seemed that no one around him wanted to go. Chen Zhao didn't have much to do during the few days he rested at home. Zhang Ting, who was in charge of the animation company in China, called. Boss, I'll give you a report on our company's financial situation for the third quarter. Okay, go ahead. Chen Zhao lay in the boat, floating on Mirror Lake. In the third quarter, our company's expenditure was 12 million renminbi, and our revenue was 6 million renminbi. The expenditure was mainly on employee salaries, equipment purchases, office space, utilities, and management expenses. There was also advertising investment, which was a large expenditure. Zhang Ting paused for a moment and said, "In terms of revenue, it's the revenue from our 2 full-length animation works that are currently online. One of them has already gained some popularity in China." When Zhang Ting reported the company's recent situation, she was still a bit uneasy. After all, spending 12 million in a quarter and revenue of $6 million meant a loss of $6 million. Any investor would be careful with their investments. Oh, got it. Chen Zhao didn't say anything. Losing $6 million in a quarter was less than $1 million. It wasn't a problem for Chen Zhao. Plus, Chen Zhao hadn't wanted to make money in the first place. He bought this studio to give him advice. He had to admit that they were quite useful in this aspect. The saying, "one man counts, 2 men counts as long," was very obvious here. For example, Chen Zhao's current signature move, Neutron Star, Dark Red Neutron Star, and Golden Neutron Star in its original form, were all suggested by Zhang Ting and the others. Therefore, Chen Zhao didn't care about this small loss at all. He'd just treat it as a contribution to China's animation industry. As for Zhang Ting's plan of not making a loss for 5 years, Chen Zhao hoped that she could succeed. It was not because of his investment, but because of her dream. Hearing that Chen Zhao wasn't going to criticize her, Zhang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. However, she was even more troubled. She stuttered for a while. "Boss, I still have something. Tell me, what is it?" "Remember that at the beginning of the year, I mentioned that I wanted to make an animated movie? I remember that I agreed. Then, I want to start implementing this plan. What do you think?" "Oh, how much is the budget?" $100 million. Is that okay?" "I'll give you 200 million. I want to see our own work released as soon as possible," Chen Zhao said. "I'll contact the finance department later. Give me the budget and proposal." Chapter 32:10. After Zhang Ting hung up, she let out a long sigh. Chen Zhao usually didn't care about the company's business. But no company's management would care about the company's losses. He could still face the investors calmly. Zhang Ting wasn't the kind of entrepreneur who did whatever she wanted. The kind of people who would do anything to attract investment. In front of investors, he could boast to them. She could describe the future like a dream. It was as if not investing in him was like losing a $5 million lottery ticket. Zhang Ting, before Chen Zhao, bought the studio. She was almost at the point of bankruptcy. If not for the studio's artists and designers, she would still be able to make a living. Zhang Ting could have given up then. Luckily, she met Chen Zhao, a nouveau riche, an investor who didn't know how to save money. Zhang Ting came from a well-off family. She'd never been mistreated in terms of money since she was young. Therefore, he had high standards and was a little overbearing. This was also why she couldn't lower herself to beg investors. She used to look down on nouveau riche. In her eyes, nouveau riche were a bunch of uncultured bumpkins. But Chen Zhao was an extreme, the extreme of the nouveau riche. He was extremely rich, extremely cultured, and extremely heroic. She'd been in contact with him for almost a year. She already knew that Chen Zhao wasn't a nouveau riche who won the lottery. Chen Zhao also had entrepreneurial experience. She even knew a little about why Chen Zhao went abroad. Back then, she thought that Chen Zhao wanted to launder money. Now, she didn't have that thought. Chen Zhao's standards are definitely not lower than hers. He wouldn't be fooled by Zhang Ting's dreams and career. But he was such a contradictory person. He was actually willing to support her seemingly laughable dream with such a large amount of money. Just then, Yi Ziqing pushed open Zhang Ting's office door. Yi Ziqing accepted Chen Zhao's invitation. She was currently the CEO of the animation company. "Darling, you don't look good. Did our big boss embarrass you?" Zhang Ting shook her head with a bitter smile. "He didn't say anything." "Then, he didn't agree to your big movie plan?" "No, he agreed to. He even approved 200 million yuan for my project." "Then shouldn't you be even happier? Why are you frowning?" You should know that the future of the animation industry is still uncertain. How many big animation movies have been released in the country in the past decade? But how many of them have really made a splash? Other than a certain Xiong and a certain Yang, which tend to be aimed at young audiences, only Monkey Sun and Neza, which have a production cycle of several years, have made money. Now that the boss has approved such a large sum of money to invest in a big movie, I'm really not confident that I can make money. I'm not even confident that I can recover my capital. Even if you know this, how could our boss not know? He's not a real nouveau riche. Before he invested, he probably did market research and was mentally prepared to lose money. Market research? Zhang Ting was doubtful. Chen Zhao didn't even ask for the script. He immediately agreed to her request. Zhang Ting smiled bitterly. She did not know how to describe her boss. An investor like Chen Zhao was the type that entrepreneurs love to meet. There was no other. He would not interfere with the development of the company. Apart from the accountant who was appointed by Chen Zhao, there were no other executives. However, Zhang Ting's personality had also decided that she was not here to make a profit. She wanted to make a career and earn profits for Chen Zhao. This was also her way of returning the favor. The next day, the finance department found Zhang Ting, and after some communication, after some negotiations, the company's account gained another 200 million yuan. It was almost a blink of an eye. There was no time difference at all. Zhang Ting did not know what to say. She was not confident, but she was still in a complicated state of pain and happiness. The happiest thing for entrepreneurs was having more money in the company's account. When the employees heard about the big movie plan, they were all very excited, especially the employees who were involved in the big movie plan. They were all full of energy. The company's high salary was one thing. More importantly, it was the dream of these young people. The highest goal of an animation company was to produce a big movie. As for how many billions they had to break through, it was still too far away for them. They could not see things that far away. The production of a big movie was very complicated. It was even more complicated than a live-action movie. Other than the script, it was the design and modeling of the characters, costumes, props, scenes, and actions. If it was a 3D movie, motion capture was also needed. This process required a very complicated and tedious accumulation of work. A big animation movie might require thousands or tens of thousands of drawings. This was not a plot sketch, but a setting sketch. And if it was a real main plot sketch, it would be an astronomical figure. Of course, the current animation movies did not use manual sketches, but computer sketches. The scenes and characters were actually separated. For example, a running character would actually use an original drawing for the scene. Only the character's actions were constantly refreshing. Depending on the amount of investment, the finesse of a shot would also vary. An investment of 100 million yuan and an investment of 200 million yuan could produce a completely different picture. Under Zhang Ting's control, the project was carried out in an orderly manner. Dear, have you seen the documentary that Steven filmed recently? Yi Ziqing walked into Zhang Ting's office. Steven? He filmed a documentary? Yes. I'm not interested in documentaries. And do I look like someone who has time to watch them? Zhang Ting glanced at Yi Ziqing. You probably won't recommend me to watch documentaries. I just realized that the producer of this documentary is our boss. That's not strange. Our boss is very familiar with Steven. I remember that when we went to Los Angeles last time, he even brought us to visit Steven's studio. Zhang Ting paused and said, Is there anything special about the documentary? There's nothing strange about it. It's just a record for documentaries, and it even set a record for CCB's viewership. Our country's Penguin Video even imported it. I heard that they bought the broadcasting rights at an unprecedented price. It's just a documentary. How expensive can it be? It's a documentary, but the scenes are quite shocking. It's a top Hollywood team with a top research ship, and the documentary is looking for the Pacific giant beast. The film crew really found it. The scenes are quite thrilling. Oh, is it really that good? Then I'll find some time to watch it. It could be considered as a contribution to our boss. Chapter 32:11. Soon, the documentary became a hit all over the world. More than 30 countries introduced the documentary to more than 1 billion people. In the first episode, it was only a hit. but when the giant Pacific Ocean beast appeared at the end of the second episode. When the ferocious, deep-sea magical beast was annihilated at lightning speed. The documentary then reached its climax. The more it went on, the more exciting the documentary became. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing had become the most loyal viewers of the documentary. Both domestically and overseas, the documentary was very popular. No one could imagine that such a terrifying beast was hiding in the depths of the Pacific Ocean. But it was shown in the story. The beast was not evil, and it had a natural affinity for humans. As the story progressed, the audience realized that the beast was the guardian of the Pacific Ocean. It maintained the ecological balance of the Pacific Ocean. Everyone in the audience had a feeling of sudden realization. Because of the foreshadowing in the early part of the story and the limited contact between the film crew and the beast, the two seemed to maintain a tacit and respectful relationship. It gave the audience the feeling that the beast was very principled. It wandered around the oceans, but it never actively harmed other sea creatures. Even when the whales swam past it, it never actively harmed the whales. And after the 8th episode, the story finally led to the king of the beasts, the Hydra. That was how the most exciting plot of the documentary unfolded. The sea beasts that the Guardian had attacked were all under the command of the king of the beasts. The king of the beasts and the Guardian were natural opposites. The king of the beasts and its storm army also revealed their true colors. However, after the magical Beast King appeared, it only had a short confrontation with the Guardian that ended in a draw. The film crew had to turn back because of the severe damage to their ship. Because of the power problem, they asked for help from the nearby sea. Luckily, their ship was near the mystical island, and the management of the island sent a ship to pick them up. They found an ancient stone tablet on the island, which vaguely recorded the relationship between the Guardian and the King of the Beasts. At the same time, the storm was also approaching the mystical island. The final battle of the 10th episode, which was also the most shocking plot of the documentary, unfolded in the storm. The Guardian roamed the sky in the storm and descended on the mystical island with the power of a king. And the creatures on the mystical island also responded to the Guardian. They formed the Guardian army and fought against the Storm army. After the earth-shattering battle, the Storm army and the King of the Beasts retreated. The Protector was also heavily injured. The light of dawn shone on the sea. Background music rang out. The huge figure of the Guardian lurked in the sea near the mystical island. It did not go far from Mysterious Island. Perhaps it was because it had been severely injured in the battle, so it needed to recuperate here. Or perhaps the King of Magical Beasts was still around, so the Protectors had to continue protecting the island. This war might go on forever, just like in the past countless years. Just like the Battle of the Storm last night. It was unknown how many times he had experienced it. However, as long as the Guardians existed, the King of Magical Beasts would never be able to wreak havoc in these waters. It was the King of the Sea, the Guardian of the ecological balance. In the voiceover, the subtitles appeared. The camera slowly rose from Mysterious Island. A shadow that was almost the same size as the Mysterious Island was in the sea near the Mysterious Island. At the same time, the embryonic form of the Mysterious Island could be seen. The first phase of the project had been completed. Therefore, the Mysterious Island was no longer a chaotic construction site. Large amounts of vegetation covered the mystical island. There were also some remains of magical beasts. However, there were still many modern buildings on the mystical island. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing were both shocked. "I'm going to watch it on Penguin again," Zhang Ting said. The two girls felt like they had not had enough. They felt that the story was not over. However, the documentary had already ended. The 10 episodes had all been played. Just then, Chun Zhao's call came in. "Boss, it's so late." "What's up?" "Get ready," Chun Zhao said. "I'm going to organize a trip for the entire company after New Year's. It won't go through the company's accounts. I'll treat you personally." Boss, the movie project has just started. I'm afraid. Work and rest can create better work. Don't force the employees too much. It's settled." Chun Zhao did not plan on discussing it with Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting's expression said, "I knew it." Chun Zhao did not interfere with the development of the company. However, he seemed to like giving out benefits. This was also known as squandering. Boss, where do you think we should go? A ship under the Caribbean Empire Cruise Line will dock in Magic City. I've bought tickets for the entire company. You just have to board the ship and you'll know where its final destination is. Zhang Ting knew that Chun Zhao was generous, but she did not expect him to be this generous. Usually, a mid to short trip would be one stop along the coast. Even if they floated on the sea for a day or two, the ticket would cost a few $1,000s. If it was an ocean trip, it would cost at least tens of thousands of dollars. Some could even go up to hundreds of thousands. If it was a high-class cabin, it would be even more expensive. Some cabins could even cost hundreds of thousands. With Chun Zhao's personality, he probably would not buy mid to low-class cabins for them. There were around 60 people in the company, including the cleaning lady. They probably all had cabins that started at least 100,000. After all, the company was Chun Zhao's, so Zhang Ting's objection was useless. Fortunately, Chun Zhao was only unyielding when giving out benefits. Since they could not refuse, they could only finish their work in advance. Only then could they go out and play in peace. What's our boss doing now? He said that we should organize a company-wide trip after New Year's. Didn't you say that time is tight for the movie project? I did, but it's useless. The boss's decision cannot be changed. I really don't know what our boss is thinking. He's invested so much money, but he's still so willful. You'll get used to it. Zhang Ting was actually not very against it. After all, Chun Zhao had done it once last year. Moreover, this kind of rich trip could indeed make the employees more cohesive. The company had recruited many new employees this year. Chun Zhao might as well use this opportunity to make them focus. I'm not going. This kind of trip is too tiring. I'd rather go out and walk around. Then don't regret it, Zhang Ting said. Do you think I've never seen the world? To be honest, compared to our rich boss, you really haven't seen the world. Is it that exaggerated? Last year, our company only had 20 people on the trip to Los Angeles, and our boss spent at least $20 million. Do you know what that means? All of our assets combined don't even add up to $20 million, but he spent it on our expenses. Chapter 32:12. Yi Ziqing thought that she was quite knowledgeable. In the few years she'd studied abroad, she'd already earned $1 million. So, she almost never had to worry about money. She wasn't financially free yet. As long as she didn't buy anything too big, there was nothing she couldn't afford. The bosses of the companies she'd worked for after returning to China were all famous tycoons. They were all famous rich people, but even they didn't spend as much as Chun Zhao did. Don't think that those billion-dollar tycoons could just casually throw tens of millions of yuan into the water. But Chun Zhao could really throw money around. She'd never seen someone squander like him. Yi Ziqing wasn't scared by the tens of millions. What she found unbelievable was that Chun Zhao didn't care about cash flow at all. Not to mention others, even the top few companies in the world. Let them dangle $10 million in one day. They probably couldn't even spend half of it in a day. Yi Ziqing listened to Zhang Ting talk about their trip to Los Angeles last year. She was already dumbfounded. She'd enjoyed a top hotel before. She could barely go to a top restaurant once a year. But during the company trip, they'd stayed in a top hotel and had a top restaurant for every meal. Every time they went shopping, Chun Zhao would be the one paying the bills. He spent money without blinking. She really felt like it was a dream. Of course, Zhang Ting didn't know how much Chun Zhao had spent. He didn't tell his employees either. If they knew that their boss had spent so much money to provide that level of enjoyment, the employees probably wouldn't be grateful. They would only wonder why the boss didn't give them the money. It was realistic and human. Dadaira, how's school? Great. The yacht I ordered has arrived. It's named after you. It's the first trip this weekend. Are you coming? Okay. Can I bring a friend? Of course, Chun Zhao agreed. But the first trip is from Los Angeles to Mystical Island. It'll take about 3 days. You and your friend should ask for leave first. Got it. Dadaira hung up happily. Weimi, are you free this weekend? Weimi looked up at Dadaira. Weimi and Dadaira were roommates. The two of them became friends on the first day of school. People of the same age always had a lot of common topics. But he was different from the lively and enthusiastic Dadaira. Weimi did not speak much. Both of them had similar lives. They were all orphans. But the difference was that Dadaira had met Chun Zhao. Wei Mi, on the other hand, was alone. After her parents passed away, she was sent to an orphanage. Even the tuition fees of the Magic High School were earned by herself. After a moment of silence, Wei Mi asked, "Where are you going?" "To Los Angeles. My uncle is going out to sea this weekend on a yacht named after me. I want to go out with you." The destination is Mysterious Island. Wei Mi looked forward to it, but she was hesitant. That will take a few days. 3 days. Didi pulled Wei Mi. Come on, come on. That's your family gathering. I don't think it's appropriate for me. Don't worry, you're my best friend. Didi looked at Wei Mi with a pleading look. Wei Mi actually wanted to go to the mystical island, but her income from part-time jobs was barely enough to cover the expenses of the school. It was almost impossible to go to the mystical island, at least not in the short term. She wanted to see the magical creatures on the mystical island. "I want to see Amon, the guardian of the sea." After the documentary ended, Wei Mi even made a plan for the future. Going to the mystical island was an important part of her plan. "Okay, I'll go with you," Wei Mi said. "That's if we can get a day off." "No problem, leave it to me." Wei Mi looked calm on the surface, but in reality, her heart was filled with excitement and anticipation. Diddley used Chun Zhao's name to ask for a leave. The magic colleges didn't know how powerful Chun Zhao was, but they knew that he was rich, especially after Chun Zhao donated a large sum of money to magic colleges. Therefore, Chun Zhao's name was quite useful. So Didira and Wei Mi successfully got a week off. Didira didn't like to be in a hurry. If the trip is scheduled for 3 days, it wasn't far from Los Angeles to the mystical island, but the yacht would take 10 hours. The round trip would take more than 20 hours, so they only had 2 days to play. In fact, including food and shelter, they could play for 1 day at most. This wasn't a trip Didira wanted, so Didira still chose to ask for a week off. She didn't have to worry about her studies. After all, she and Wei Mi were both outstanding in their year. They also had a lot of theoretical knowledge. Just in terms of theoretical knowledge, Didira was at least a year ahead of her peers. This was because of Chun Zhao's family atmosphere and the members of the supernatural organization who often came to visit. They would more or less talk to Didira about magic. Over time, Didira's level naturally rose a lot. As for Wei Mi, she was also outstanding. This was because she had a lot of practical experience. Ever since she came out of the orphanage, she had relied on her magic to survive. She had worked in almost every industry, even some illegal ones. The people she interacted with were all kinds of people. She was introverted and not good with words. In fact, she knew a little of everything. She had even worked as a temporary thug for the boss of a small casino. In the end, she couldn't help but beat the employer half to death. Only then did she quit. Didira and Wei Mi were like two extremes, but they were also attracted to each other like magnets. After class on Friday, the two packed their luggage and boarded the train to Los Angeles. When they arrived at the LA station, Chun Zhao was already waiting for them. "Uncle." Didira had already pounced on Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao rubbed Didira's head and looked at Wei Mi. "Is this your friend?" "Hi, I'm Didira's uncle. You can call me Uncle Chun." "Hi, I'm Wei Mi. I think you're hungry too. I asked old Jean to prepare some food. We can eat when we get home." Wei Mi was very reserved when facing Chun Zhao. This was her personality. She couldn't be too enthusiastic with strangers. She couldn't even let go of simple pleasantries. Sitting in Chun Zhao's SUV, she was even more nervous. Unlike Didira, Wei Mi could tell how valuable Chun Zhao's car was. Chapter 32:13. After returning home, Wei Mi couldn't even walk. This was the most luxurious house she'd ever seen. Didila pulled Wei Mi into the house. His siblings all missed Didila very much. They all crowded around him. Chun Zhao arranged for Wei Mi and Didila to share a room. After closing the door and being alone with Didila, Wei Mi finally relaxed a little. Even in Didila's room, there were many things that she'd never seen before. What constant temperature? Wei Mi thought that it was just an air conditioner. Why'd it have to have such a complicated name? There was also a housekeeping system that controlled all the indoor equipment. Even opening the curtains was controlled by voice. A curved floor-to-ceiling window stunned Wei Mi even more. The 30-square-meter bedroom was like a princess's castle. Wei Mi couldn't sleep. Didila couldn't sleep either. The two sat by the window, watching the night and chatting. An inferior demon brought some supper. Wei thought that Didala was a princess. How could she endure the environment in the dorms? Although the environment of the magic high school was pretty good, it depended on what it was compared to. Compared to her home, the magic high school was nothing. Just then, Wei saw a figure walk out of the house from the floor-to-ceiling window. Wei recognized the figure. It was Didala's uncle. Didala, that's your uncle, right? Where's he going so late? Didala glanced at Chun Zhao. He's used to practicing magic at night. Wei smiled. It wasn't that strange. There were many people in the spiritual world who liked to practice magic at night. After all, their practice would sometimes cause great effects. They were afraid of being seen during the day, so they were used to practicing at night. There were also some spells that could only be practiced at night. Didala's family was clearly a magic family. Wei didn't find it strange. Wei saw Chun Zhao step in a mirror lake and then fly away. As for where he went, Didala didn't know either. But she could tell that Didala's uncle was very powerful. After some time, it was already dawn when Wei woke up. She had to admit that the environment was really too comfortable. She and Didala were asleep, wrapped in blankets by the window. Knock, knock. Just then, Feilai's voice came from outside. Didi, Weimi, it's time to get up. Wash up and come down for breakfast. After washing up, Didira and Vimy went downstairs. What Weimi saw was a more sumptuous breakfast than any holiday. Moreover, the amount was huge. Most of Didira's family had a normal appetite. It was Didira's uncle. Watching him eat was like watching a war. Of course, it was normal for spiritualists to eat a lot. There was nothing strange about it. After half an hour of breakfast, everyone packed their luggage and got on the bus. They arrived at the port at noon. The harbor was full of yachts. Vimy saw a huge yacht not far away. Not far from the yacht, there were still people taking photos there. Weimi saw that the yacht was branded with the English spelling of Didira. Even Weimi couldn't believe it. That yacht, which seemed to have come from the future, was named after DDRA. Obviously, this DDRA was a little beyond Weimi's imagination. They were heading in the direction of the yacht. Just then, Weimi saw a familiar face. The only reason they were familiar with each other was because the other party was Director James. You often see it on the entertainment news. It was hard not to be familiar with it. James also had many bags and didn't bring anyone with him. Chun, you're finally here. Do you know how long I've waited? I didn't want to be the first, Chun Zhao said matter-of-factly. Fuck, that's why you chose to be late. Where's Steven? He had the same idea as you. He said it an hour ago. James was speechless. You two are such asterisk souls. Chun Zhao and Steven looked at James speechlessly. James, it's not good to talk behind someone's back, Steven said. James glanced at Steven and gave him the finger. When Weimi saw Steven, her face was filled with excitement. Steven was already used to Weimi's excitement. Beautiful lady, may I know your name? Weimi blushed. She wasn't 15 yet. Hello. Sir, I'm Weimi. I'm Didira's classmate. Ha, don't be so reserved. Just treat this trip as a family gathering. That's the truth. We're all your family. Steven laughed loudly. I should be the one saying that. I'm the head of the family. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. Okay, father, please give the order. Steven looked at Chun Zhao, his eyes shifting. Let's get on the boat. Didira officially set sail. After everyone boarded the ship, DDRA took Weimi to visit each room. From the deck to the helipad, there was even a helicopter parked there. Then from the kitchen to the dining room, from the theater to the entertainment room, from the cockpit to the engine room, they looked at everything. The other children did the same. They were curious about every detail on the yacht. Just then, a few inferior demons crawled out from a corner. They started serving everyone on the boat. Chun, I'm serious. Sell me a few of these little guys. Sorry, I signed a 50-year contract with them. I can't change their master before that. It's a pity. These little guys are more convenient than any servant. Trust me, you only think that when you're enjoying their service. If you're suddenly woken up by them when you're sleeping, that's normal. Actually, when the inferior demons became the official servants of Chun Zhao's family, they did cause some trouble. After all, they like to do some work at night. These jobs would always make some noise. The noise would definitely cause some trouble for Chun Zhao's family. Later, Chun Zhao ordered that no work could be done after Chun Zhao's family was asleep. Apart from a few underlings on night duty, the rest of the underlings had to go to bed. Now, Chun Zhao's family was used to it. Stephen was a regular person. He saw something new and thought that the inferior demons were convenient. But when he actually used them, they might not be as good as he imagined. Of course, safety was not a concern. Inferior demons were the safest demon species in hell. There had never been an incident where an inferior demon attacked its master. Even if the master wasn't a demon, inferior demons were actually sold to many other races. Anyone who used them would say it was good. Chapter 32:14. She felt like she could spend the rest of her life on this yacht. There were almost all kinds of entertainment on the yacht. Chun Zhao, Stephen, and James were fishing and drinking at the back of the boat. Fei Lai was doing yoga with Dadaira and Wei Mi fine. Even though Dadaira and Wei Mi were both magic geniuses, they were still better than Fei Lai in yoga. Even though Dadaira and Wei Mi were magic geniuses, they were still better than Fei Lai in yoga. The children were playing like crazy. Jumping up and down was not enough to describe their craziness. The underlings were in every corner of the yacht. They used their diligent hands to do everything they could. At a normal speed, they could reach Mystical Island from Los Angeles in around 6 hours. However, Dadaira wasn't fast. It only moved at 1/3 of its original speed. Everyone was fully enjoying their time at sea. James caught a big fish. Chun Zhao and Stephen had to give James $100. James excitedly took pictures of himself and the fish and uploaded them to his social media account. Is Rasfa busy? Chun Zhao asked. He's in Japan, Stephen said. Two underlings beside him walked up to ask James. Mr. James, do you need us to prepare this fish for you? It's very good for making sashimi. James nodded. After taking the pictures, he was only interested in food. There was plenty of food on the boat. However, he still hoped to eat the fish he caught himself. The underlings carried over 2 boxes of beer. As long as they were almost done with their beer, the underlings wouldn't give Chun Zhao and the others any free time. They would immediately replenish the beer and food. This boat is really beautiful, Stephen exclaimed. You can order one too. You're more familiar with the yacht company than me. It's not like you don't know about my recent financial situation. I hope that mysterious island can help me pay off the money in the bank as soon as possible so that I have enough money to book a yacht. Even in the most difficult times, Stephen did not sell his shares of the mysterious island. He knew that Mystical Island's potential was far greater than all the assets he had now. Mr. Stephen, I remember there were more than 1 million visitors on the opening day of Mysterious Island. James was also a shareholder of Mysterious Island, so he knew the statistics of Mysterious Island. It's only for a few days, Chun Zhao said. It's starting to drop. Of course, it's impossible to maintain 2 million visitors every day. Stephen knew the business rules better than Chun Zhao. In the first few days, people were attracted by the Mysterious Island's gimmick. There were also the tourists brought by the documentary. For the Mysterious Island to continue to be popular, the first step was to make the island a tourist attraction. Currently, the Mysterious Island was developing well. Although the number of visitors had dropped, it still maintained an astonishing figure of 100,000 visitors per day. What was the concept of 100,000 visitors a day? The number of tourists in Hawaii in the past 2 years was only about 8 million. The Mysterious Island was right in the middle of Hawaii and the mainland. Geographically, the Mysterious Island was Hawaii's natural enemy. This year's outbreak of the spirit tide, coupled with the exposure of the spirit world, the promotion of Mysterious Wonder Island had attracted a large number of tourists, including many potential tourists from Hawaii. It could be said that whatever Hawaii had, the Mysterious Island had. What the Mysterious Island had might not be found in Hawaii. It could be said that the Mystical Island's current flow of visitors was entirely due to the right karma of time, place, and people. Moreover, the tourists who came to the Mysterious Island were all very high quality. In the first few days of opening, the daily consumption of the Mysterious Island reached $30 billion. Although it had dropped, it still maintained the level of $5 billion per day. Out of this $5 billion, almost $100 million would go into the pockets of Chun Zhao and the other shareholders. Most of the $100 million USD income came from the rent and the shop's operating expenses. This kind of business fees could only be found in the busiest commercial areas in the world. Another part was the income from the shops they had opened on the island. This was a long-term business. The mysterious island was only half built. Everyone agreed to continue investing in the mysterious island. The profits could be seen from the mysterious island. Many big brands also saw the potential of the mysterious island. They all hoped to enter the mysterious island. Once these big brands entered the mysterious island, it would boost the island's GDP again. Stephen did some calculations. If the mysterious island's income could be maintained at the current level, then his annual dividend from the mysterious island would be equivalent to half of his life's worth of hard work. This was a terrifying amount of profit. This was also why he didn't choose to sell the mysterious island's shares even when he was short on funds. Another big reason was that his movie had the support of Chun Zhao's lucky coin. That was why it had been so successful. What about Chun Zhao himself? His own brewery was proof enough. It was almost the most profitable company in the world. What about the mysterious island, which had such a huge investment? Would Chun Zhao just watch as mysterious island suffered losses? The result was obvious. As long as he followed Chun Zhao, he definitely wouldn't lose money. Stephen had never shared this idea with anyone else. In the past few months, he'd been extremely depressed because of the lack of funds. But the feeling now was completely different. For Stephen, he was lying on his bed, and money kept raining down from the sky. No, it wasn't a rain of money. It was a rain of gold ingots. This feeling of making money every day was amazing. They didn't have to worry about losing money at all. It seemed that they just had to follow behind Chun Zhao. There was no need to worry about losses. This was why he'd suggested last time that Chun Zhao could help him come up with a plan. He wanted to think of a project that no one in the spiritual world had been involved in yet. Now, he was even more determined about this project. After he'd had enough fun this time, he'd start the project immediately. He'd start the project as soon as possible. Now, the management of the mysterious island had been handed over to a board of directors formed by the shareholders. According to the news from the board of directors, the mysterious island was almost the most popular investment project in the world. Those with power were asking if they could invest in the mysterious island. Those without power wanted to buy some shops or land. But now, who among the shareholders of the mysterious island would sell their shares at a time like this? Only a fool would do such a thing. Everyone was holding on to the shares of Mysterious Island. If this trend continued, the Mysterious Island's GDP could very well exceed $1 trillion. This was a shocking potential. It meant that the money they took from the bank would be more than their net worth. Chapter 32:15. Stephen made up his mind not to invest recklessly anymore. The investment theory he had learned couldn't compare to following in Chun Zhao's footsteps. Back then, Chun Zhao hadn't been as rich as him, but in just 3 years, Chun Zhao's wealth had far surpassed his. They spent the night on the yacht and arrived at the mystical island at 10 o'clock the next day. When they saw the coastline of the mystical island, there were already more ships around. The first phase of the mysterious island airport had just been completed. The airport's capacity was still very limited. Therefore, the main mode of transportation was by boat. There are thousands of yachts in the harbor. Although it was busy, it was orderly. It only took a few hours to get here from Los Angeles. Many of them had private yachts. Even renting it for a day would only cost a few $100s. Therefore, there were tens of thousands of yachts coming and going every day. There was also the cruise ship, which brought 20 to 30,000 tourists every day. At the same time, the same number of tourists would board the cruise ship here. The airport's throughput was about the same. There were also a few sailboats. It was said that the American national team came here for vacation and training. Although it had only been open for half a month, the mysterious island had already shown its amazing potential. Everything here was unbelievably prosperous. The Diddla docked at the harbor. The Didira's outstanding appearance attracted many people's attention. Stephen and James were both wearing hats and sunglasses. Just then, the board of directors found them. They had already heard that a few major shareholders were coming today. Stephen's representative came to greet them. Mr. Stephen, Mr. Chun, Mr. James, hello. Hello, Wooler. Stephen nodded. Do you have any plans? Wooler glanced at them. How about we go to the hotel first? There were now more than 10 hotels on the mystical island, 2 of which belonged to Dell. Have someone send our luggage back to the hotel, Chun Zhao said. We're not here to stay. Okay, how about we go to the special rental company first? Wu Lu said. Chun Zhao, Stephen, and James all knew about the special rental company. This special rental company specialized in renting transportation. However, it wasn't an ordinary vehicle, but an animal. It was a special marine creature on the island. These sea creatures were all very big. Currently, they had developed 2 types of transportation. One was the giant crayfish. The other one was the Titan crab. Both of these giant creatures were extremely large. They were over 3 meters tall and weighed more than a ton. This was a rare opportunity for most tourists to get close to the creatures on the magical island. Renting this kind of transportation was not cheap. However, even if it was an expensive rental fee, still, it could not stop the tourists who flocked to it. The daily turnover of the special leasing company alone was more than $30 million. The profits were even more astonishing. When everyone arrived at the special rental company, under Wu Li's lead, everyone entered the company. Half of the area was seawater, and from time to time, crayfish would pop out of the water. The caretaker would strike the gong on the shore, and a few giant crayfish would emerge from the water and climb ashore. Then, the staff put the giant crayfish on the cart and threw some food into the giant crayfish. The strength of the giant crayfish was very great. Even if it was hooked up to the carriage, it was not strenuous at all. Each cart could seat a driver and 3 passengers. The driver skillfully controlled the giant crayfish's movements. He could even stop and turn as he pleased. However, the giant crayfish's movement speed was not fast. Vimy and Didala rode in the same car. Both Wimi and Didira enjoyed the wonderful journey. These giant crayfish could drive on the road. In fact, there were no cars with gasoline engines on the island. Most of them were electric sightseeing cars. There were also helicopters. Most of the cars on the streets were sightseeing cars. The smaller ones could also carry a family. The larger ones were the big buses. They were all slow models. Of course, no one who came to the island would be in a hurry. The island itself was not big. Usually, a family would come to the island and rent a sightseeing car. Of course, apart from the rental business, the mysterious island also had another business, which was the wedding photo business. Apart from the professional team, the island also had a unique resource. The giant sea animals with divine artifacts would be great supporting characters. They were also very obedient and could fulfill the photographer's requirements. Everyone rode the giant crayfish or Titan crab to the restaurant. This was their second stop. The restaurant was opened by Chun Zhao. Maybe it was because Chun Zhao liked food, or maybe he was more experienced. The restaurant provided the best ingredients. Of course, there were also some indescribable ingredients. These ingredients were extremely delicious, but at the same time, they were so expensive that it made one's hair stand on end. Nevertheless, anyone who had eaten here once would not complain about the price. They would also think that it was worth it and only hope that they could come again. It was Wimi's first time. She almost swallowed her tongue. Just then, an announcement appeared on the restaurant's projection screen. According to the news from the League of Defender, Guardian Amon has just risen from the bottom of the sea and risen into the sky. He is expected to fly over the island in 3 minutes. Tourists on the island, you'll have the honor of witnessing Guardian Amon's first appearance since the opening of the island. All the tourists looked up at the sky. Soon, they saw a black shadow appear in the sky not far away. The shadow blocked out the sun, and a huge shadow covered the entire mystical island. Amon was even larger than the island itself. He was like a flying continent. He flapped his huge wings and flew over the island. Everyone cheered with their hands in the air. To them, they were the luckiest. They had the honor of witnessing Guardian Amon's appearance. Amon let out a loud and clear voice. Although it was loud, it was filled with peace. It was as if he was responding to the cheers of the tourists on the island. After flying over the island, Amon dove into the sea. Of course, there were also a few helicopters following Amon. Even when Amon sank into the water, he still lingered above the sea reluctantly. One had to admit that as the king of popularity on the island, Amon's charm was too great. Or rather, it was the image that the media had created for him that gave him a unique popularity. Many film companies even contacted the island's board, hoping to use Amon's image in their productions. Chapter 32:16. Then Chun Zhao's family returned to the hotel to rest. Chun Zhao, Stephen, and James went to the board meeting. They didn't come to play this time. They also wanted to understand the specific situation of Mysterious Island. First, they looked at the financial report. Stephen's head hurt. It wasn't because the report looked bad. It was because it was too good. He'd invested in many companies over the years. Whether it was real or fake, he'd never seen such a good report. All of their projects were profitable like crazy. The number of customers kept increasing too. It didn't seem that obvious. The number of customers increased by hundreds or thousands every day. However, many a little makes a mickle. This momentum was very good. They'd originally planned to use all the profits for the first 3 years without dividends. But looking at the report, if they didn't pay dividends in the first year, the investment would only be accumulated in Mysterious Island's account. If they changed their mind and used some of it as dividends, they would definitely accumulate a lot of cash. Chun Zhao didn't care. He already had a lot of cash. So, it didn't matter if he was tired or not. But Stephen couldn't bear to see cash in his bank account. As long as he had cash, he couldn't help but use it to invest. As long as he had cash, he couldn't help but invest it. This is a kind of pain and happy feeling. He never made such a successful investment before. Mysterious Island's investment was probably the best one he'd made in his life. Chun Zhao also looked at Mysterious Island's account. In terms of profitability, Mysterious Island couldn't compare to Mountain Beer right now. However, that was only temporary because Dashin Beer had reached its production capacity limit and its market share had also reached its limit. This year, it fluctuated every quarter. Mysterious Island was different. It was at a low point now, but it was already showing unparalleled profitability. It could be predicted that as long as it could maintain this growth, Mysterious Island would become the most profitable project. Chun Zhao wasn't a professional financial expert, so he could only get a rough idea. This roughly meant the profit figure at the end. He couldn't give any development suggestions. Chun Zhao's team could take care of these things. Chun Zhao only needed to know that Mysterious Island was developing well. Then Chun Zhao met Felwood Scott. Felwood Scott knew that Chun Zhao had come to Mysterious Island. He came directly from Los Angeles. He also brought detailed information. Felwood Scott was currently working on several major projects on the mystical island. Naturally, he also made a lot of money from these projects. The airport and the reclamation project were the projects he was responsible for. The first phase of the airport project had been completed, and the second phase would be completed in the first half of next year. Moreover, judging from the current situation, the original 3 phases of the project were far from enough to satisfy the passenger flow of the Mysterious Island. Currently, the number of flights to and from Mysterious Island simply could not satisfy the number of passengers on the island. Therefore, it was necessary to increase the size of the airport. Felwood Scott certainly wouldn't let this piece of meat fly away from his mouth. The other one was the public facilities project on the mystical island. It was also a very large amount of work. From Felwood Scott, Chun Zhao learned the specific progress of the projects he was in charge of. Felwood Scott realized that ever since he'd met Chun Zhao, his career had been on the rise. In just 3 years, a small engineering company had transformed into the largest engineering company in California. It was one of the top companies in the United States. Now, if he participated in the bidding for any project, as long as he reported that his company was the contractor of a certain project on the mystical island, under the same conditions, his company would almost certainly win. This was the benefit brought about by popularity. It was all green money. After learning that Chun Zhao was only here to have fun and would stay for a few days, Marquis was shocked. Felwood Scott also decided to spend a few days on Mysterious Island. Wilmy and Diddler went out to play together. They had originally listed out a lot of travel guides. However, they spent the entire afternoon playing in the ocean zoo. Even though it was just an ocean zoo, it was enough to make them enjoy it so much that they forgot to leave. There are a lot of interesting projects here. There were also many projects that could interact with marine life. in the entire mysterious island. Apart from the special rental company that was used as a means of transportation, this was the only place where one could have close contact with marine life. There was even a marine biology research institute on the island that was open to tourists. Ever since marine biologist Isaac had been recruited by Chun Zhao, he'd been Chun Zhao's loyal lackey. He was in charge of studying marine life and was also responsible for the profits and losses of the research institute. Even though it was a research institute, it still had strong profitability. This was because many tourists had a strong interest in these marine creatures. Isaac was quite happy with the way things were. Chun Zhao offered him a generous salary. At the same time, he also had a share of the profits of this research institute. Moreover, it was the only officially recognized research institute on Mysterious Island. This caused his reputation in the industry to skyrocket. If other marine biology experts wanted to obtain research samples, they had to go through his review. If he wasn't happy, even the American government wouldn't be able to do anything. This also caused Isaac to listen to Chun Zhao's every word. Sometimes, Chun Zhao would ask him to publish a research report that contained his personal information. Isaac would carry it out without a single mistake. This was because he knew very well who brought him his current wealth and fame. When he heard that Chun Zhao's adopted daughter and friend were going to visit the institute, he brought them into an area that wasn't open to the public. Whatever they wanted to see, Isaac let them in without saying anything. It took Wilmy and Didala a whole day to visit a marine biology zoo. Wilmy's horizons had also been broadened in these 2 days. It wasn't enough for rich people to just rely on their imagination. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they definitely wouldn't be able to understand it. When they went out, they didn't call a car. When they left the hotel lobby, the car was already parked outside. When they went to a high-end restaurant, other people had to wait in line, but they went in directly. It was as if Mysterious Island belonged to their family. Other people were here for a vacation, but their family was here to visit the back garden. What they looked forward to the most was that Chun Zhao would arrange for them to have close contact with Amon. Wilmy didn't think that Chun Zhao could even arrange something like this. She was very excited. After all, after watching the documentary, she was completely infatuated with Amon. Chapter 32:17. They arrived at the area where Amon was. This area of the sea was exclusive to Amon. Generally, no one else was allowed to enter here. Both Wei Mi and DDRA put on their diving suits with the help of a professional diver. Under the command of the diver, DDRA and Wei Mi dived into the sea. Looking down from the sea, there was only darkness. Only by looking down from the air could they see the huge shadow below. The two slowly dived into the water. Of course, there was also a professional diver accompanying them. The three slowly descended to the depths. Gradually, Wei Mi could see Amon's figure. At close range, underwater, Amon looked like a continental plate. Suddenly, Amon opened his eyes. At this time, the three happened to be looking directly into Amon's eyes. Even the accompanying diver was startled, even though they knew that Amon was the guardian of the sea. But such close contact still made Wei Mi and the diver a little frightened. Only DDRA waved her hand. She had been in contact with Amon before, but at that time, Amon was not so huge. At this time, a huge bubble enveloped the three. The three were a little surprised, but soon they found that the bubble did not hurt them. Instead, it enveloped them in it. In this bubble, they could breathe air freely without the support of diving equipment, and the bubble descended at a faster rate. The three could not feel the pressure of the deep sea at all. They freely enjoyed the strange beauty of the deep sea in the bubble. It was completely different from the scenery on land. In the deep sea, there were more gorgeous coral reefs. There were all kinds of beautiful fish. There was a complex ecosystem. For the three, it was a wonderful scenery. As Amon slowly moved his body, the bubble was also taken away by him. The three also swam with the bubble to the bottom of the sea. At this time, they found a pod of whales not far away. It was a pod of humpback whales. They also followed Amon's side. Using the current produced by Amon when he swam, they could move forward more easily. They were not afraid of Amon at all. There was also a young humpback whale that tried to push against the bubble with its head. But it was not an attack. It thought it was a game. The scene was as beautiful as a poem, and full of harmony. Half an hour passed. The bubble took the three back to the original sea and began to float. When the three of them returned to the boat, a pillar of water suddenly rose from the sea. The pillar of water soared into the sky, filled with disbelief. Then, after the water column entered the clouds, it turned into wind and rain. Whammy stood on the deck and looked at the beautiful scenery. She still could not calm down. The diver who went into the water with them was also excited. He took out his phone and kept refreshing his WeChat moments. "Didi, aren't you excited at all?" The diver grinned. She had learned this from Chun Zhao. Whenever he was being perfunctory or awkward, he would reveal such an expression. "Yes, I'm very excited," the diver replied. No matter how shocking the experience was, after experiencing it many times, it wouldn't matter anymore. Of course, he couldn't say this to Whammy. He didn't want to spoil her mood. On the way back, Whammy kept looking back. "Didi La, will Whammy have a chance in the future?" "Yes, I think so," the diver replied. When they returned to the mystical island, Chun Zhao sent someone to pick them up. It was dinner time, and Stephen and James came too. "Didira, how was your time with Whammy today?" "Pretty good," Didira replied. But Whammy clearly did not agree with her. She immediately added, "Very good, never good. Thank you very much for your arrangement, Mr. Chun." Whammy thanked him from the bottom of her heart. If not for Chun Zhao's arrangement, she might not have had the chance to experience such a magical thing in her life. "Chun, are you free tomorrow?" Fei Lai said. "If not, you can take care of the kids." "If there's nothing else, you can take care of the kids," Fei Lai said. Their dinner wasn't at the restaurant, but at the Mystical Islands underwater park. The underwater park wasn't open yet. The walls were completely made of special glass, so they could see the beautiful underwater scenery. The underwater park was not open to the public yet. The walls were made of special glass, and they could see the beautiful underwater scenery from here. The ingredients were transported from all over the world. Even Chun Zhao rarely made such arrangements. On one hand, the food and drinks at Chun Zhao's house were already the best. On the other hand, it was quite expensive. Not including labor, the cost of the ingredients and transportation alone was more than $1 million. It was even Chun Zhao's first time spending so much money on a meal. Everyone was quite satisfied with the dinner. The next day, it was Chun Zhao's turn to take care of the kids. Fei Lai brought the girls to go shopping. Mystical Island's philosophy was to worship and respect nature. However, there was no lack of modern facilities. As for shopping malls and the like, there was not a single one missing. Plus, all the big brands fought to enter the island. Mystical Island had also become a shopping paradise. As long as you could think of a luxury brand, you would definitely be able to find it here. The shopping mall Fei Lai brought the girls to was one that Stephen had invested in. Before they arrived, the manager of the mall had already received Stephen's call. He asked the manager to be prepared. Before they arrived, the manager had already arranged for a professional shopping guide. The professional shopping guide originally thought that they were just regular VIPs. She was also in charge of this business. Sometimes, some celebrities would ask for her services too. But after following Fei Lai and helping her introduce the products, she realized that Fei Lai's family shopping style was completely different from those celebrities. Others were shopping, but they were buying everything. It felt like they were either buying luxury goods or daily necessities. Moreover, they didn't care about the price at all. They didn't even blink when they spent millions of dollars in one store. This kind of shopping method was really a bit scary. When the shopping guide followed them, the most common thing she heard was, "Help me wrap this up." When they paid, they sent out a card. The shopping guide knew that it was an unlimited black card. After shopping on the first floor, they had already spent tens of millions of dollars. Did this family rob a bank? Then, on the second floor, the family didn't stop. Instead, they became even more aggressive. There was no difference between tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars. They didn't even blink when they bought it. Especially when they went to a jewelry store, they didn't even frown when they saw $1 million pink diamond. This was the first time the shopping guide had seen such customers. They really didn't give money to the current customer. Chapter 32:18. The shop assistant was dumbfounded as she calculated how much money she had earned today. Then she came to a conclusion, one that even she did not dare to believe. Her commission today was enough to buy the most luxurious apartment in Los Angeles. She did not earn money from customers. Instead, she earned money from the merchants. Of course, she knew that what came from the sheep's back. However, she had been arranged to be a shopping guide for Faylai and the others. It was all because of her professionalism. But today, she felt that she could thank God. Today, she had earned more money than she could in the past few years. After an entire afternoon, Faylai and the girls were all a bit tired. Faylai glanced at the shopping guide. "Miss Amy, this is for you." The shopping guide looked at the exquisite gift in Faylai's hands. Her pupils constricted. She followed Faylai and introduced the gift to her. Of course, she knew what it was. It was a pair of blue diamond earrings, the work of a top designer. They were priced at $850,000. However, she still had her professionalism as her bottom line. She shook her head. "Sorry, Miss Faylai, I can't take it. My profession does not allow me to accept such a gift." "It's okay. It's not because you're working for me. It's a gift from a friend. If your superior has any objections, I'll take care of it." Amy was actually tempted, but she still shook her head in the end and rejected Faylai's gift. Okay, Faylai did not force her. She was very satisfied with Amy's service, which was why she gave her a gift. "Then, you can have a meal with us. Is that okay?" "Of course. It's my honor." Amy did not reject this time. Just as she had guessed, this dinner was a new experience for her. It was luxurious but also expensive. The 3-day vacation ended quickly. Although Amy still wanted more, she knew that she still had to focus on her studies. Perhaps she would have the chance to come here again in the future. However, she knew that she still had to focus on her studies. Perhaps she would come here again in the future. Although Amy was young, she was still very clear-headed. She did not forget herself after a few days of enjoyment. Chun Zhao did not return to Los Angeles with his family. Instead, he stayed on Mystical Island. Didi sent Faylai and the girls back to Los Angeles. Then, it picked up another group of customers in Los Angeles. When Yi Ziqing and Zhang Ting saw Didi, they were shocked by its scale and unique design. Of course, the other employees of the animation company were no exception. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the Dadaira in front of them. The sense of technology brought about extreme, dazzling beauty. Moreover, the Dadaira itself was much bigger than the average yacht. The Dadaira was 150 meters long, which was close to the size of a medium-sized cruise ship. Moreover, the Dadaira was not a cruise ship, but a yacht. With such an ample amount of space, it was designed to be the ultimate. The streamlined hull was filled with the beauty of technology. Zhang Ting came to Los Angeles once. Last time, she had seen Xin Zhao's yacht. She had thought that the yacht was big and luxurious enough. But after seeing the Dadaira, she found that her imagination could not keep up with the extravagance of the rich. Is this really our boss yacht?" Yi Ziqing was in awe. She had never seen such a good yacht before. He had never seen it even in the top yacht rankings on the internet. She felt that this yacht was definitely the best yacht in the world, second to none. After boarding the yacht, they saw a tall woman on board. "Hello, I'm Fantas. Mr. Chen arranged for me to receive you. I'm also the temporary captain of this yacht." "Hello, Miss Fantas." Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing behaved appropriately. After some pleasantries, Fantas showed them around the interior of the yacht. After seeing half of the yacht's facilities, the two only wanted to curse. Yes, they felt that the yachts they had enjoyed in the past were like small sampans. There was really an incomparable difference. The yacht was less than 20 meters long and only had 2 rooms inside and outside. It was completely different from the yacht they were on now. Yi Ziqing also felt that the trip was worth it. She had thought that the 20-hour flight, just now, was too tiring. Even first class made her feel tired. So, when she heard that they weren't going to a hotel but going out to sea, she even regretted following the group. She felt that this trip wouldn't be perfect. Chun Zhao had not considered their feelings at all. But now, she only felt that Chun Zhao's arrangements were perfect. Even though they were on the sea, they didn't feel any turbulence. It wasn't any worse than a vacation in the best hotel. Everything that the hotel could provide, the yacht could provide, or even better. Not only did the yacht have a swimming pool, but there was also a hot spring area and a sauna. There was even a luxurious theater. After more than 10 hours of sailing, they finally arrived at Mystical Island. It was a different feeling on Mystical Island. Chun Zhao had also arranged the most extreme experiences and enjoyment for them. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing felt that every project Chun Zhao arranged for them was like turning on a tap and flushing away hundreds of dollars. Yes, this was the feeling. It was completely unreasonable extravagance. For example, the hotel they were staying in. The best suite was for 2 people. A suite cost $8,950 per night. There were more than 60 of them, so there were more than 30 suites. Chun Zhao booked a suite on the 2nd floor of the hotel for them. They had spent nearly 2 million yuan in one night. There was also food and transportation, which were also mind-numbing expenses. There were also all kinds of entertainment. If it was a normal tycoon, they would go bankrupt in minutes. The next day, Chun Zhao had lunch with the employees of the animation company. Then, it was half a day of free time. Each of them received a card that allowed them to enter and experience every open event on Mystical Island for free. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing didn't go out with the others. They followed Chun Zhao instead. Chun Zhao drove the electric sightseeing car, while Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing sat in the back. One had to admit that the electric scooter felt really good. Chun Zhao felt that it was necessary for his family to buy a few and put them on the grass beside Mirror Lake. Aren't you going to play? Boss, this is the specific process of our movie project and the current development progress. Please take a look. Didn't you show it to me last time? It's different. At that time, the project hadn't started yet. I had to rely on my own imagination for a lot of things. This is the official project planning document. It's not working hours now. I didn't invite you here to change places. Boss, please take a look. Chun Zhao parked the car by the road and took the document. You guys are really good. You let me read documents on the road. Chapter 3219. Chun Zhao glanced at the document and returned it to Zhang Ting. Just tell me directly, what's the current progress? What are the technical difficulties? Are there any funding gaps? Boss, the current progress is still in the early stages. We've completed the model of the main character and the main villain, Zhang Ting said. There are no technical problems, but Zhang Ting glanced at Chun Zhao and observed the change in his expression. After a slight pause, she continued, the main problem is that our company's equipment is a bit old. What kind of equipment? The computer used to render the graphics and special effects still lacks a host computer with powerful computing power. The computer used to create special effects is not the same as our normal computers. It needs professional equipment. With the equipment we have now, the speed of rendering the graphics and special effects is at least 2 times slower. Do we need to? The equipment? How much? Zhang Ting gulped. Chun Zhao said calmly, just say it. We've already said this much, so there's no need to hide. Since I've decided to invest in Chinese comics, I'm already mentally prepared. I can't give any suggestions in terms of strategy, but as long as it can be solved with money, it's not a problem for me. Zhang Ting was still a bit hesitant. Chun Zhao glanced at her. Is it because it requires a lot of money? Zhang Ting nodded. Chun Zhao was still calm. How much exactly? A professional animation computer costs at least 500,000 renminbi. If it's the best at the current stage, the price will double. If it's imported, there'll be tariffs and the price will increase by 30%. All the departments in the company need about 70 units. The computer also needs at least 2 million renminbi and has a computing power of 100 million times per second. Not much, but how long can this equipment last? According to the industry's standard equipment cycle, it can last about 5 years. Of course, it's not like it can't be used after 5 years, but there'll definitely be new technology in the next cycle. 5 years, 100 million equipment. That's not expensive, Chun Zhao said calmly. Write a report for me when you go back. If there's no problem, the money will be transferred immediately. Also, you can contact the equipment supplier now. Boss, 100 million renminbi isn't a small amount. Aren't you going to audit it? I have my own professional team, Chun Zhao said nonchalantly. I don't need to be responsible for the audit. Shouldn't we make a decision after the audit? Chun Zhao looked at Zhang Ting in surprise. Didn't you ask for the new equipment? Why are you singing a different tune? I'm just afraid that you'll go bankrupt. Zhang Ting was half serious and half joking. I'm sorry, but the amount of investment you requested might not even be enough for a day's income. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Are you kidding me? Even the number one on the Forbes list would not be able to make such a huge profit. Don't look at those super rich people on the Forbes list with assets of tens of billions of US dollars. In fact, most of these assets relied on the valuation of the financial market to bring wealth. It's not the money you actually have. Chen Zhao's wealth was growing faster than the people on the Forbes list. This was a genuine increase in wealth. There would not be a sharp appreciation or depreciation of wealth due to the fluctuations in the financial market. Boss, is your brewery really that profitable? If it's just a brewery, it wouldn't be so profitable. But if you add in the mysterious island, it will be. Mysterious island? Boss, you have property on the island? Yi Ziqing asked in surprise. I'm the biggest shareholder of the island. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing could not close their mouths. Especially Yi Ziqing. She had some exposure to financial products. Now, investors from all over the world were watching the island. They were also asking when it would be listed. The value of the mystical island was too great. It had only been open for less than a month. But a lot of data had already been dug out. For example, the number of tourists and their spending power. The island was not big, but the number of tourists could reach the level of a medium-sized country's tourism industry. This also caused the island to become the most profitable place in the world. Its GDP even exceeded that of a small country. This was very terrifying. The GDP of an island exceeded that of a country. This meant that the owner of the island would be the richest person in the world. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing finally understood how rich Chen Zhao was. No, they had no idea at all. It was impossible to estimate. Unless Chen Zhao listed the island, the market would make the fairest calculations. If Mysterious Island was listed, its market value would instantly surpass that of the most valuable company in the world. So if Chen Zhao wanted to, he could even make his net worth surpass the top 10 billionaires on the Forbes list. Of course, valuations were meaningless to Chen Zhao, unless Chen Zhao planned to sell his shares. Even if Mysterious Island was not listed, Chen Zhao would still be the richest person in the world. He could even omit the 1%. Chen Zhao did not plan on using Mysterious Island to make money. That was too immoral. With his current wealth, he did not need to do such things. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing finally understood why Chen Zhao had arranged for them to vacation on Mysterious Island. Boss, when will Mysterious Island be listed? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes at Yi Ziqing. Never. Yi Ziqing was not surprised by this answer at all. Zhang Ting was deeply hurt. She had prepared herself for more than 10 days and asked Chen Zhao for a huge sum of money, but it was only a day's income, maybe even less than a day. She might not be able to earn this amount in her lifetime. No wonder Chen Zhao was so generous and did not treat money as money. He was someone who truly believed that wealth was just a number. The two also wanted to experience how it felt to have an extra 100 million in their bank account every day. Of course, this experience could only be done in their dreams. They did not have to worry about Chen Zhao squandering all his wealth now. To squander all his wealth, he really had to have a certain ability. Normal people could not do this. The speed of squandering could not keep up with the speed of increasing wealth. This guy must be very troubled. Even if Chen Zhao was a nouveau riche, he was the one who could make the most money. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing decided not to help Chen Zhao save money anymore. No matter how much they squandered, they probably could not touch Chen Zhao's wealth. They did not know that Chen Zhao still had tens of thousands of tons of gold. Their spending these 2 days could not even keep up with the interest generated by the cash in his bank account. Chapter 32:20. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Lin Yi picked up the hotel phone and dialed a domestic number. It couldn't be helped. It was too expensive to make a call with a cell phone. Uncle, kid, do you still have time to call me? Strange. Why is the caller ID overseas? What's this number? Uncle, I'm traveling overseas with the company's leader. This is the hotel's number. If you're traveling overseas, then go ahead. Why are you calling me? Are you showing off? Uncle Lin Yi said angrily. Uncle, aren't you a Taoist scholar? I have something to ask you. Are you interested in Taoism? Uncle Lin Yi asked, puzzled. Lin Yi didn't know his uncle's identity. Uncle Lin Yi usually presented himself as a charlatan. His family thought that Uncle Lin Yi was a fortune teller. There were many Taoist books at home. However, Uncle Lin Yi often held them in his hands while others couldn't understand them. Lin Yi's father passed away when he was young, and his mother remarried. Therefore, Lin Yi lived with his uncle. Uncle Lin Yi had given him some Taoist books in his early years. However, Lin Yi couldn't understand them, so Uncle Lin Yi didn't let him read them anymore. Here's the thing. Our boss came up with a question. He said that there's a person who has cultivated an inner world, and his inner world has evolved into a small world. How should this small world evolve next? Uncle Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. Did your boss give you this question? It's a question our boss gave to all our employees. Anyway, our boss often comes up with such questions. Whoever answers well will get a higher bonus. Last time, there was an employee who was a Taoist priest when he was young, and he got a huge sum of money. I'm thinking that if I can get the bonus, we can renovate our house. Am I right, Uncle? Tell me the details, Uncle Lin Yi said solemnly. Lin Yi explained the question in detail and said, Uncle, doesn't Taoism explain the evolution of the inner world? How do you think this small world should evolve? After a moment of silence, Uncle Lin Yi said, Did your boss really come up with this question? Yes, big boss. Give the phone to your boss. Huh? Uncle, our boss isn't here. Also, why are you looking for him? If you want the bonus, tell your big boss. I know the answer to his question. Uncle, do you really understand? Cut the crap. Lin Yi was still a little hesitant. Uncle, why don't you tell me first? I'll pass it on to my boss. You can't even understand a few books at home, and you still expect you to understand what I'm telling you. I don't understand, and our big boss doesn't understand even more. Cut the crap. Really? Lin Yi was still a little worried. After all, he was very satisfied with his current job. Not only was it a career that he liked, but it was also a generous salary. He was worried that his uncle would say something wrong and cause him to lose his job. You even know how to talk back to your uncle? Okay. I'll find our big boss for you. Uncle, don't talk nonsense. Do you think your uncle is a fool? Lin Yi hesitated and called Zhang Ting. Chief Zhang. Shaolin, what's the matter? Can you give me President Chen's phone number? The big boss doesn't like people calling him casually, Zhang Ting said with a frown. Why do you need his number? Zhang Ting was worried that Lin Yi would think that Chun Zhao was rich, so she asked him casually. It's my uncle. What does this have to do with your uncle? My uncle is a Taoist priest, the very experienced kind. I originally wanted to ask him about the big boss's question. My uncle said that he has a unique opinion. Are you sure? I'm sure. My uncle is very knowledgeable about Taoism. Lin Yi couldn't say that his uncle was a charlatan now. Zhang Ting thought for a moment. Lin Yi was usually very responsible, and his skills were quite high. He didn't have any bad habits, so he probably wouldn't have any bad thoughts. I'll ask the boss. After Zhang Ting hung up, she called Chun Zhao. Hearing that an experienced Taoist priest wanted to talk to him, Chun Zhao immediately agreed to Zhang Ting's request. Zhang Ting went around and gave Chun Zhao's number to Lin Yi. Then, Lin Yi gave his uncle the number. Ding. Hey, may I ask how I should address you? My surname is Chun. And you are? Chun Zhao replied. I'm Lin Yunxiong. My Taoist name is Cheongding. You're right, spiritual master Cheongding. Chun Zhao didn't put on airs. His words were quite polite. I won't say any more polite words. I have some insights into the problem that fellow Taoist has been troubled by. You have ideas? Chun Zhao raised an eyebrow. This Taoist Cheongding was unknown, but he actually had ideas? You don't seem to trust me. What do you think of Celestial Master Zhang of Dragon Tiger Mountain? His cultivation is the best in the world, and he's very knowledgeable about Taoism. Then how do you compare to Celestial Master Zhang? My cultivation is much lower than Celestial Master Zhang's. I've only just entered the Shangqing realm. I just realized that the world is vast and the path of Tao is limitless. I've talked to Celestial Master Zhang before, but even he can't answer my question. Why do you think you can answer my question? Chun Zhao believed that since this Taoist Cheongding knew about the Shangqing realm and could enter it, his cultivation was definitely not low. However, his cultivation was lower than Zhang Tianyi's. Chun Zhao felt that it was very unlikely that he could answer his question. Of course, Chun Zhao believed that he wasn't a liar. Perhaps he just wanted to talk to someone with the same Tao. You should know that everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. My cultivation is lower than Celestial Master Zhang's, but that doesn't mean that I'm worse than him in everything. Then what do you think about my question? I don't dare to say that, but before I answer your question, can you answer my next question? Chun Zhao smiled. He hadn't gotten an answer yet, but Xiongding had asked him first. Go ahead. Half a year ago, I felt that the heavenly Tao had changed. Someone had touched the heavenly Tao. Was it you? Chun Zhao thought for a while. He was probably talking about how he'd comprehended the Ascension realm and engraved it into the world. If you're talking about comprehending the heavenly Tao, then it should be me. You've broken through to the Shangqing realm. Yes, Chun Zhao answered. Taoist Xiongding was shocked. He found it hard to believe. It could even be said that it was thanks to Chun Zhao that he was able to enter the Shangqing realm. However, it was because he'd entered the Shangqing realm that he found it even more unbelievable. Chapter 32:21. He felt that the Shangqing realm was a vast ocean and an unfathomable abyss. Every time his comprehension improved, it was like dropping a drop of water into the ocean or throwing a stone into the abyss. To break through to the Shangqing realm, one had to fill up the ocean and level the abyss. He felt that every improvement he made was insignificant. He couldn't imagine how talented this person was to be able to fill up the ocean and level the abyss. I've answered your question. Now it's your turn. Have you heard of Taoism's Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things? Spiritual Master, your question is a bit insulting. Isn't that from the Book of Taoism? Chun Zhao pursed his lips. Even though he didn't know much about Taoism, he'd still read the Book of Taoism. He wasn't completely familiar with it, but he could still remember such a classic saying. That's exactly what I'm talking about, Spiritual Master Xiongding said. Then I'll listen to your advice. My ancestor, the Lin family, used Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things as the foundation. He derived a complete cultivation method called the method of one breath. It's divided into 4 levels based on the 4 sentences of the Book of Taoism. Any descendant of the Lin family who can cultivate it will cultivate it. Almost every descendant of the Lin family can only cultivate the first level. I've also cultivated the first level, Tao begets one. You want to teach me the method of one breath? No, the method of one breath is a secret technique passed down in my family. It can't be taught to outsiders easily. However, I can share the concept of the method of one breath with you. I'd like to hear the details. Chun Zhao couldn't help but become more serious. Reaching the Shangqing realm with just one level proved that the method of one breath wasn't an ordinary cultivation method. Tao begets one. I've already understood it thoroughly. Using one's own Tao to fuse with the power of heaven and earth, freeing oneself from a small world. This is called one. Chun Zhao thought about it and found it reasonable. Everyone had their own experiences, but Spiritual Master Xiongding was talking about fusing with the power of heaven and earth. It was most likely referring to the process of fusing heavenly runes into one's own body to create a small world. Furthermore, one is two means that the small world will give birth to the inner world. The inner world and the inner world are two, and the two complement each other. The second level of the One Qi method contains the key to cultivating the inner world. Chun Zhao nodded slightly. He was experienced, so he knew more than Venerable Xiongding. However, the process was much more complicated than what Taoist Master Xiongding had described. However, the steps were roughly the same. Perfected Master Xiongding didn't want to share the technique with Chun Zhao. Of course, Chun Zhao wouldn't share his things with him. The third level, 2 begets 3, is about heaven, earth, and man. These 3 can also be said to be the interior realm, the outer realm, and the human body. These 3 are integrated into one, which is your current realm, ascendance, Chun Zhao said. Spiritual Master Xiongding was enlightened. He nodded with certainty. That's right. The 3 ascendance levels are heaven, earth, and me. I can be in heaven and earth can be in me. We can turn into a world. and the world is me. Also, 3 begets all things, which means that all things can be born, perfected Master Cheongding continued. This is what you're troubled about now. Yes. Chen Zhao listened more seriously. He had to admit that perfected Master Cheongding's cultivation wasn't high, but he did have some understanding of his current realm. Of course, it wasn't completely the same. Compared to Chen Zhao's current level of cultivation, it was mostly self-discovery. There was no possibility of duplicating it. He used things that were pieced together to get rid of the weeds and retain the essence. Then, he combined them into a complete technique. A technique that belonged to Chen Zhao alone. Even if Chen Zhao wanted to teach it, there probably wouldn't be a second person who could practice it. It seemed that the One Qi method was indeed extraordinary. Looks like the Lin ancestor isn't an ordinary person either. Fellow Taoist, you flatter me. Although my ancestor's talent was unparalleled, his cultivation base was not as high as fellow Taoist thinks. My ancestor first created the first 2 levels of the One Energy Tao technique. After that, his cultivation base reached that level. Then, he used his cultivation base to explore the next 2 levels. Although he created the technique, it was mostly a trial and error. He had never truly cultivated it before, so there was no way to verify what effects it could achieve. Although my ancestor had once tried to break through to a higher realm, he was ultimately limited by his lifespan. Then what about 3 begets all things? The inner world is hidden in the body. The human body is also known as the treasure of the human body. It contains everything. It can give birth to yin and yang, and naturally, all things. The key to all things is the foundation of all things. The foundation of all things? What's that? I don't know. You don't know? It's not that I'm hiding it, but I don't know either. Even my ancestor only theorized it. He didn't try it himself. Since it's only theorized, how do you know about the foundation of all things? That's what I'm going to talk to you about. Chen Zhao didn't interrupt. He waited silently for spiritual master Cheongding to continue. My ancestor once obtained an incomplete ritual implement. I don't know who made it, nor do I know how it was made. However, this ritual implement contains some kind of indescribable technique. There is a mysterious substance left on the ritual implement. This substance seems to be able to change into all kinds of substances and can even change according to one's will. My ancestor named this item Myriad Life. However, this substance is too rare. If we don't repair the ritual implement, we won't be able to produce that substance again. My ancestor once tried to repair this ritual implement, but to no avail. If Mr. Chun can help me repair this ritual implement, then I am willing to share Myriad Life with you. How can you be sure that I can repair it? To repair it, I need an extremely important item. You're the only one who has it. No one else has it. Chen Zhao narrowed his eyes. What did he have that no one else had? It couldn't be anything substantial. Power? Or spiritual power of the ascended state? What exactly is it? The heavenly Tao, which is also the world's intent. Chen Zhao chuckled. Spiritual Master Cheongding, do you know what you're saying? Friend, I know that the world's intent is important to you, but don't you want to improve it? Spiritual Master Cheongding wanted nothing else but Chen Zhao's foundation. Inside and outside combined to form a small world. The foundation of the small world's existence was Chen Zhao's own Tao. Chen Zhao controlled the feathered serpent god's world, but he hadn't completely absorbed the world's intent. Thus, Chen Zhao couldn't take it out even if he wanted to. Spiritual Master Cheongding wanted to repair something he didn't know the use of. No one would agree, not even Chen Zhao. Chapter 32:22. There were high risks and high returns in finance. Chen Zhao didn't like to take risks, so he never played finance. Even his bank manager, Andrews, was only allowed to choose low-risk funds. Chen Zhao wouldn't choose to take risks in cultivation either. He would use his foundation and put everything into something he couldn't be sure of. There were too many uncertainties in Taoist Master Cheongding's suggestion. Even Taoist Master Cheongding himself had too many uncertainties. Mr. Chun, are you sure you won't reconsider? No, thank you, Chen Zhao said indifferently. Then okay. Taoist Master Cheongding didn't say anything else. Taoist Master Qiongding's status and power weren't something he could control. He was basically the ceiling of humanity in all aspects. Chen Zhao didn't have much hope in the first place. He was the most powerful being in this era, or even in human history. It didn't matter if he was talking to the most outstanding spiritualist of this era, or if he was using the knowledge of ancient sages for reference. Those were only references, not guiding lights. However, he didn't gain nothing from talking to Taoist Master Qiongding. After obtaining the green key, Chen Zhao knew everything about the ascension state. But it wasn't really everything. At the end of the day, the green key was just the crystallization of the wisdom of the most intelligent beings in the ancient era. He was not truly omniscient, nor was he truly all-encompassing. The green key's greatest effect wasn't the knowledge it contained. It could merge the knowledge of those who came after it. Each piece of knowledge was like a different building block. It was very difficult for a person to completely master all the knowledge he had mastered. However, the green key could merge all the related and connected knowledge into Chen Zhao's mind. Chen Zhao kept recalling every word in detail he talked to Taoist Master Qiongding. Unfortunately, the green key didn't have any information about Viva. It was no wonder. After all, the green key only contained knowledge up to the ascension state. Plus, the term Viva was coined by the Lin family's ancestor. It would be strange if he could find relevant information in the green key's knowledge base. Hey, old Zhang, say it. What's with your attitude? Do I owe you anything? Then what attitude do you want? Last time in the 100-Ku archipelago, I asked you to help me with a small matter, but in the end, you asked me for a lot of things. Judging by your attitude, it seems like we have nothing to talk about. I'll go look for Bifla. I've had a new understanding of cultivation recently. I might be able to help him get to ascendance level sooner. Wait, Chen Zhao, why can't you take a joke? I was just joking with you, and you took it seriously. I can't help it. I can't take a joke. It's not like you've known me for the first time. Tell me, what do you want from me? I just want to share my experience of ascendance level with you. Forget it if you're not willing to. Zhang Tianyi obviously didn't believe it. Chen Zhao was such a utilitarian. Why would he call him for no reason? Only an idiot would believe his words when he said that they would exchange their experiences. All right, I just want to exchange some cultivation experiences with you. And at the same time, I want to ask you about some things. What is it? Do you have any other versions of the Tao Te Ching? Or a derivative Taoist scripture of Taoism? There are no other versions of the Tao Te Ching, but there are many derivative classics that you mentioned. Since ancient times, I don't know how many famous people have made new annotations to the Tao Te Ching. Some even use the Tao Te Ching as a foundation to derive new cultivation methods. Then give me a few. No, make me a copy of all of them. Sure, you can have as many as you want. I won't object even if you print them. Chen Zhao was a bit surprised. How could this dog be so straightforward? Chen Zhao had tricked him once before. He mustn't fall into his trap. What's your condition? No condition. No condition at all. Old Zhang, don't be like this. Just say it. Don't hide it. It's really nothing. Really? I'm serious. It's nothing big. I just want to know if you're coming back for Chinese New Year. Fuck you. I'm not going back. Hearing Zhang Tianyi's words, Chen Zhao's veins bulged. He cursed and hung up. A few minutes later, Zhang Tianyi called again. It's really nothing big this time. I just want to apologize for last year's Chinese New Year. Why are you so excited? Anyway, I won't go back. As long as you call me, I won't go back. That's not necessary. Of course, Chen Zhao answered firmly. Is there anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. Yes. Say it. Fine. I have a guardian beast on my mountain. He's been in a bad mood recently. Are you planning to change to another guardian beast? If that's the case, I'm happy to help. Just tell me if you want to steam or braise him. Fuck off. What's the matter? He also wants to hire a world-famous director to shoot a documentary. It has to be a good production with a large investment and a professional production team. You're too full, right? It's our family's divine beast that's too full. This is a bit difficult. Chen Zhao said, troubled. What's difficult? I don't know many directors, and they're very busy. I don't think they'll have time for a while. I have a few classic Taoist scriptures, Zhang Tianyi added. That's not what I mean. They really don't have time. While cursing Chen Zhao's insatiable greed, Zhang Tianyi said in a friendly tone, "We don't need to film for long. You can come back and have some fun while we're filming. I'll apologize to you for what happened last time. I have a few Taoist scriptures here that can't be copied or distributed. If you want them, you can only read them on Dragon Tiger Mountain. How much are you going to pay?" Dragon Tiger Mountain hasn't been doing well recently, Zhang Tianyi said awkwardly. "How about you help me pay?" Chen Zhao's face darkened. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "How much is the budget for the documentary? How about you pay for it too? You think I'm a fool? That's not what I mean. Didn't you earn a lot of money recently? You don't care about a little bit of money, right? A little bit of money? You call a few $1,000,000 a little bit of money? Are you going to help me or not? I can pay for it if you can answer a question. Go ahead. Do you know what Vientiane is?" Chapter 32:23. "I know," Zhang Tianyi answered straightforwardly. "You know." "Yeah, Living Being, the song sung by Sa Ding Ding." "Fuck you." Chen Zhao was furious. "I know it's Living Being." Zhang Tianyi's tone was still so annoying. "Goodbye." Chen Zhao was about to hang up. Zhang Tianyi hurriedly said, "You have to give me some hints about Living Being. It's so random. I just thought of that song. Do I need you to know? I'm asking you because I don't know. According to the literal meaning, all living things is life." Chen Zhao frowned. But thinking carefully, didn't living being mean vitality? But was it that simple? Chen Zhao shook his head. How disappointing. The top person in the world is only at this level. Zhang Tianyi was furious. He felt that there was no living being at all. Chen Zhao was just trying to piss him off. "Goodbye. You haven't promised me yet. Don't go back on your word. You didn't answer my question either. Just you wait. 3 days. I'll give you an answer in 3 days." Zhang Tianyi directly summoned his disciples. The disciples didn't understand why Zhang Tianyi had gone crazy. Yes, their first reaction was that Zhang Tianyi had gone crazy again. Zhang Tianyi, who was the best in the world in the eyes of outsiders. He wasn't that reliable in the eyes of his disciples. It was normal for them to cause trouble every now and then. But Zhang Tianyi's position was still unshakable. After all, the Celestial Master position was lifetime. It didn't matter how many years it was, unless someone could kill Zhang Tianyi early. But if they really had the ability, Zhang Tianyi was happy to give up his position. Zhang Tianyi coughed. The whispering people quieted down. "Who knows Living Being?" "Grandmaster, I've heard this song before. Do you want me to sing it for you?" "Piss off." Zhang Tianyi kind of understood how Chen Zhao felt when he heard his answer yesterday. It was indeed infuriating. "I'm asking a very serious question about Taoism now. Don't give me the answer of some pop song." Zhang Tianyi glanced at the disciples. "Does anyone have any ideas?" "Grandmaster, just from the literal meaning, all living things should refer to lifespan, right?" The veins on Zhang Tianyi's forehead bulged. Wasn't that just repeating what he had said to Chen Zhao yesterday? If it was that simple, would I need you guys? Everyone had a headache. Zhang Tianyi asked what myriad things grow was without any rhyme or reason. Who knew what myriad things grow was? Other than the song of the same name, they couldn't think of anything else. Their feelings were the same as Zhang Tianyi's yesterday. It was a brainless myriad living things. Was there any other explanation other than that song? "Grandmaster, please give me some hints. Use your own knowledge and imagination. If I give you any hints, it will only limit your thinking." Zhang Tianyi himself was confused. What kind of hint would he give? "Grandmaster, I've thought of something." Zhang Tianyi glanced at the disciple. "Stand up and speak. The non-Huai scripture mentioned myriad things grow. Myriad things are illusory. Great Tao is destroyed, myriad things grow, and the world changes. However, myriad things here aren't all things. They should be the 7 emotions and 6 desires, one's own emotions and consciousness. The life here isn't growth either. It should be creating something out of nothing. We Taoists focus on governing by doing nothing and having a pure heart and few desires. The world moves, but the heart doesn't. So, Grandmaster, you want to urge us to cultivate our hearts and minds and cultivate our morals so that we can't be controlled by emotions." Zhang Tianyi's lips twitched. Of course, he knew the non-Huai scripture. However, the non-Huai scripture didn't match what he wanted to know. He didn't know the correct answer, but he knew what the wrong answer was. No, think again. The disciple was depressed. This was the only book he could think of that had myriad things grow. Grandmaster, it's recorded in the book of Tao that Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things. Is myriad things grow referring to the three things grow in the book of Tao? Zhang Tiany's heart jumped. Chun Zhao had asked him for the book of Tao's annotations and derived Taoist books for no reason. Then he asked him what myriad things grow was. Were the two really related? Zhang Tiany couldn't help but become serious, no matter how much he looked down on Chun Zhao's realm. But Chun Zhao's cultivation advancement was truly the best in the world. So he was concerned. Zhang Tiany would naturally care too. It was hard to say if Chun Zhao's current path wasn't something he would have to face in the future. According to the book of Tao's explanation, the three things grow is basically Tao begets all things, and all things can turn into Tao. Zhang Tiany's heart jumped. His understanding of the book of Tao far surpassed the many disciples present. The disciple had only given a summary, but Zhang Tiany could gain some understanding from the rough summary. Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things grow into Tao. All things grow into Tao. All things grow into Tao. Zhang Tiany waved his hand. Okay, that's it for today. You can all go. All the disciples heaved a sigh of relief. Zhang Tiany added, all of you, go to the library and make a copy of all the Taoist classics related to the Tao Te Ching. I want you to copy them by hand to deepen your understanding of the Tao Te Ching. Don't go to the copy shop to make copies. Everyone wailed. There were at least 800 books related to the Book of Tao in the library. Zhang Tiany was asking for their lives. But Zhang Tiany ignored their wails and turned to leave. Hey, Chun Zhao, it's me. What? It's only been a day, and you already have an answer? I already know what you want. Myriad living things grow. Oh, you know, your myriad things grow is derived from the three things grow in the Book of Tao, right? And then? Chun Zhao wasn't surprised that Zhang Tiany could guess this key. If he couldn't even guess this, Zhang Tiany wouldn't be Zhang Tiany. When are you coming back? Let's talk. There's no need. Just tell me what you've deduced. If I'm satisfied, our deal will be done. There's no need to go through so much trouble. It's hard to explain over the phone. Then just send me a telegram. That's easy. Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things. You're at the stage where two begets three. No, maybe you're three right now, but you don't know how three begets all things. Is that right? Zhang Tiany was Zhang Tiany. Chun Zhao could only understand because he'd reached this level. But Zhang Tiany had deduced his way up. With his talent, he probably wasn't below the Lin ancestor. If you want to know myriad things grow, then come back. We'll talk face to face. We can't talk over the phone. Chapter 32:24. Chun Zhao was silent for a long time. It was indeed difficult to discuss Tao over the phone. In fact, it was impossible. Discussing Tao required an atmosphere. Chun Zhao didn't need to bathe and burn incense like the ancients. But the more prepared he was, the quieter the environment was, and the faster he could meditate. How about you go abroad? I'll get a private plane to pick you up. It's the best service. Huh, I'll think about it. Chun Zhao still didn't agree. Chun Zhao had come back to China for Chinese New Year last year to travel around. In the end, Zhang Tiany tricked him into saving the world. Chun Zhao didn't want to be tricked by Zhang Tiany again. After hanging up, Chun Zhao called Stephen. Stephen, what are you doing? Sleeping. I'll give you 30 seconds. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer in 30 seconds, I'll empty your wine cellar after I wake up. Okay, I have a friend in China who wants you to shoot a documentary, like The Guardian of the Sea. Huh? Your friend has an Amon too? More or less, but not in the sea. It's in the forest. How's your relationship with him? Actually, he didn't have to ask this question. If they weren't close, Chun Zhao wouldn't ask for his help. Remember what I mentioned to you last time about the establishment of the Supernatural Tournament Alliance? Stephen perked up immediately. Yes, it's related to that. Huaxia is the center of the supernatural world, and the supernatural world is very prosperous. This friend of mine is the leader of the supernatural world in Huaxia, and he's even the leader of the world's spiritualists. He's known as the strongest person, and at the same time, he has a huge influence on the religion. In some aspects, his words are even more effective than the Pope's. You mean, if you're willing to accept this request, I believe your preparations will be much smoother. What's the reward? At your current highest price. Chen Zhao had already decided to help Zhang Tianyi pay. He couldn't be bothered to bargain with Stephen. All right, I'll accept this request. Stephen's answer was also quite straightforward. He would definitely be satisfied with the reward. Plus, Stephen's identity, status, and strength were all enough to make him lower his pride. Plus, Chen Zhao had personally asked. No matter what, he had to accept this favor. When do we start? What's the budget? Do you have a proposal? The budget is $100 million, and there's nothing else. There's also no schedule. You'll have to start from scratch. Anyway, apart from you, the team from last time has to come with you. My friend doesn't want a simple task, but the highest requirement. Of course, even if it's your commission, I won't give up on my own work. Then it's settled. Are you coming along? Zhang Tianyi asked. Me? I'm just a layman. I can't give you any help during the filming. My friend's ability is not below mine. He can do what I can do, and what he can do, I may not be able to do, but I still trust you more. As long as you're by my side, my team and I can film without worry. Chen Zhao had a headache. He was back to square one again. Chen Zhao wasn't against returning to China, but he was against interacting with Zhang Tianyi. He had been traumatized by Zhang Tianyi. I'm not sure if I'll have time when you start. Fuck, why are you so busy? I don't care if you let other people take care of all your businesses. I want you to stay by my side during the filming. You're Chinese after all. You should be a good host when I go to China, right? If you want me to be a good host, you can go to my wine cellar and get a few bottles of wine. Of course, I'll take your wine cellar, but I still want you to come with me. I'll think about it. Chen Zhao hung up decisively. He really had a headache. Just then, Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing walked over. Boss, you look uncomfortable. You're so rich. What can make you unhappy? You think you can be unhappy with money. Anyway, I think money will make me happy. Fine, money will indeed make people happy, but I'll still encounter unhappy things. Then throw money at the unhappy things, Yi Ziqing teased. There's nothing money can't solve. If there is, then you're not rich enough. Let me ask you guys something. Go ahead, boss. I have a friend in China who strongly invited me back to China during the Chinese New Year last year. After I returned, he treated me as a coolie. To put it simply, he cheated me. This year, he invited me back to China again, but I rejected him emotionally. However, my other overseas friend has business dealings with my domestic friend, and I am the middleman. Now, my overseas friend said that I must accompany him back to China during business hours. What do you think I should do now? Your friend tricked you of money? If it's that simple, then don't worry. Does your friend in China have something on you? No, but he does have something I want. That's why I'm the middleman. Then use money to buy what you want. To you, boss, money is just a number, isn't it? The key is my friend in China. He really treats money like dirt. He's also very influential, so it's almost impossible to use force. Is he a government official? No, but government officials often light incense for him. Boss, who exactly is your friend in China? Don't care who he is. Just tell me what I should do. Do you really have to be the middleman? I don't really want to, but it's true. I owe my friend in China a favor. Since you can't talk about money, you can talk about feelings, okay? Last time when I was overseas, I also cheated him. So he hates me now. If I want to talk about feelings with him, I might as well talk about feelings with a dog. Boss, your main problem is that if you come back, your friend will definitely cause trouble for you, right? Yes. Then find trouble for him first so that he won't have time to find trouble for you. Chen Zhao's eyes brightened, but then he said awkwardly, that's a solution, but my friend is very capable. Normal things can't trouble him. In some fields, he's the best in the world. Most of the people in these fields are his disciples and grand disciples. Then, let his peers take care of him. Your friends in the country can treat money like dirt, but do you think your peers will treat money like dirt too? Chapter 32:25. Chen Zhao had to admit that Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing's suggestion gave him an idea. Find trouble for Zhang Tianyi, such as Bifla, 23rd generation Blood Mary, or Old John to find trouble for him. Of course, it wasn't money. Those guys couldn't be moved by money. Chun Zhao called Bifla, but it wasn't Bifla who answered. It was his disciple. Bifla was in seclusion. Chun Zhao called 23rd Blood Mary's number. Hey, Chun, why are you looking for me? You're fighting? Yes, I'm busy now. If there's nothing else, call me in 3 days. You're in big trouble? It's just a small problem. It's just a little complicated. The 23rd generation Blood Mary wasn't in a hurry, but her tone was a little impatient. Can you get someone else to help you with that? You want to help me? The 23rd generation Blood Mary was a little surprised. From her understanding of Chun Zhao, she knew that he didn't like to get involved in trouble. To be honest, her current problem could be solved by herself. Chun Zhao was using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. No, I mean you can find someone else to help. For a moment, Mary didn't understand Chun Zhao's intentions. He wasn't going to help her and suggested that she find someone else? Was she crazy? I'll pay you 5 fragments of the divine kingdom. You can pick the element. You can find someone else to help, like Celestial Master Zhang. Mary, the 23rd Blood, finally understood what Chun Zhao meant. He was giving Zhang Tianyi trouble. She didn't know his intentions, but she understood what he was trying to say. If Celestial Master Zhang comes, he'll probably solve it in half a day. Mary meant that Chun Zhao's price was enough to stall Zhang Tianyi for half a day. Mary meant that Chun Zhao's price was enough for her to stall Zhang Tianyi for half a day. Then never mind. You can solve it yourself. Don't bother Celestial Master Zhang with a small problem. I'll go see if old John has any trouble for Celestial Master Zhang. 30 fragments of the divine kingdom. The 23rd Blood Mary stated her price. 30 fragments of the divine kingdom, and I'll help you stall Celestial Master Zhang for 3 days. Chun Zhao sneered. 30 fragments of the divine kingdom could almost be pieced together to form a complete divine kingdom. It wasn't like he was asking the 23rd Blood Mary to go through hell or hell. Why would Chun Zhao give such a high price? A fragment of a divine kingdom might not be worth much to them. They had personally sent an entire god race to their deaths. Each of them had a sea of divine kingdom fragments in their hands. But on the black market, or in other words, to trade with someone of the same level, that was an astronomical price. However, none of them lacked money, and the fragments of the divine kingdom had a different meaning to them. Therefore, it was basically impossible for it to exist in the market. Blood Mary, I only want you, Heavenly Master Qin Zhang, to be my guest for a few days. I'm not asking you to slay a god. I'd rather kill a god. He's much harder to deal with than a god. Now, the few of them could confidently say that they had slain a god. After all, they were people who had slain a god. 10 divination fragments. This is the highest price I can offer. Perhaps Zhang Tianyi was even more difficult to deal with than the gods. But the 23rd Blood Mary was not in any danger. 10 divine kingdom fragments is too low. Besides, the number of divine kingdom fragments you have is more than the 3 of us combined. You shouldn't be so stingy. You sound like you have fewer divine kingdom fragments. In fact, the 23rd Blood Mary's number of divine kingdom fragments was second only to Chun Zhao's. It was almost half of Chun Zhao's. My divine kingdom fragments consume a lot. Don't lie to me. What do you have to consume? Are you going to smash people with the divine kingdom every day? I'm studying the divine kingdom. Didn't you already build your own divine kingdom? I did, but that doesn't mean I'm satisfied with the current state. The 23rd Blood Mary did not lie to Chun Zhao about this. However, the 23rd Blood Mary was just bullying Chun Zhao for being an amateur. Even if she was studying the divine kingdom, it did not mean that she would destroy the fragments while studying them. Moreover, studying the divine kingdom was not like smashing the fragments into water. Of course, anyone would want to have as many of such good things as possible. Chun Zhao did not have much need for the fragments. However, it did not mean that they were completely useless. Moreover, it did not mean that they would be useless in the future. 10 fragments are too low. At least 15. That's impossible. Just 10. If you accept this deal, I'll immediately send you the God Kingdom fragment. If you don't accept it, I won't force you either. I believe that 1 God Kingdom fragment is more than enough to deal with Celestial Master Zhang. In the end, the 23rd Blood Mary did not accept Chen Zhao's offer. Chen Zhao thought about it and still called John Sr. Chen Zhao was not very familiar with John Sr., but they had met a few times. They were on good terms. John Sr. had never entered the Shangqing realm, but his status was there. Even if he was a regular person, Chen Zhao had no right to look down on him. "Hey, John Sr., it's me." "I know, Chen. What's up? Are you interested in the fragments? You want to sell them?" John Sr. and Chen Zhao were not on the same side. He was not a member of their group. He knew that the 23rd Blood Mary suddenly had a fragment. He did not know where it came from. However, he was sure. Chen Zhao and the others definitely had them too. John Sr. knew that the fragments were very useful, but he did not have them. Even if he wanted to study them, he could not. He did not expect Chen Zhao to come to him voluntarily. "What's the price?" John Sr. was smart. He knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. So, he asked for the price directly. If he could buy it with money, that would be the best. As for other conditions, he had to think about it first. Chen Zhao chuckled. "It's free." John Sr.'s head hurt even more. Free was the most expensive thing. "Chen, how about I owe you a favor? I need this favor now." John Sr. sighed. As expected, Chen Zhao still had something to trouble him with. Something that could make Chen Zhao ask for help. Then it would definitely be big trouble. However, he still hoped that he would be lucky. Perhaps it was something he could solve. "What is it?" "Invite Celestial Master Zhang to the Vatican as a guest for a while, or find something for him." John Sr. frowned. This was easy, but what did Chen Zhao want to do? Was he going to attack Dragon Tiger Mountain? So he wanted him to send Zhang Tianyi away? If that was the case, he would not dare to accept it. "What do you want to do?" "I plan to return to China for a few days." John Sr. was stunned, but then he remembered that Chen Zhao had returned to China last year and was dragged by Zhang Tianyi to do hard labor. This was not a secret in their circle. Chapter 32:26. John Sr. vaguely guessed Chen Zhao's intentions. He was probably traumatized by Zhang Tianyi's scheme last year. "I can invite Zhang Tianyi to the Vatican as a guest, but I can't control him. I can't decide when he leaves." 2 divine kingdom fragments. Find something for him to do. For example, something that crawls out of your ancestral tombs and has to be taken care of by him. John Sr. was silent for a moment. 5 fragments. After all, if I want to keep Celestial Master Zhang, I need to open 1 or 2 dangerous seals. 3 at most. After all, I don't have that many fragments on hand. You should understand the origin of these fragments. They aren't some random trash that can be found on the side of the road. If you want to kill a god and then destroy their god's kingdom, every single fragment is worth a fortune. "Okay, 3. I'll accept this price." Chen Zhao grinned. Those who hadn't seen the world were easy to trick. The 23rd generation Blood Mary asked for 30 divine kingdom fragments. John Sr. only asked for 3. Of course, it wasn't because John Sr. was cheaper. This was because divine kingdom fragments were extremely rare to him. But to Chen Zhao and the others, they weren't that tempting. Of course, this was also because the angle was different. If it was the 23rd generation Blood Mary from half a year ago, she could give up her life for a fragment. Back then, she didn't have anything without the fragment. But now, the fragments in her hands could be used as popcorn. John Sr. knew too little about the fragments. He only knew their origins and a few uses. It was this small understanding that made him feel that the fragments were unattainable. "What do you plan to do?" Chen Zhao asked. "I plan to undo the seal on the king of evil spirits." "Don't go overboard. I'm not responsible for you." "Don't worry. The king of evil spirits isn't a big threat. It's just troublesome and hard to destroy." John Sr.'s tone was rather casual. Chen Zhao trusted John Sr. too. At least, John Sr. was more reliable than Zhang Tianyi on some things. Of course, there were only a few who were reliable. He didn't know if it was because older people were more jumpy. Zhang Tianyi was like that. John Sr. was similar. Of course, this kind of jump was based on the prerequisite of their strength. With old John's guarantee, Chen Zhao was relieved. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing were really confused by Chen Zhao's super high standard of reception. The cost of the trip for the next few days would be terrifying. In a week's time, They had played all the open projects on the mystical island. He ate everything that could be eaten, no matter how expensive it was. Before he left, he gave each of them a small gift. A pure gold, 100-gram golden statue of the Guardian. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing knew about this statue. It was said that it was a limited edition in the world, and there were only 999 of them. Apart from gold, it was also forged with the blood of the Guardian. It was said that the blood was shed during the battle between the World Guardians and the King of Beasts. Then they were collected. At least, that was what the advertisement said. If it was just the weight of gold, it would only be 30 to 40,000 yuan. However, if the commemorative value was taken into account, the value would be at least 20 times higher. Then, a ridiculously large private jet sent them directly back to China. Actually, Chun Zhao's original plan was for them to take a cruise on the way back and forth, so that they could enjoy the charm of a top-class cruise on the sea. However, the speed of the cruise ship was too slow. Chun Zhao could wait, but Zhang Ting was firmly against it. If the entire company boarded the cruise ship and came over, it would take at least 10 to 20 days. One round trip and the time spent on vacation. 50 days had passed. A round trip, plus the time spent on sightseeing, 50 days had passed. The movie project wouldn't be able to proceed. In the end, Zhang Ting even threatened Chun Zhao with leaving. Zhang Ting was indeed a talent. Even though Chun Zhao's original goal was to make them a think tank. Even though Chun Zhao's initial goal was to have them act as a think tank. But Zhang Ting still managed the company in good order. She didn't just have dreams. She also had the ability to realize them. Back then, Chun Zhao had bought Zhang Ting's studio. It wasn't because she wasn't capable enough. It was because the environment wasn't good enough. Take the current situation of the domestic animation industry, for example. It was built with the corpses of countless animation companies. Their company might still be losing money right now. But in reality, the company had improved a lot. Chun Zhao actually paid attention to animation companies too. Chun Zhao bought the studio and then turned it into a company. After an entire year, the first quarter was a pure loss. It didn't make a single cent. In the second quarter, they started to make profits. At the current stage, they were still losing money. However, it wasn't a loss. It was just a negative profit. In other words, their profitability had been shown. They had invested the money they needed for the next quarter in this quarter. Except for the movie project they were working on now. Actually, their company's books were already doing quite well. Many animation companies didn't even have any profit. The person in charge of the company could only find investors with his glib tongue. He would give a telescope to the investors to show that he had to look at the long term and catch a big fish. This made it harder and harder for animation companies to get investments. However, the improvement of the environment in the past 2 years also gave animation companies a chance to survive. In the past, animation companies relied purely on the country's subsidies to survive. Some companies were only willing to make crappy cartoons to survive. For example, 7 or 8 years ago, a company had to make 2,000 minutes of 3D cartoons to get a subsidy of 1,000 per minute, which was 2 million yuan. This was also the reason why there were so many crappy 3D cartoons back then. In order to eat 2 million yuan, they had to do their best to reduce the cost of a 2,000-minute 3D cartoon. Usually, a normal 3D cartoon would cost a few thousand per minute, and this didn't include the abandoned scenes. The reason why subsidies were called subsidies was that they were given when the environment could not bring profits. However, those crappy companies reduced the cost of a few thousand per minute to a few hundred or even a few dozen. One could imagine how bad the quality would be. It couldn't even be described as bad, but as bad. Of course, the rise of domestic animation didn't rely on those crappy companies. It relied on companies like Zhang Ting, which had their own dreams and dignity. The environment was much better now. It still couldn't reach the level of a complete industry chain like America and Japan. At least, it was much better than 7 or 10 years ago. Chapter 3227. 03227. After sending off the staff of the animation company, Chun Zhao felt much better. He also felt much more relaxed. Chun Zhao only had a fixed amount of time every day. That was to enter the 12th floor of the Tower of Trials and comprehend the fire of the first. Now, Chun Zhao's cultivation was almost stagnant. The small world had already taken shape. When fully expanded, it could reach a diameter of 10 kilometers. The inner world itself was infinitely large. However, the more it expanded, the greater the burden on the body. Only the fire of the first could continuously strengthen Chun Zhao's physique. The function of the fire of the first was to optimize Chun Zhao's genes. Of course, for Chun Zhao, his physique was his foundation. Chun Zhao was a strength type, after all. Therefore, strengthening his physique also increased the upper limit of his strength. However, the fire of the first only strengthened his physique bit by bit. The more he comprehended, the less obvious the effect was. If it was a normal demon, if it was not burned to ashes by the fire of the first, it could be strengthened into a super god in minutes. But now, Chun Zhao was already at an extremely high level. The enhancement he could get was barely satisfactory. However, even if the effect was not strong, it was still there. Chun Zhao had already condensed the fire of the first. The power of the fire of the first was very ordinary. It was not used for attack in the first place. The lethality of the fire of the first was mainly reflected in killing weak people in one shot without hesitation. For strong people, it was the level of a sauna. The mysterious island opened for a month. The development of the mysterious island took another big step forward. The last time Amon appeared, someone posted it on the internet. This caused the mysterious island to experience a surge of tourists in the next few days. The daily number of tourists reached 300,000. After a few days, it started to fall again. However, it remained stable at around 150,000. This number was almost 4 times that of the Hawaiian Islands. Because of the existence of the mysterious island, the number of tourists in the Hawaiian Islands decreased sharply. It was almost less than half of the normal situation. The Hawaiian Islands also protested and even used the power of the media. Unfortunately, the mysterious island itself was a huge group of interests. The interests of the Hawaiian Islands were not as influential as the mysterious island in all aspects. Therefore, this kind of ridiculous accusation was meaningless. The two islands mainly focused on tourism. In the end, the final winner would be the tourists. In the short term, the mysterious island was undoubtedly the winner. In fact, in the long run, there was no reason for Mysterious Island to lose. The reason why the Hawaiian Islands were able to become a holiday destination was because of their excellent geographical resources. However, in today's world, a geographical location like the Hawaiian Islands was not advantageous at all. For example, in Southeast Asia, there were countless tropical and subtropical islands and tourist cities. Furthermore, the Hawaiian Islands were considered a high-spending tourist area. In this regard, the consistent policy of the Hawaiian Islands has been maintained very well. It was to emphasize the quality of the Hawaiian Islands. As a result, people often yearn for the Hawaiian Islands when they had the same amount of vacation resources. But now, a magical island had appeared out of nowhere. Other than the fact that Mysterious Island had a geographical environment that was not inferior to the Hawaiian Islands, Mysterious Island also had a unique environment. At the same time, it also had unparalleled biological resources. Among them was the world-famous guardian Amon. Amon was like a calling card that Wonderland handed to the whole world. Amon had also given the island a special mission. The Mysterious Island was mysterious and magical. The monthly GDP of Mysterious Island had already reached $300 billion. Chun Zhao and the other shareholders of Mystery Island earned a net profit of $4 billion. Of course, a large part of this income came from the fanatical fans in the early stages. It would stabilize in the later stages, but it would also last longer. According to the calculations of the board of directors, the first year's GDP would reach $2 trillion. It would also bring in more than $30 billion in net income for the shareholders. When this data was announced, the investment world was in an uproar. All the shareholders felt that Wonderland was the best investment they had made in their lives. Even though Wonderland was not listed, people had already evaluated it. At the same time, Wonderland was fortunate enough to become the asset with the highest valuation in the world. Of course, it was because of the amazing potential that Wonderland had displayed. Therefore, the shareholders unanimously agreed to increase the investment in the second and third phases of the Wonderland project. They would also increase the investment. These investments were all foreseeable returns. The traffic throughput of Wonderland was also an important factor that limited the island's growth. Therefore, the expansion of the airport and port was imperative. In addition, after a discussion with the mayor of Los Angeles, the board of directors decided to build an undersea road, a 15 billion USD undersea road. The road would be paved at the bottom of the sea, and the entire top will be paved with ultra-outstanding glass. It was precisely because of this extremely expensive investment that Mysterious Island in Los Angeles had become a link. A large portion of Wonderland's traffic would flow to Los Angeles. Los Angeles would also bring more tourists to Wonderland. This was a win-win cooperation. Although the investment was huge, the undersea road would also become a unique scenery. Recommend an app. Like the old book collection artifact has been revived. You can exchange all the original books. Of course, the construction of this undersea road was extremely difficult. Felwood Scott wanted to monopolize this huge cake, but they could not complete such a complicated and huge project alone. What Chun Zhao did not expect was that this project would be won by a Chinese engineering company. Chun Zhao did not participate in the decision of the bidding. This time, the bidding was from the most famous engineering company in the world. Chun Zhao also hoped that the best company would be in charge of this project. Therefore, even though he had a personal relationship with Felwood Scott, he would not be biased in this kind of thing. Unlike ordinary ground projects, the effects of the engineering products of a small company and a large company were similar. However, the undersea road did not only require a strong construction ability. There are many more problems to consider, such as the pressure of the sea. If any part of the road was hit by a bomb, even the slightest bit of damage would be a destructive blow to the entire road. However, the Chinese engineering company actually took a different approach and built a double-layer pipeline road. In other words, there would be 2 layers of glass. One layer would be at the outer layer and directly resist the pressure of the sea. The other layer would be at the inner layer. Even if the inner layer was damaged, the outer layer would still be there. It would not destroy the entire undersea road. In addition, to ensure 100% safety, the Chinese company also proposed a unique idea. They would hire spiritualists to add magical protection to the entire undersea road. It was also this suggestion that made the Chinese company stand out and win the bidding in the end. Chapter 32:28. Chun, I'm ready. I can bring the crew to China at any time. I still need to communicate with the other party. It'll probably be in 2 or 3 days. Since Stephen was ready, Chun Zhao had to let old John take action too. After confirming with Stephen, Chun Zhao immediately called old John. Old John, I'm going back to China in 2 days. You can start now. Sure. Old John was rather straightforward. At least they were quite satisfied with this cooperation. Chun Zhao felt that a piece of the Holy Kingdom in exchange for peace was too good. Old John felt that Chun Zhao was a wastrel. A piece of the Holy Kingdom in exchange for a small favor. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Old John quickly gathered his men. Then Old John and the group of archbishops arrived in front of an ancient tomb. Old John waved his hand. The archbishops walked up and started setting up a magic array. They knew why Old John was here. To release the king of evil spirits that had been sealed for thousands of years. They wouldn't question why Old John would release the king of evil spirits. They knew that Old John must have his own reasons. As for whether Old John would fall or not, they didn't care at all. They knew better than anyone else. There had never been a true fall in this world. The so-called fall was more often an excuse to get rid of those who didn't agree. After the archbishops finished setting up the magic array, Old John walked up and embedded a metal hexagram into the tombstone. Crack! There seemed to be a mechanical sound coming from the tomb. Before long, the ancient tomb was opened, but it wasn't an extra entrance. Instead, the tomb opened like a flower petal, revealing the seal inside. Old John walked up calmly and looked around. One of the archbishops nodded at old John. Old John placed the hexagram in the center of the seal again. In an instant, black gas began to seep out from the runes of the seal. The black gas gradually formed a terrifying ghost face. The ghost face pounced at old John without hesitation. But the next moment, blinding golden light exploded from old John's body. Old John clapped his hand, and the ghost face collapsed. But not long after, the ghost face condensed again. Not only did old John's palm not hurt it, but it became even more solid after reforming. Old human, you're the current pope? Yes, I am. Did you release me as well? Yes. It seems like even a shepherd who believes in God will betray God. What do you want from me? Old John calmly looked at the evil spirit king. What can you give me? As long as you want it, I can give it to you, the evil spirit king replied. Well, then give me everything I want. Old John opened his arms. The Wraith King lunged at John Sr.'s body again. This time, old John did not attack the Wraith King. He did not even dodge. He allowed the evil spirit king to possess him. The evil spirit king was overjoyed. This human old man must have gone senile. He actually gave his body to her. This fellow was a genuine pope. As long as he controlled this body, he could do whatever he wanted. But after entering old John's body, he found that he could not control this body. How is this possible? How did this happen? The evil spirit king didn't feel like it was controlling its body at all. In the next instant, a burst of holy light erupted from John Sr.'s body, directly expelling the evil spirit king from his body. Seems like you can't give me anything at all. The evil spirit king was furious. Old John was clearly toying with him. I will kill you. The black smoke on the evil spirit king's body rumbled. The black smoke then turned into evil spirits, baring their fangs and claws as they lunged at old John. Old John grasped the air with one hand, and all the evil spirits were instantly crushed. The evil spirit king was startled. He was so happy just now that he forgot that this guy was still a pope. Old John crooked his finger. Again, the evil spirit king's body suddenly collapsed, turning into countless evil spirits that fled in all directions. However, after the evil spirit king split itself up, the evil spirits all crashed into an invisible barrier. The 5 archbishops had already prepared an inescapable net. The evil spirit king wanted to split itself into parts to escape, but that was obviously impossible in front of old John. The evil spirit king had no choice but to return to its original body. Old human geezer, let me out. Otherwise, I will kill all of you. Old John smiled at the evil spirit king. That's if you can do it, human old man. I possess an undying body. I know. Old John naturally knew the evil spirit king's origin. He also knew what he was capable of. The evil spirit king was very hard to kill. From a certain point of view, he did have an undying body. But this undying body wasn't absolute. In other words, there was still a way to kill him. There was a way in the past, and there is still a way now. And unlike the past, killing the evil spirit king in the past required a great price. Killing him now would only be troublesome. The evil spirit king saw that old John was stubborn and powerful. Deciding to change his target, he charged straight at an archbishop who was standing at the foot of the formation. Golden tentacles suddenly extended from behind the archbishop. The tentacles wrapped around the evil spirit king and crushed him. The evil spirit king reformed his body again, but at the same time, he was shocked. How could that archbishop be even more powerful than this pope? Even more powerful than the pope who once sealed him? The evil spirit king decided to change targets, the archbishop standing at the other end of the formation. As a result, that archbishop was equally arrogant. Golden light erupted behind him, and a golden god of war appeared, killing the evil spirit king with one slash. The evil spirit king felt stifled. Why were all the archbishops stronger than the pope? That's right, they were indeed stronger than old John. At least in terms of individual cultivation, the 5 archbishops all had the power to crush old John. Times had changed. The evil spirit king was powerful, but he had long since left this era. In this era, he was a terrifying existence, many times stronger than the evil spirit king. Even they were honest and kept a low profile. The evil spirit king still thought this was medieval Europe. although the spirit energy depletion period had just ended, because the church's influence was spread all over the world. Plus, the mainstream countries around the world were in a period of peace. So the church's power and believers had reached unprecedented heights. Plus, the spread of information and the spirit energy tide had come again. Many old cultivators who had been in seclusion had awakened again. So the current church was many times stronger than before. Not to mention a mere evil spirit king. Even if there were 10 times more enemies, 10 times stronger enemies, they could still easily wipe them out. Chapter 32:29. Celestial Master, I'm John. Hello, John. What can I do for you? I want to ask you for a favor. John, if it's a problem that even you can't solve, I'm afraid I can't help you either. No, it's indeed a favor that only you can help. Tell me, what is it? In the Vatican, there's a vicious, evil spirit sealed. It used to wreak havoc in the Middle Ages for decades and was later sealed by our church. Not long ago, this evil spirit broke the seal and escaped. It's just an evil spirit, and your church can't destroy it? Zhang Tianyi suspected that John Sr. was joking with him. Why would an evil spirit need the church's help? You're not kidding me, right? It's not difficult to destroy this evil spirit, but it's difficult to seal it again. John Sr. knew that it was difficult to deceive him with a simple lie. Therefore, his words were mixed with lies. Is there anything special about this evil spirit? When he practiced Holy Spirit summoning, he didn't summon an angel, but a fallen angel. The fallen angel destroyed his body, and he took over the body of the fallen angel. A church monk taking over the body of a fallen angel is very evil. So he suffered the wrath of heaven. Half of his soul escaped from the body of the fallen angel and returned to the church. It has been in a deep sleep for hundreds of years, while the other half merged with the fallen angel's soul and became the evil spirit king. For hundreds of years, our church has been purifying the evil spirit king. It was progressing smoothly, but after the spirit tide began, the seal began to loosen. Until yesterday, he escaped the seal. Now, he is trapped by several archbishops of our church. But if we want to seal the evil spirit king, we need your help. I see. Zhang Tianyi hesitated for a moment and said, Then I'll arrange it. I'll go over in a few days. It's at the Vatican, right? Yes, it's at the Vatican. But can you hurry? I'm afraid that he will escape. This evil spirit king is a great threat to ordinary people. He devoured tens of thousands of people in the Middle Ages, and every soul he devoured was an extra life for him. In other words, wanted to kill him completely? We'll need to destroy him tens of thousands of times. If he escapes, he'll become a big problem. But I've already sent a private plane to pick you up, Celestial Master Zhang. Then all right. Zhang Tianyi couldn't refuse anymore. That evil spirit king was probably quite fierce. What could make old John so worried? A private plane to pick up Zhang Tianyi? John Sr. called Chun Zhao. Chun, Celestial Master Zhang, is already on his way to the Vatican. Chun Zhao was delighted. You want the plane to slow down? The longer, the better. All right. What if your plane crashes? I'll give you an extra divine kingdom fragment. Chun, the pilot is an ordinary person, and there are a few flight attendants on board. Then forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. What if it wasn't the crew up there? Chun Zhao even wanted to take a photo of the plane himself. After hanging up, he called Stephen. Stephen, get ready for our flight tonight. Tonight? So urgent? You should have at least told me beforehand. You and the entire crew's pay will be increased by 5%. Then I'm fine. I'll inform the crew now. As long as you're here. Just checking the machines and stuff. So urgent. Time is money, my friend. All right. Stephen hurriedly informed all the crew members of the filming plan. Stephen was the director, and Chun Zhao was the leader. Thus, all the crew members of the Guardian of the Sea documentary accepted the project without hesitation. Chun Zhao booked a plane right away. He'd originally planned on using his private plane, but his plane was too slow. However, his plane was too slow. It originally took 20 hours to fly from the US to China. His big plane would take at least 40 hours. Thus, Chun Zhao booked the fastest plane. If Concorde wasn't retired, Chun Zhao would have booked it too. After a 20-hour flight, the crew was all very tired. Chen Zhao really hoped that they could film directly. However, if he said that, Stephen would probably fall out with him. So, he let them rest first. Yi Ziqing, we're almost at the hotel. Get ready. Don't worry, boss. Yi Ziqing was still very happy. Chen Zhao had asked her to do something for him when he returned. Soon, a few commercial cars stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Yi Ziqing immediately walked up and opened the door for Chen Zhao. Boss. Yes. Yi Ziqing looked at Stephen, who delighted with Chen Zhao. She couldn't help but feel excited. Boss, is there something between you and Mr. Stephen? It's also a documentary project, Chen Zhao said casually. Is there anything else I can do? Nothing for now. Bring these foreigners to check in first, Chen Zhao said. Then he turned to Stephen. Go wash up, and I'll take you guys to eat something good. An hour later, Chen Zhao brought Stephen and the film crew to a famous market in the city. The nightlife in America was completely different from that in China. The nightlife in the United States was mostly bars, nightclubs, or commercial streets. It was much more abundant in China, mainly because it was too safe. Even in the middle of the night, you wouldn't encounter any danger on the streets. In America, you could walk on the streets in the city. You'd encounter 3 robberies in an hour. 2 of them even had guns. One of them might just shoot you. In China, if you walked on the streets in the middle of the night, you'd most likely be sent home by the police. A group of foreigners who were tired of the nightclubs and bars were really attracted by the bustling food street. Every shop had something to offer. Shanghai was also an international metropolis, so it wasn't strange to see so many foreigners. Chen Zhao gave each of them a phone they could use in China. If they needed help, they could use this phone. Chen Zhao brought Stephen away. Stephen, let's go see an old friend. Old friend? China? Of course. Did you forget Wang He, who used to be your actor? Oh, I remember. In fact, Wang He often contacted him. But most of the time, it was Wang He who contacted him. It was basically the kind of greetings between familiar strangers. Chapter 32:30. Wang He, where are you now? President Shun, I'm at home. You told me not to leave Shanghai today, no matter what. What's going on? I'm back. Where's your home? Send me the address. Huh? Why didn't you tell me earlier so I could welcome you? Cut the crap. Give me the address. I'll go book a Michelin restaurant now. Is it inconvenient to go to your home? Not really. Is it convenient or not? If not, I'll go back to the hotel with Stephen. Director Stephen is here too? Convenient, convenient. Wang He said excitedly after a quick thought. He even blamed Chen Zhao for not telling him earlier. If he had, he would have arranged for the paparazzi to secretly take a photo. Tomorrow's headline would be, The world's top director, Stephen, visits Wang He at night. Suspected to be the male lead for a new project. Chen Zhao knew what he was thinking, so he didn't tell him. Chen Zhao and Stephen arrived outside Wang He's neighborhood. They saw Wang He pushing a woman out. Wang He, seeing Chen Zhao and Stephen, who was wearing sunglasses and a hat, Wang He shivered. The woman with Wang He, who had been reluctant at first, turned around and glanced at Wang He. He, you know her? Chen Zhao and Stephen walked up and glanced at the woman. She was pretty, but she looked unfamiliar. Your girlfriend? Yeah. Wang He was a bit embarrassed. The woman was an artist from his company. Her name was Zhou Lin. They weren't in a romantic relationship. They just needed each other, and Wang He had given her more resources. But he had to admit it now. He couldn't tell Chen Zhao and Wang He that they were just a money deal, right? Plus, Chen Zhao had shares in his company. When he heard that Chen Zhao and Stephen were coming, he was in a hurry to chase the woman away. In the end, Chen Zhao and Stephen happened to bump into him. I just got here, and you're already going out? No, not going out. I'm taking out the trash, Wang He said awkwardly. Huh? Taking out the trash with your girlfriend? How romantic. Let's not talk here. It'll be troublesome if the paparazzi take a photo. Let's go in. Wang He led Chen Zhao and Stephen into the house. Of course, his girlfriend, Zhou Lin, had also returned. Wang He was currently living in a high-end condominium that he had bought. The market price for each square meter was more than 100,000 yuan. It was a super luxurious apartment that was close to 1,000 square meters. Zhou Lin was a little puzzled. She and Wang He had been together for quite some time now. He had seen quite a few of Wang Yi's friends, but he had never seen these two people before. However, the other person was wrapped up tightly and looked like he was a celebrity. After entering the house, Stephen took off his hat and sunglasses. "Hi, Wang." "Hello." "Hello, Stephen." When Jolin saw that it was Stephen, her eyes widened. Stephen was the benefactor who had helped Wang He achieve his current status in the entertainment industry. What was he doing here? Why did he come to look for Wang He? Countless questions flooded Jolin's mind. Wang He led them to the living room. "Oh, your house is pretty big." Chun Zhao looked around the room as if he was familiar with it. Jolin sat beside Wang He, sitting upright and still. He hoped that he could get familiar with Stephen. At the very least, he could ask Wang He to lend him a hand. Chun Zhao ran to the fridge and took out a bottle of beer. "Fuck, isn't this my house's beer? There's not much on the market. Where did you get it?" F********. "Wang, you're just going to put it in the fridge?" Stephen snatched the bottle from Chun Zhao's hand. Where else would I put it?" Wang He usually drank beer the most. Did he use this to pretend to be a pervert? Usually, important guests came to his house. He first explained the origin of the beer and then the price. He didn't even know that Chun Zhao brewed it himself. Jolin thought that Chun Zhao was just a moonshine merchant. However, she was even more curious. Why did the merchant seem to be so familiar with Stephen? And they seem to have come all the way here. "Mr. Stephen, do you have a job this time? That guy found a job for me?" "Ask him," Stephen said, pointing at Chun Zhao. At the moment, Chun Zhao was standing by the window and looking at the night view of Shanghai. "The view here is really nice. How much is it? I'll buy one later." Jolin thought, "You probably won't be able to earn back this house in your lifetime. When I bought it, it was 165,000 per square meter. Mine is 950 square meters, Wang He said. It dropped a little this year? I think it's around 150 million. Chun, you want to buy the house here? Then I'll buy it from you too," Stephen said immediately. Anyway, he made up his mind now. He would invest in whatever Chun Zhao wanted to invest in, as long as he followed Chun Zhao. He definitely wouldn't lose out. "Oh, Chun, I remember that you invested in an animation company in China, right? Do you need me to invest?" Chun Zhao flipped his middle finger. "Why would I need your investment? It's not like I don't have money, but I'm famous. After I invest in him, your animation company's market value will multiply." Chun Zhao thought about it. "That makes sense. But that animation company? I'm just doing it for fun. I don't expect to make money." Jolin was a bit confused. "Who is this guy?" "Wang He. Help me find out how many empty houses there are in this neighborhood. I want to buy 2 and leave 1 for Stephen." "No problem. Leave it to me." Wang He nodded and said, "Mr. Stephen, President Chun also invested in our entertainment company." "Oh, Chun, you invested in Wang's company too?" "Not much," Chun Zhao answered casually. "Just 100 million. That's only 20% of the shares." Jolin was shocked. So this guy was one of her bosses too. "President Chun, our company's market value is already 2 billion. I remember that I gave you a financial report at the beginning of this month." "Oh, I didn't notice." "He doesn't have time to pay attention to your financial report," Stephen said sourly. "He spent 2 billion last month." Jolin and Wang He both gasped. Stephen continued, "I also made some money by following him. President Chun, Brother Chun, please help me." "No, I can't. Just focus on your entertainment industry. Don't think about business all day. I can't even do it myself." "Wang, I'm serious. Is your company going to expand? I'm really interested in investing. If you agree, I'll give you a main role in my next movie." Wang He was tempted. He couldn't help but look at Chun Zhao. "Why are you looking at me? You're the major shareholder. Just don't give me any shares." "Mr. Stephen, when are you free? I'll get my lawyer to talk to you. I'll give you my contact number. You can talk to my lawyer directly." Chapter 32-31. Jolin couldn't sit still anymore. Even Wang He couldn't help but throw flirtatious glances at Chun Zhao. Unfortunately, Chun Zhao was like a metal block. He couldn't understand Jolin at all. "President Chun, are you interested in investing in a local movie?" "No." Chun Zhao rejected Wang He's suggestion straightforwardly. What a joke. Outsiders investing in the entertainment industry. 9 out of 10 times, he would be swallowed whole. It was the same for Hollywood and the domestic entertainment industry. To stand firm in the entertainment industry, one had to pay tuition first. To put it bluntly, even if Chun Zhao was the richest man in the world, if one dared enter the trap, they would be tricked. Even in Hollywood, Chun Zhao only invested in Stephen and James movies. No, it wasn't an investment. It was more like lending them money. If the movie made money, it would be their interest. If the movie lost money, it would only be the principal. Chun Zhao would rather buy a house. In fact, that was what he did. For example, he bought a few high-end apartments in Shanghai. But Chun Zhao was quite lucky. The houses he bought after the new year all appreciated slightly. Of course, this was also because of the development of Shanghai. The better Shanghai's economy, the more room it had for appreciation. Chun, I remember you bought a few houses in China. Since I'm in China, let me stay there for a few days. Fuck, you and the film crew are going to the filming location soon. My houses are all new. I don't want them to be polluted by you. Wang He and Zhou Lin's eyes lit up. President Chun, where is Mr. Stevens' documentary going to be filmed? Wang He asked. Dragon Tiger Mountain. Do we have enough people? Chun Zhao looked at Wang He seriously. This documentary isn't about people. Do you still want to appear on screen? Can't I? It's good to have a few scenes anyway, Wang He said. After all, Stevens' previous documentary had attracted worldwide attention. It was more successful than all the shows and movies in China. If he could appear in Stevens' new documentary, he would definitely get a lot of exposure. There's no need for you to appear in the documentary at all. Do you still want to force your way in? It wasn't hard to give Wang He some scenes. The problem was how to make it reasonable. Wang He was a star. Why did he have to be in a documentary? You really can't? Get lost. I'm too embarrassed to even ask for your screen time. Wang He smiled awkwardly and did not continue to force Chun Zhao. Even he himself was embarrassed about this, although he knew that this documentary was a good opportunity to show his face. However, he could not think of a reasonable way to appear on camera in the documentary. Zhou Lin didn't get a chance to interrupt the entire time. Chun Zhao and Stephen stayed in Wang He's house for more than an hour. In the end, Wang He and Zhou Lin personally sent them off. Brother Wang, who is the person who came with Mr. Stephen? That's none of your business, Wang He said calmly. In any case, he's not someone we can afford to offend. Wang He had no intention of telling Zhou Lin about his dark history. He seems to be able to talk to Mr. Stephen. What do you mean? Don't you see how Mr. Stephen looks at his face? Wang He knew very well that he had only been able to get that role because Chun Zhao had agreed to it. When he'd first set up his company, he'd invited Chun Zhao to invest because Chun Zhao had a lot of Hollywood resources. However, he would never tell Zhou Lin about this. This kind of resource was very rare. He would not share with others. Even now, the domestic entertainment industry was still guessing why Wang He could get Stephen's lead role. After all, back then, Wang He was nothing. He was just a has-been celebrity. There were countless celebrities who had better resources and conditions than him. But it just so happened that the unknown Wang He had gotten the role. Chun Ku was the only one who knew the specific reason. And Chun Ku was Chun Zhao's cousin. Both of them were the pillars of the company now. There was no conflict between their market positions. Moreover, Chun Ku was also a shareholder of the company. In the past year, both of them had filmed a movie. The box office was pretty good. Chun Ku worked even harder than Wang He. She also participated in a few variety shows, and the results were pretty good. At least, her exposure was the best among all domestic actresses. Box office and looks? She was talented. Plus, she had a likable personality. Therefore, Chun Ku was already one of the top female stars in the country. Wang He looked a little weaker. Actually, it was because of his age. There were a few older movie kings and billion-dollar box office winners in the country. Wang He was at most on par with them. Of course, Wang He's exposure wasn't low either. Now, it was safe for him to maintain his position in the country's list. Was it hard to increase one's position? It wouldn't stop suddenly. As long as he didn't get involved in drugs, it was easy for Wang He to maintain his current position. Wang He thought for a moment and called Chun Zhao, who had just left. Chun, Brother Chun, I have something to ask. What? That? About Mr. Stevens' visit today? Can I tell the media? Can I ask? After a dozen seconds? Chun Zhao said. Stevens said anything? Just don't go overboard. Wang He was overjoyed. He immediately contacted his agent. He asked his agent to write an article and send it to the cooperating media. In the middle of the night, the entertainment industry exploded. The world's top director visited Wang He's house in the middle of the night. He seemed to have invited Wang He to act in his new movie. It had to explode. Steven's name, be it in China or abroad. It was too useful. Another famous entertainment reporter contacted Wang He's agent. The agent confirmed that Steven had really visited Wang He. He also confirmed that Wang He would act in Steven's new movie. Now, the entire entertainment industry was guessing what connections Wang He had. He'd actually gotten 2 roles in Steven's movies in a row. Only one person knew the situation. Chun Zhao and Steven had just returned to the hotel. 2 women walked over. One was Chun Zhao's cousin, Chun Ke. The other was Chun Ke's assistant. She came to Chun Zhao and Steven. Chun Ke took off her sunglasses. "Mr. Steven, how are you?" Chun Ke glanced at Chun Zhao. "Cousin, why didn't you tell me you came back?" "I just came back." Chun Zhao scratched his head. "Steven, if you're tired, go back to your room first. I want to talk to my cousin." Steven nodded and smiled at Chun Ke. "Chun, it's nice to see you again, but I'm really tired now. I took a 20-hour flight. If you're free, let's talk again tomorrow." Chun Ke nodded. "Of course. Have a good night's sleep," Chun Ke replied with a smile. Chapter 32. Chun Zhao and Chun Ke went to the cafe beside the hotel. Chun Ke's little assistant followed her closely. "Chun Zhao, that's too much." When Steven was here, Chun Ke would call Chun Zhao cousin. Now that Steven wasn't here, Chun Ke called Chun Zhao by his name. "How am I going too far?" Chun Zhao was confused. "You just brought Steven to see Wang He." "Yeah, what's the problem?" "Logically speaking, in terms of relationship, I am your cousin. In terms of friendship, I knew you before he did. Besides, I'm also a shareholder of the company. Why did you bring Mr. Steven to look for Wang He without informing me when you returned to China?" The assistant looked at the 2 cousins curiously. At the same time, she was curious about Chun Zhao's identity. She really didn't know that Chun Ke had a cousin. "Don't you think it's weird if I bring Steven to visit you in the middle of the night? At least give me a call, or ask me out for a meal, right?" "Then let's have dinner tomorrow," Chun Zhao said casually. "Mr. Steven, did you come to China to cast a new movie?" "No, I have a project, and I need him to shoot a documentary," Chun Zhao said. "Documentary? Can you arrange for me to be in the film?" "Why are you like Wang He? That's a proper documentary. Don't think too much." "Then why did the media say that Mr. Steven came to China to cast a new movie?" "Even Wang He's agent admitted it. When we were chatting, Steven said that he would invest in your company and give Wang He a role. It's a deal. Also, Steven's new movie hasn't been confirmed yet. I'm also a shareholder of the company. I want a role too." Chun Ke looked at Chun Zhao stubbornly. "I'll ask for you later, but I can't promise anything. If Mr. Steven doesn't have one, then Mr. James. I know he has a new movie project." "James? I didn't even know he had a new project. It's not just a movie. The female lead is Asian. I want that." "I'm not James' dad. Do you really think I can decide this?" "Of course you can. I saw the entertainment news last time. It said that Steven and James boarded a super cruise ship. That ship is yours, right?" Chun Zhao scratched his forehead. Why did he feel like he owed her? "I'll try." "Chun Zhao, you should be impartial when you do things, right? You gave Wang He a role, and I'm your cousin. Aren't you going to do anything about it?" "I didn't give it to him. Steven gave it to him. And as I said, it's an exchange of benefits. It's not even a gift." "I don't care." Chun Ke acted coquettishly too. She stared straight at him. "Don't know where you live? Are you going to say no? I'll buy a plane ticket now and stay at your house every day." Chun Ke didn't know how to threaten Chun Zhao. He could only choose to annoy Chun Zhao. "Didn't I say I'll ask for you?" Chun Ke was still staring at him. Chun Zhao looked at Chun Ke helplessly. "What do you want? Don't tell me you want me to ask for you now." "It's 10 o'clock in the morning there," Chun Ke said. Chun Zhao checked the time. He felt rather helpless. "Fine, I'll ask for you now." Chun Zhao picked up his phone and called James. "James, are you up? I don't have the habit of sleeping in." "Chun, I remember you went to China with Mr. Steven. What's wrong? Do you need my help?" "I heard that you have a new movie project." "Yes. Are you interested in investing?" "I'm still short on funds for my new movie project. If you need, I can give you my share of the investment." "Investment is fine, but I'm not calling you for that. I just want to ask you something. I heard that the female lead of your new movie is an Asian woman. Huh? Do you have anyone suitable? My cousin. I remember you've met her before. If it's convenient, can you give her a chance to audition? No audition. As long as you ask, the female lead will be your cousin's. Huh? Don't you want to think about it? Confirm if the role is suitable for her? A murderous look appeared in Chun Ku's eyes. Chun Zhao could only take back his words. James was rather certain. No need. I believe she's suitable. In the past 2 years, Chun Zhao had helped him a lot. When James needed money for his movie project, Chun Zhao was never stingy with his funding. Sometimes, he had to use his house for filming. Chun Zhao had also generously lent him his house. When there were parties, Chun Zhao would also call him. Moreover, Chun Zhao had pulled him in to invest in Mysterious Island. James had also bought a lot of Mysterious Island shares. Now, his net worth had multiplied 100 times. Back then, he'd invested $50 million. That was almost his entire net worth. But now, someone is offering $5 billion to buy his shares. James was naturally willing to return the favor. Chun Zhao had helped him earn a lot of money. He didn't mind doing Chun Zhao a favor. When will your cousin be free? Let her manager discuss the details. Also, she needs to study the script first. I'll let her know first. Later, I'll have her contact you directly. Okay, when are you going back to L.A.? We can have a meal together then. I'll contact you when I get back. After hanging up, Chun Zhao glanced at Chun Ku. Okay, you got the role. Chun Ku was a bit dazed. She knew that Chun Zhao and James were close. She didn't expect them to be this close. As an industry insider, she knew better than anyone else. How complicated was the casting process for a main character? And it was a director at James' level. Although he wasn't as good as Steven, he was still a world-famous director. The male and female leads of his movie were basically battlefields for all the agencies. To be able to obtain the male and female protagonists was the spoils of war after a fierce battle. She didn't expect Chun Zhao to get the female lead role with one call. The assistant was also in disbelief. So simple, so simple. He got the female lead role of a Hollywood commercial movie with one call. Sister Chin's cousin felt like he was some kind of big boss. You, go and make an announcement. Just say that director James likes me, and I got the female lead role in Perfect Woman. Speechless, Chun Zhao looked at Chun Ku. Is it that urgent? We haven't even signed a contract yet. I trust you. Chun Ku smiled brightly at Chun Zhao. If this doesn't work out, I'm done for. I'll live at your house from now on. Chapter 32-33. He dealt with Chun Ku. Chun Zhao returned to his room and was about to sleep. Just then, Wang Yi called. President Chun, did you help Chun Ku get the female lead role? Fuck, are you guys from the entertainment circle or the spy circle? I feel like you guys are so well-informed that you guys can be spies. It's all over the news. Unless I'm blind. After all, Wang He and Chun Ku were from the same company. Wang He knew the company's resources very well. The only Hollywood resource they had was Chun Zhao. So, Chun Ku suddenly got the female lead role in James' new movie. Moreover, it was a female lead role. Naturally, Wang He guessed that Chun Zhao helped Chun Ku get it. There was no need to guess. They basically had all the resources in the country, but they didn't have any advantage when it came to Hollywood resources. It can only be Chun Zhao. President Chun, you can't be biased, right? Fuck, didn't you get a role too? And it's Steven's. Steven's better than James. That's different. I exchanged my shares for it. And it's a supporting role. Stop it. I really can't help it. I only know 2 people in Hollywood. I owe them 2 favors in one day. We'll talk about it in the future. Fine. I won't make things difficult for you. Wang He had matured a lot in the past 2 years. He knew when to stop, even though he was jealous of Chun Ku's resources. But Chun Ku was Chun Zhao's cousin, after all. Moreover, the more popular Chun Ku was, the higher their company's profits would be. By the way, I've asked Steven and Chun Ku out for dinner tomorrow. Sure, I'll arrange the restaurant. Wang Yi was very proactive. Then you can arrange it. I'm not familiar with Shanghai. Oh, it'd be best if it's a Chinese restaurant. Steven didn't come to China to eat Western food. I know. Don't worry, President Chun. Brother Wang, how is it? Yes, President Chun helped Chun Ku get the role. Zhou Lin bit her lower lip and looked at Wang He lovingly. Then Brother Wang. Can you help me plead with CEO Chun? Help me get a role too. I'm not picky. We'll talk about it later. Wang Yi also knew that it wasn't good to keep talking in one day. After all, this company only served him and Chen Ku. Naturally, the two of them had priority in obtaining resources. Zhou Lin was a C-list or D-list celebrity. Her career was basically one of those who faked their accident. The roles they played were all number 3, 4, and 5, the kind where they weren't as good as the top, but were better than the bottom. The audience found him familiar, but they couldn't remember his name. She accidentally encountered a good role with a good script and became famous. There were too many such artists in the entertainment industry. As for the resources of Hollywood, what a joke. There wasn't even enough for him and Chen Ku. To Zhou Lin, are you awake? Moreover, she was using a favor to beg Chen Zhao. Wang Yi would not ask Chen Zhao for Zhou Lin's sake, because he knew that he and Chen Zhao seemed to be on good terms. But he was the one begging Chen Zhao every time. Therefore, this kind of relationship was very unreliable. Who knew that one day, Chen Zhao would get bored and leave? He was different from Chen Ku. After all, Chen Ku was Chen Zhao's cousin. They were family. But even if he had some friendship with Chen Zhao, he couldn't afford to waste it like this. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not easily ask for a role. Actually, he was quite satisfied with today's results. The call just now was to complain that Chen Zhao did not give him a good role. In reality, it was to show Chen Zhao that he knew when to advance and when to retreat. He wasn't really asking Chen Zhao for a role. You have a movie now? Finish it first. Also, you can't take Hollywood's resources just because you want to. There aren't many movies with Asian female characters in Hollywood. I think there's only James Perfect Woman in all of Hollywood. Do you want to fight with Chen Ku for a role? Zhou Lin was a bit unhappy. She pouted and said, so what? The company doesn't belong to her alone. Wang Yi glanced at Zhou Lin. He didn't like this woman who didn't know her place. The company doesn't belong to her alone, but President Chun is her cousin? Who are you to him? If he can help Chen Ku get a role, why should he help you? Also, it's fine if you say this in front of me, but what if it gets to the company? You can just wait to be frozen. Zhou Lin was just complaining. If this really got out, it was basically a woman's jealousy. She probably wouldn't have a place in the company anymore. She thought about Chen Ku's cousin, who could do anything. She really couldn't afford to offend him. He had the power to easily get a leading actress in Hollywood. A C-list celebrity like her definitely couldn't compare to him. Zhou Lin might say that she was younger than Chen Ku, prettier than her. Her acting skills weren't worse than Chen Ku's. She knew very well. Chen Ku could have nothing. As long as she had a cousin, it was enough. In the entertainment industry, connections were more important than anything. It was fine if one wasn't familiar with the business, but having connections was enough. For example, the famous Mr. Numbers and Miss Numbers. Then, Wang Yi experienced a whole night of friendly calls. They were all from the entertainment industry. Familiar? Those he wasn't familiar with all called him. They beat around the bush to find out Wang Yi's connections. After all, in just one night, a leading actress who got Steven's role, a leading actress who got James. They wouldn't believe that Wang Yi didn't have connections in Hollywood. But no matter how much they asked, they couldn't find any connections from Wang Yi. Wang Yi himself wouldn't say anything, but he couldn't resist the enthusiasm of his peers. There were even a few company executives who hoped to exchange their resources for Hollywood resources. But Wang Yi still kept his mouth shut, saying that he was only familiar with Steven. So, Steven would only think of him when there was a suitable role. Seeing that Wang Yi couldn't get through, they called Chen Ku again. Then Chen Ku was harassed for the whole night. Chen Ku and Wang Yi were the same. She refused to say anything, saying that Wang Yi was the one who arranged all her work. She didn't know what Wang Yi was doing. And after these two pieces of news were announced, the two of them had more shows and more work to do. The entertainment industry was a very realistic industry. Some production teams felt that after their Hollywood movie was released, there was a high possibility that their status would increase. Rather than that, they might as well invite them now. Or, when their Hollywood movies were being screened, they would broadcast their domestic programs, which was simply to ride on their popularity. Many of the jobs and roles were quite good. Chapter 32-34. When Chen Zhao woke up the next day, he realized that the hotel lobby was already filled with entertainment reporters. Thankfully, the hotel security was quite good. No reporters barged into the floor they booked. Chen Zhao, on the other hand, walked in and out of the hotel casually. After all, no one knew him. Yi Ziqing had also arranged for a professional security team last night. Of course, Chen Zhao paid for Yi Ziqing's security team. The team cost $20,000 a day. There was nothing special about them other than professionalism, and professionalism. They weren't those who wore suits and sunglasses. They were truly professional. They were quite famous in the industry and had served many celebrities and tycoons. At noon, Chen Zhao and Stephen went out. With the service of the security team, even if there were entertainment reporters blocking the door, they left the hotel successfully. For some entertainment reporters, be it at home or abroad, they were rather vile. So, Chen Zhao had to treat them seriously. There had been paparazzi who deliberately crashed into celebrities' cars. Then, they would use first-hand news to create a topic. To them, there was nothing they didn't dare to do. They arrived at the restaurant Wang He had arranged. Shun Ke was already there. Wang had booked the entire restaurant, so they didn't have to worry about people disturbing them. Stephen, after this meal, you won't have any good days ahead of you. I feel like I'm going to the execution ground after this. Is the executioner ready? Wang He had hired a chef this time. There were even 2 main dishes. Luckily, everyone had a good appetite, so it wasn't wasted. Stephen was quite satisfied with the food. Chen Wang, next time you go to LA, I'll treat you to the best food. Stephen, isn't my restaurant the best? I feel like you're going there for free food again. Stephen gave Chen Zhao the middle finger. I have a restaurant too. I recently hired a chef who used to work at a Michelin star restaurant, but my restaurant is still the best. Chen Zhao wouldn't admit defeat in this aspect. It won't be long before the best restaurant in Los Angeles becomes mine. I have ingredients you don't. Don't steal from me in the future if you can. It wasn't the first time Stephen had stolen ingredients. Actually, Stephen's new restaurant was a mid-range restaurant. The chef from a Michelin star restaurant he'd hired was actually for him. Therefore, Stephen's restaurant and Chen Zhao's restaurant basically didn't have much competition. Wang He had a restaurant in Magic City, but even though the restaurant he had invested in was considered a high-end restaurant, it was not a good place. However, his restaurant was still a fan-oriented restaurant. All 3 of them had experience in running their own restaurants, so there were more topics to talk about. Although Chen Ke didn't run a restaurant, she could answer. That way, he wouldn't appear to be left out. Besides, Chen Ke's cooking skills were not bad. At the very least, he was the type that could eat. She even said that if there was a chance, she would invite everyone present to try her cooking. The meal lasted from noon to 3 in the afternoon. Then, they bid their farewells one by one. Chen Zhao and Stephen were the least anxious. This was because they had to wait for the filming equipment to be delivered to Mount Longhu. Both Chen Ke and Wang He had work to do. With their status, as long as they wanted to, they could take on more than 30 shows in a month. He earned 1 to 200 million yuan a month. Of course, the consequence of doing so was to hurt his character. After the meal, Chen Zhao told Yi Ziqing to go to Dragon Tiger Mountain first. He had to communicate with the Celestial Master sect of Mount Longhu first. However, Chen Zhao arranged for express delivery. The so-called express delivery was to pay more. Under normal circumstances, the delivery company would do express delivery. If the service staff told you that you didn't have it, it could only mean that you didn't pay enough. Chen Zhao had never received such an answer. On the 3rd day, the consigned equipment arrived at Longhu Mountain's boundary. Yi Ziqing also contacted the person in charge of the Celestial Master sect. When Chen Zhao and the others arrived, an old Taoist priest was in charge of receiving them. The old Taoist priest spoke fluent English, which saved Stephen and the others from some of their worries. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Priest Wu, the Celestial Master's disciple. I'm in charge of receiving you this time, as well as communicating and cooperating with you during the filming. Hello, do you know me? Yes, Mr. Chen came to Dragon Tiger Mountain last time. I was with the Celestial Master at the time, Priest Wu said. But the Celestial Master didn't say that you would arrive in a few days. We didn't prepare anything either. We're in a hurry, so we didn't inform you in advance, Chen Zhao said. Let's talk about the filming details first. Stephen took out a script. Mr. Wu, take a look. This is the script. At the same time, we need a character. I'm the main character of Dragon Tiger Mountain. In the settings, this person is my friend. I came to Mount Longhu to visit my friend, who is also the connection character. Priest Wu's eyes brightened. Mr. Stephen, do you think I'm suitable for this role? It's best if you have some overseas experience. According to the setting, I was supposed to be an international student and then work in my studio. After I came back, I kept in touch. I've taught abroad, Priest Wu said. Chen Zhao was dazed. Taught abroad? Now he came to Dragon Tiger Mountain to be a Taoist priest. Were Taoists so popular now? Stephen thought about it. The role had already been set in the script. But these small changes weren't a big problem. Chen Zhao glanced at Priest Wu. He was indeed different from normal Taoists. The feeling he gave Chen Zhao and Stephen was that he was wise and peaceful. It could be seen from some of his gestures and gestures. He must have stayed abroad before. Not only was his English fluent, but it also didn't have a local accent. Some of the words he used were also quite ordinary. Okay, take a look at the character's setting. We'll talk as we walk. Oh, when can we see the main character? I'll take you there now. It won't be dangerous, right? Don't worry, Mr. Stephen. Dragon Tiger Mountain's guardian beast is psychic. You can talk to him like normal people. He can talk, but he can't speak English. Priest Wu glanced at Chen Zhao. Also, with Mr. Chen here, you don't have to worry. Priest Wu knew that Chen Zhao was very powerful. After all, he dared to cause trouble in Mao Mountain's inner sect. Chen Zhao was the only one who could still run around. Stephen nodded. Indeed, he was worried about Chen Zhao's safety, which was why he'd strongly requested Chen Zhao to return to China with him, especially when Chen Zhao had to be present during filming. Chapter 32-35. Priest Wu brought Chen Zhao and Stephen to the back of Dragon Tiger Mountain. He stopped in front of a cave with an iron door. This place was halfway up a cliff. The narrow plank path was the only way to get here. Below the cliff was a scenery shrouded in mist. It felt like an immortal's aura. Priest Wu pulled the bronze handle on the iron door and knocked. Just then, a rough voice sounded from inside. The door isn't closed. Come in. Priest Wu pushed the door with force, but it didn't open. Chen Zhao went up to help and pushed the door open. There were lights in the cave, as well as a huge TV. It was still on and playing a program. There was also an exotic beast about 4 meters tall nestled in the corner, looking at the newcomers lazily. It didn't react when it saw Priest Wu, but when it saw Chen Zhao, it paused for a moment. But the moment it saw Stephen, it stood up abruptly. Then it jogged to Stephen. Hi, I'm your fan. Stephen couldn't understand the beast's Mandarin. Originally, when he looked at this exotic beast, he didn't feel any particular fear or dread. After all, after getting used to Amon, other magical beasts didn't look like much. Compared to Amon, the exotic beast in front of him was far too inferior. But when the beast ran up to him, he was still shocked. After all, he didn't know if the beast would bite him. Chen, what did he say? He's your fan. Chen Zhao shrugged. It was his first time seeing such a human-like beast. Mr. Chen, Mr. Stephen, he is the guardian beast of Longhu Mountain's divine master sect, Tongyu. Disappointed, Stephen tugged at Chen Zhao. What's the meaning of this name? Chen Zhao asked Priest Wu. Tongyu is a spiritual beast. He can summon the souls of the netherworld to the real world and send spirits into hell. Download Mimi Reading app to read books for free forever. Can he grow bigger? Stephen asked. Yes, but I'm not good at transformation, Priest Wu answered. Chen, don't you think he's a bit small? Stephen peeked at Tongyu. I think he's so weak. Weak? He's many times stronger than Amon. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Amon is big. Apart from being big, he's nothing. But this Tongyu, you can think of him as a child born by the world. But it's not big enough. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. It was indeed difficult to communicate with outsiders. He can summon souls from the world of the dead, and he can also send souls into the world of the dead. You can rely on this aspect in the setting of the plot. Stephen thought for a moment and said, help me tell him if he can summon the souls of the dead. I want to see the effect. Chen Zhao nodded and said to Tongyu, show us your ability. We can't do it here. We have to go to an open space outside. They came to the mountain stream at the bottom of the cliff. Tong Yu raised his front paw and slammed it on the ground. In an instant, a hole appeared in the ground. Then, the wound continued to be torn open, growing longer and longer. The crack extended for dozens of meters, and the bottom of the crack burned with flames. Following that, hundreds of spirits emerged from the crack. Stephen couldn't see the spirits, but he could vaguely feel a cold wind. "Chun, are there spirits coming out of the crack?" Chun Zhao nodded. He said to Tong Yu, "Can you summon some stronger spirits? If you summon these ordinary spirits, can you summon some stronger spirits? Even if you slap them in, the audience can't see them either." Understood. Tong Yu immediately understood Chun Zhao's needs. It let out an extremely loud and clear howl towards the sky. Wisps of black smoke rose from the crack. What came out was a huge and terrifying spirit. It wasn't a human soul, but a ferocious beast soul. Is this beast soul really big? Half of its body was already 60 meters long. Black smoke rose from its body. In front of it, Tong Yu was like a little chick. But Tong Yu opened his mouth and sucked at the huge beast soul. The beast soul was sucked into Tong Yu's mouth uncontrollably. Then he burped. "Can you summon bigger ones?" "Yes, but I can't finish it," Tong Yu answered. "You eat that?" "Yeah? What else do you think spiritual beasts eat?" Tong Yu's answer was very human-like. Maybe it was because he'd interacted with humans for a long time. Tong Yu didn't look like a human. Actually, his thought process was no different from humans. Chun Zhao repeated Jailbreak's words to Stephen. Stephen's eyes lit up. He already had a rough idea in his mind. "Chun, I have an idea. This crack can be the entrance to hell. It's always existed in the depths of this mountain, and there's always a terrifying evil spirit, always wanting to lead his evil spirit army to invade the human world. Tong Yu's job is to stop that powerful and terrifying evil spirit." "It feels a bit like the first documentary," Chun Zhao said. The main character was Amon replaced with Tong Yu. The antagonist was changed from the king of magical beasts to an evil spirit. Add some side stories, like Tong Yu's past and his feud with the evil spirit. It's all a good gimmick. Anyway, you're the expert in this. You decide the plot. Chun Zhao then helped Stephen tell his thoughts to Tong Yu. Tong Yu was very interested in filming and had a lot of ideas. Therefore, when he found out that he had a lot of stories to tell, he was even more excited to tell his story. Then, Chun Zhao and Stephen went down the mountain and returned to the hotel. Stephen needed a complete script. At least, it couldn't have any obvious loopholes. This process took another 3 days. Of course, they didn't have no filming in these 3 days. For example, some scenes related to Priest Wu. First, Priest Wu had to pretend to be an old friend that Stephen hadn't seen for many years. In Stephen's plot, Priest Wu used to be a university lecturer in America. He was also the Stephen he'd met there. Of course, the first part was real, but the second part was fake. After writing the script, Stephen had to go through drafts with Tong Yu. Although Tong Yu was not human, his intelligence was not low, and his memory was very good. It was just that he liked to add his own performances to the mix. Every time he read his lines, he had to use a deep and hoarse voice. Hey, don't use that tone of voice. I want a sense of mystery, not a mature uncle. I feel like I'm a mature uncle in the human world." Stephen had a headache. Amon was much easier to film than this guy. At least Amon wouldn't add scenes. "If you keep acting like this, you'd better find another director." Chapter 32-36. The filming didn't go well. The main problem wasn't that Tong Yu didn't cooperate. It was that he had too many scenes and wanted to show off. Stephen didn't want a creature that would look up at the sky at a 45-degree angle every time he recalled something. When communicating with humans, he didn't call them by their names. Instead, he had to call them humans in a superior manner. If he really filmed Tong Yu's true appearance and broadcasted it, people would realize that the main character of the documentary wasn't some high and mighty divine beast. He was just a salted fish, at least according to Stephen's experience in the past few days. The more he knew about Tong Yu, the more speechless he became. He was a real salted fish. The salted fish couldn't be any saltier. Unwilling to go out, gluttonous, undisciplined, and unhygienic. The 4 characteristics of a homebody were displayed vividly on him. Chen Zhao was speechless too. He'd come to make Steven feel at ease and act as a translator. But during the filming, Chen Zhao's biggest role was to make food for Tong Yu. Apart from Tong Yu's mini scenes, there weren't any other problems. He had Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Masters sex cooperation. The filming was also at the back of Dragon Tiger Mountain, so there wasn't any danger. Anyone that could threaten the filming crew had basically been killed by Tong Yu. The filming this time was even smoother than Amon's last time. Tong, don't look at the camera. The next scene is a crack in hell opening again, and a large army of evil spirits will surge out. When you came, the situation was already very dangerous, but you still followed your duty and did your best to stop the evil spirit army's invasion. When you fought against the evil spirit army, the general of the evil spirit army, who's also the big boss, hid in the army and ambushed you. You were heavily injured, but you still managed to seal the crack in hell. Because of this, you had to return to Dragon Tiger Mountain and ask the cultivators there for help. The general of the evil spirit army? Why not the evil spirit king? I feel like the evil spirit king is more imposing. Do you still want the second season? If this season's results are good, there'll definitely be a second season. You killed the evil spirit king now. What are you going to fight next season? Kill a god? It's not impossible. What about the third season? Fine, I'll listen to you. Tong Yu was convinced. Chen Zhao took out a pack of cigarettes. You guys go ahead. I'll go outside for a smoke. Chen Zhao hadn't smoked in a long time. He wasn't addicted to smoking in the first place, and after he had a kid, he smoked even less. However, after hearing Tong Yu's brainless words for an entire day, Chen Zhao still felt that he needed to go out to relieve his boredom. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from killing this fellow. Tong Yu's personality was the same as Zhang Tiany's. Chen Zhao even suspected that this guy was Zhang Tiany's illegitimate son. Not long after, Steven's roar echoed throughout the entire mountain stream. Chen Zhao heaved a long sigh. If only he knew that the main character of the documentary was like this. He shouldn't have agreed to Zhang Tiany back then. Not to mention paying for Zhang Tiany. They wouldn't come even if they offered money. Chen Zhao considered it. He hadn't left the mountain for a few days. I'm not a professional translator anyway. Priest Wu was with Steven. Other than appearing in the documentary, Priest Wu was also responsible for translating for Steven in prison. So, he decided to go out for a while. The path down a mountain was not easy, but Chen Zhao didn't plan to fly down. Respect Mount Longhu? He decided to walk down the mountain. No sect would allow others to fly above their heads. Moreover, it was a top sect like Mount Longhu. Halfway down, Chen Zhao heard a sound from the forest beside the mountain path. Chen Zhao stopped. He saw a dirty woman rush out. The woman looked sallow and skinny. Her hair was messy. She looked like she'd been raped. Did the woman see Chen Zhao? She was even more excited. She charged toward Chen Zhao. Help! Help! Chen Zhao tilted his head and looked at the woman. Miss, do you know what happened? My friend, and I got lost here. The woman cried hoarsely. She looked like a pretty woman, but she couldn't care about her image right now. Tears and snot flowed out continuously. Wipe her face. Wipe it on her body. Do you have food? Give me something to eat first. Sorry. No. Chen Zhao took out his phone and glanced at it. There's no signal. How about I send you down? I'll call the police. Wait. My friend is still inside. Can you help me carry him out first? He's unconscious, the woman cried. Chen Zhao thought for a moment and agreed to the woman's request. Is it far from here? No, not far. About 1,000 meters. Then lead the way. The woman hesitated. I don't want to go in again. I'm afraid of getting lost again. Can I point you in the right direction? Chen Zhao looked at the woman and said seriously, I'm also afraid of getting lost. If you're not willing to take the risk for your friend, why should I? Or you can go down and call the police now. It'll only take an hour. The woman was clearly afraid and hesitant. She clenched her hands together nervously. Then I'll go with you. Let's go, Chen Zhao said calmly. The woman was a bit slow. It seemed like she wasn't very willing to go forward. Chen Zhao turned back and looked at the woman. What if you're so inactive? I think we should go back now. Wait, don't go. It's in front. Then go faster. I don't want to see a corpse. The woman was afraid that Chun Zhao would leave, so she could only speed up. It took them more than 10 minutes to walk 1 kilometer. The woman finally brought Chun Zhao to a cave. My friend is in the cave. Help me carry him out. The cave looks dark. Are you sure there's no danger inside? What danger can there be? My friend and I stayed in there for a night. When the woman heard Chun Zhao's question, she was clearly panicking. Her explanation was also messy. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that she was lying. Actually, when Chun Zhao saw the woman, he'd already noticed something suspicious. There was a heavy demonic aura on the woman. At first, Chun Zhao thought that she was a monster, but then he realized that she wasn't. She was just a normal person. She only had such a heavy demonic aura because she'd been in close contact with monsters. Moreover, she was probably close to her mouth. Chun Zhao took out his phone and called Priest Wu. Chun Zhao's phone always had a signal. Dragon Tiger Mountain had full 4G coverage. Chapter 32-37. Chun Zhao picked up his phone and was about to call Priest Wu. Suddenly, a gaping mouth popped out of the cave and bit at Chun Zhao. It was a large snake, and it had a pair of front claws. However, it didn't have any hind limbs. It was just a 2-legged snake. It was around 20 meters long. Chun Zhao grabbed the woman's collar and instantly retreated out of the 2-legged snake's attack range. The 2-legged snake kept pouncing at Chun Zhao. However, after extending for around 20 meters, its body seemed to be frozen and couldn't move any further. Chun Zhao uttered a soft question, but he immediately understood. The 2-legged snake must have been sealed in the cave. Then, it used the woman to trick innocent people into feeding the 2-legged snake. The 2-legged snake tried with all its might in Chun Zhao's direction, but it didn't succeed. It straightened its body and was only half an inch away from Chun Zhao. The pungent smell assaulted Chun Zhao's nostrils. However, Chun Zhao still had a smile and a bit of mockery on his face. He slowly took out his phone and looked at the 2-legged snake. If you don't work harder, I'll inform the Taoist priest from Dragon Tiger Mountain. Woman, it's time to use you. The 2-legged snake shouted. The woman suddenly pushed Chun Zhao's back. However, Chun Zhao didn't move at all. You're with him? The woman was dumbfounded. Did she use too little strength just now? Chun Zhao looked at the woman with interest. I don't know what you get out of working with a monster like this. Does it give you money or power? The woman made a sad face. I'm poisoned by it. It said that it'll only give me the antidote if I lure 3 people over for it to eat. Chun Zhao glanced at the 2-legged snake. You're quite creative. I was forced. I had no choice, the woman cried. Where's your so-called friend? Hee. I already ate him, the 2-legged snake said. The 2-legged serpent said. This woman lured her friend here without any hesitation. Suddenly, the 2-legged snake spat out black smoke at Chun Zhao. The black smoke enveloped Chun Zhao and the woman. Seeing that Chun Zhao was enveloped, the 2-legged snake was overjoyed. Ha! Now that you've been poisoned, you'd better listen to me. Otherwise, your entire body will fester and you'll die within 3 days. Is that so? Hee. Your life is now in my hands. You have to believe it even if you don't want to. I can use another method. Chun Zhao looked around. Then he jogged to a nearby place and picked up a rock. Then, it smashed towards the 2-legged snake's head. The 2-legged snake howled in pain. Human, how dare you? Are you tired of living? Chun Zhao picked up another rock and threw it at the 2-legged snake. Anyway, I still have 3 days. If I can't live after 3 days, then I won't let you have it easy. The woman was dumbfounded. She had never seen such a silly person. Anyway, she couldn't be as dumb as Chun Zhao. The 2-legged snake shrieked and was about to shrink back into its cave. If you dare to retreat, I will go down the mountain to buy gasoline and pour into your cave. I don't believe that you are impervious to fire and water. Human, you're going too far. You are a snake, not a human. Chun Zhao threw another rock at it. The 2-legged snake didn't understand how Chun Zhao could be so strong. Even with his huge body, he still couldn't take the force of Chun Zhao's rock. Every time the rock landed on its body, it would bleed. The 2-legged snake was in so much pain that it wanted to shrink back into its cave. But it was afraid of Chun Zhao's threat. It had never seen such a troublesome human. Even the Taoist priest from Dragon Tiger Mountain was 100 times kinder. Woman, stop this asterisk shoal. Do you want to live or not? The woman hesitated for a long time and looked around. Chun Zhao glanced at her. Woman, think about it. Even if you fulfill his conditions and trick 3 people to feed him, will he fulfill his promise? Why don't we force him to take out the antidote now? Anyway, he's trapped. He can't attack us or run away. If he doesn't let us have it easy, we won't let him have it easy either. The woman was silent for a while. Finally, she gritted her teeth and picked up the rock, throwing it at the 2-legged snake. She wasn't strong enough to hurt the 2-legged snake, but the 2-legged snake was furious. Woman, I want you to die a horrible death. All of you. After I get out, I'll make you all die a horrible death. Hey, Wu, it's me, Qin Zhao. I'm in the forest halfway up Dragon Tiger Mountain. Do you know what's here? Oh, prepare something for me. There's a lot of stuff. I'll text you. Half an hour later, Priest Wu arrived on a 3-wheeled tricycle. The tricycle was filled with all sorts of things. Among them was the gasoline that Chun Zhao had mentioned earlier. Priest Wu parked the tricycle and looked at the 2-legged snake in the distance. What's going on? Did this monster offend you? He just sprayed black gas at me and said that I only have 3 days to live. I'm forcing him for the antidote. Priest Wu was speechless. Are you kidding me? How can this snake demon, who hasn't even become a flood dragon, threaten you? Then this woman she's poisoned too. She was threatened to give 2 batches of benefits to the snake demon. Have fun. The film crew is busy. With that, Priest Wu turned to leave. The woman and the snake demon were surprised to see that Chun Zhao was so familiar with the Taoist priest from Dragon Tiger Mountain. The woman saw that Priest Wu didn't panic at all toward the 2-legged snake. She immediately guessed that Priest Wu might have a solution. On the other hand, the 2-legged snake thought that Chun Zhao might be a cultivator too. This made it even more panicky. If Chun Zhao was a regular person, he could handle it for a while. But if Chun Zhao was a cultivator, the situation was completely different. When a cultivator faced a sealed monster, he had 10,000 ways to make himself wish he was dead. Chun Zhao flipped the tricycle around and picked up a bunch of firecrackers that had been rolled up into a circle. His expression turned malicious. The 2-legged snake panicked even more. It immediately yelled, Human, I'll give you the antidote. I'll give you the antidote. Don't do anything stupid. I don't believe you'll give me the antidote. You're definitely just brushing me off or waiting for me to lower my guard to ambush me. Chun Zhao had already lit the firecrackers. While the 2-legged snake was opening its mouth, he threw the firecrackers into its mouth. By the time the 2-legged snake reacted, the entire bundle of firecrackers had already been stuffed into its throat. Crack, crack. The 2-legged serpent was seething with anger. It was really seething with anger. It felt terrible, really terrible. The firecrackers couldn't hurt it, but it still felt terrible. It had seen disgusting people, but never as disgusting as this. Chapter 32-38. That Taoist knows how to detoxify poisons, right? Why didn't you ask him for help? The woman asked. Chun Zhao glanced at the woman. He doesn't know how to detoxify. We have to find this snake. Then, Chun Zhao looked at the 2-legged snake with evil intentions. The look made the 2-legged snake's hair stand on end. Human, what exactly do you want? What do you want? It should be what you want. I'm already poisoned. What else do you want? Chun Zhao didn't look like a victim at all. He looked more like the perpetrator. On the other hand, the 2-legged snake was the real victim. Chun Zhao searched the tricycle for a long time. He actually found a box of firearms from the anti-Japanese war. He didn't know how the Celestial Master sect got it. And how did they keep it until now? Seeing Chun Zhao, the 2-legged snake immediately had a bad feeling. Very bad. When Chun Zhao threw the stone earlier, it only hurt it most. But this thing could really hurt him. The 2-legged snake only had 300 years of cultivation. It couldn't even transform. Normally, snakes could choose 2 paths. One was to transform into a dragon. It would become a serpent in 500 years, then a horned dragon in 500 years, and then a winged dragon in 1,000 years. The other path was to transform into a demon, which was commonly known as a snake demon. If it was a demon, it could transform into a human in 200 years. The two-legged snake walked the path of transforming into a dragon. The two-legged snake was the type with extremely poor talent. It chose the wrong path. It didn't have the potential to transform into a dragon, so it had to take the path. As a result, it couldn't even transform into a serpent after 300 years. It even had to devour living creatures to replenish its energy and condense essence blood. After 300 years of cultivation, he actually transformed into something neither a flood dragon nor a snake. A few decades ago, China was facing a disaster. The two-legged snake took the opportunity to wreak havoc. In the end, it was suppressed here by a Taoist priest from Dragon Tiger Mountain. The priest had his own thoughts. He felt that it wasn't easy for the two-legged snake to cultivate, so he didn't kill it. If it were Chun Zhao, he would have become snake soup already. The two-legged snake looked at the old grenade in Chun Zhao's hand. He had seen the power of this thing. Don't mess around. No rush, no rush. We have all the time in the world. Chun Zhao grinned. Actually, I'm just joking with you. You're not poisoned. How can you die for being poisoned for 3 days? In fact, if a snake wanted to cultivate to become a dragon, it would first have to remove the 2 poisonous fangs and then spit out the poison sac. Without removing the fangs, one could not transform into a dragon. A dragon was the perfect image in the eyes of the Chinese. Dragons, on the other hand, did not belong to the 5 elements and were not tainted by karma. They had reached the perfect celestial being realm. The poison was insidious and could not be left alive. If the snake did not remove its fangs and spit out its venomous sac, it would have died. In the process of cultivation, the power of one's own snake venom would multiply. However, when they shed their snake bodies, they would poison themselves to death. The woman had been terrified at first, but now she was completely numb. When it came to seeking death, Chun Zhao was really good at it, as long as they maintained a safe distance. The two-legged snake couldn't do anything to him. The woman finally understood. He killed 2 of his friends because of his stupidity. Look at Chun Zhao. It had only been half a day. He had already made the two-legged snake kneel down and call him daddy. I told you you're not poisoned. Even if you want the antidote, I don't have it. Bullshit. You must be lying to me. I'm cultivating to become a dragon from a snake. I haven't even become a dragon yet. Where did the poison come from? I've heard about poisonous dragons. That's a natural dragon. It's not the same as mine, okay? Is that so? Of course. I still don't believe you. The two-legged snake really wanted to cry. I said it so sincerely. What else do you want me to do? You must have the antidote. Of course. The two-legged snake could no longer reply. He had already explained 100 times that Chun Zhao wasn't poisoned. He didn't have the antidote either. But Chun Zhao just didn't believe it. Where could he get the antidote for Chun Zhao? Moreover, he suspected that Chun Zhao didn't want the antidote at all. Chun Zhao just wanted to torture him. That's right. He wanted to torture him. Knives, spears, sticks, and sticks were all child's play. There were also many guns and ammunition left from the war. There were even more shocking things. For example, sprinkling caltrops on the ground. The two-legged snake jumped onto the ground. Then, a butt full of caltrops. For example, he sprinkled gasoline on the two-legged snake. The two-legged snake was almost broken. I heard that snake venom can be detoxified with snake gall. Give me your gallbladder to cure the poison. Human, you're too much. The two-legged snake roared, flustered and exasperated. He'd never seen such an evil person before. He had some cultivation, but he was the same as a human. He couldn't give his organs to others to play with, right? You have to give it, even if you don't want to. The woman was completely dumbfounded. Was this guy even human? Why did it feel like he was the real monster? He was so evil that he couldn't be reasoned with. Now, the woman actually pitted the two-legged snake. No more. Chun Zhao glanced at the equipment he'd used up. The two-legged snake could finally sigh in relief. Too scary? This guy was simply the nightmare of his life. Even if all the enemies and enemies in this life were added together, they might not be as scary as this guy. That's it for today. I'll come again tomorrow. I hope you'll have the antidote ready. I told you I don't have the antidote. You're not poisoned, then I don't care. The woman was dumbfounded. How could he say that he'd stop? Aren't you being a little irresponsible by doing this? Chun Zhao couldn't care less. What about me? What about you? You want me to call the police? You gave 2 friends to this snake to eat? A dangerous glint appeared in the woman's eyes. Chun Zhao also saw the viciousness in her eyes. He knew what she was thinking. Don't do something you're not good at. Chun Zhao chuckled at the woman. Martial power? Men still have absolute authority. If you want to kill them, you need to think about it. For example, when I'm not here tonight, discuss with everyone. Acting rashly will only make you die a horrible death. The woman's smile was forced. Sir, I don't know what you're talking about. Huh. It's best that you don't know. After all, I'm not a good person. The woman didn't dare to think anymore. At least, she didn't have the courage to take risks in front of Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao wasn't a good person. It could be seen from how he could calmly deal with the 2 snakes. This man was even more dangerous than the 2-legged snake. Just as the woman had said, she needed to think about it carefully. Chun Zhao left rather casually. The woman took a deep breath. Looking at Chun Zhao's back, she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she waited until Chun Zhao left. With a dark expression, she walked toward the 2-legged snake. Chapter 32-39. The 2-legged snake stared at the woman. Do you want to die? The 2-legged snake asked. The woman looked at the 2-legged snake calmly. Do you still have a right to threaten me? I can eat you in one bite, and you won't be able to resist. But the woman was still as calm as usual, her expression indifferent. Instead, she looked at the 2-legged snake with disdain and mockery. It was as if their positions had been switched. You're not afraid of me? You were scared to death before. The woman seemed to not hear the 2-legged snake's threat. She stood there calmly and stared at the snake. You won't end up much better than me. Although that person caused a little trouble for me, do you really think that this little trouble can kill me? The 2-legged snake was still very confident in itself. That's right. From the beginning, Chun Zhao had not shown any abilities that were out of the ordinary. The Taoist from Dragon Tiger Mountain had also chosen to watch from the side. This made the snake feel that it was safe. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. What if it's like this every day? He seems to enjoy it. How long do you plan on enduring it? It's more painful than death. Hearing this, the 2-legged snake fell silent. How are you going to remove this seal? The 2-legged snake looked at the woman in surprise. What do you mean? My condition is simple. I'll remove the seal for you, and you kill that person. Aren't you afraid that I'll eat you first after I remove the seal? So we need a guarantee so that you won't break your promise. I can't swear. Do you think I should believe a snake demon's oath? The woman sneered. I'm not a snake demon. Also, what do you want? The 2-legged snake corrected the woman's way of addressing itself. Even the Taoist from Dragon Tiger Mountain thought of itself as a snake demon. However, the 2-legged snake always felt that it was not a snake demon. Is there a contract that can at least guarantee that you won't eat me after you break free? If you can guarantee that I can live in your body after I break free, then I don't need any guarantees. You want to take over my body? Take over my body? You're thinking too much. I have my own body, so I don't need yours. I just want to enter the world. Look at me. I'll be beaten to death the moment I leave Mount Longhu. Then how do I know that you won't do anything to harm me? For example, controlling my mind. The 2-legged snake couldn't help but roll its eyes. If he had that kind of ability, would he still need to coax and deceive her? The woman also seemed to think that her thoughts were unnecessary. How do I know you won't give me trouble? If you go around eating people and then hide in my body, you will only bring me trouble. As long as you give me enough blood. You want me to continue finding victims for you? Women can sacrifice their friends to protect themselves. But that didn't mean she was willing to continue serving the 2-legged snake. If you have money, you could buy livestock for me to eat. For me, humans are not necessary. That's not a problem, but I need a stronger guarantee, not just a verbal promise. Then what kind of guarantee do you want? At the very least, it's a restriction that prevents you from acting recklessly. The 2-legged snake naturally didn't want to give the woman away to restrict him. After all, he was still in a shackle. Of course, he didn't want to jump from one shackle to another. This was the point of their argument. Neither could trust the other. They lacked the most basic trust. Naturally, they couldn't continue working together. The next day, Chun Zhao came again. This time, he brought many new tools. He even brought a sprinkler and a generator. He sprinkled water and generated electricity at the same time. The two-legged snake was tortured to the point that he wanted to die. Chen Zhao played until the sky darkened. Then, he reluctantly said goodbye to the two-legged snake. Not long after Chen Zhao left, the woman came again. "How was your day?" The two-legged snake didn't speak, but even so, the wounds on his body couldn't be hidden. The two-legged snake stared at the woman for a long time. Then he stuck out a black bead and said, "This is a poison bead refined from my poison sac. It can ward off poison. For me, if I don't use it for 3 months, I'll be poisoned to death by my own poison." The woman picked up the poison bead. "You gave it to me, so if I destroy or throw it away, you'll definitely die?" "Yes." "Then is there such a possibility? Give me the poison bead, and I'll help you undo the seal. And when you need the poison bead for the first time, if I give it back to you, I won't be able to restrict you anymore. You can find a cultivator and ask him to teach you how to refine the poison bead, or I can teach you." "Okay, let's get back to business. How do I undo your seal?" The woman was quite satisfied with the snake's sincerity. Actually, the two-legged snake's seal wasn't difficult. She just had to move something in the eye of the formation. The two-legged snake could break free. So, even a regular person could easily undo his seal. Under the two-legged snake's guidance, the woman easily undid the seal. "I'm finally free," the two-legged snake shouted excitedly. But just then, a gust of spiritual chi shot out from the undone eye and shot into the sky. The two-legged snake's expression changed. "Oh no, what's wrong? There's something sealed in the eye." "What? Aren't you the one sealed?" "No, I'm also part of the seal." The two-legged snake suddenly realized this too. He only noticed it when he saw the change in the eye. "Let's go. That thing is coming out." "Go? We're not staying? You promise me? Kill that guy." The woman was so determined to kill Chen Zhao because Chen Zhao knew about her scandals. She didn't want to go to jail. She didn't want to lose her reputation. She could do it for her life. She tricked her friend here to feed the snake. She could also do it for her reputation and status and escape punishment. She could even kill Chen Zhao, the insider. So, she really didn't want to leave. "Stay? If that thing comes out, we'll all die. Even you can't beat it? Are you kidding? You're using the Mountain River seal? With me as the core, the thing sealed is probably 100 times stronger than me. If that thing comes out, it can kill us in minutes." Even so, the woman didn't have much love. Plus, she didn't know if the two-legged snake was telling the truth. If that person comes and encounters the sealed thing, he'll die for sure. We don't have to do anything. Hearing that, the woman heaved a sigh of relief. "You're sure that person is dead for sure?" "I'm very sure." Chapter 3240. "Mr. Chun, there seems to be a problem with the seal at the back of the mountain. Did you get rid of the snake?" "No, I had a great time these 2 days. I was planning to stay for a few more days," Chen Zhao replied. "Is there a problem?" Because he'd realized that the seal on the two-legged snake was strange. Logically speaking, the snake demon could easily be crushed to death. With Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Masters sect, they could easily send someone. It wasn't to the point where they could only seal it and not kill it. Most of the time, sealing was a choice made when the enemy couldn't be killed. For example, every time Zhang Tianyi imagined a conflict with Chen Zhao, how would he seal Chen Zhao? He had never been thinking about how to defeat or eliminate Chen Zhao, because Zhang Tianyi knew very well that it was almost impossible to defeat or kill Chen Zhao. Only a seal could do it. The two-legged snake wasn't at the level where it could only be sealed. Moreover, the seal was strange. It was very weak. The terrain in the forest was also strange. It seemed to be closely related to the seal. Because of this, Chen Zhao didn't kill the two-legged snake. Did you touch something and the seal loosened? Maybe. In that case, you can handle it. If the seal is still there, you don't have to do anything. If the thing inside escapes, please get rid of it, Mr. Chun. Chen Zhao sighed. He felt that he'd created trouble for himself again. But this indeed had something to do with him. He could only clean up after himself. That snake demon can be killed, right? It's not that snake demon, Priest Wu said. That snake demon is actually the seal itself. There's a devil's den suppressed under the seal. There's a 1,000-year-old corpse demon in the den. Old Wu, let me ask you seriously. You've never schemed against me, right? Mr. Chun, what are you talking about? Schemed against you? Whatever, it's fine. Go back to your work. Chen Zhao went to the forest behind Dragon Tiger Mountain. As expected, the two-legged snake was gone. The cave that the two-legged snake had sealed was gone too. Even the small hill was gone. There was only a crack on the ground. There was a huge amount of corpse chi that kept coming out. Chen Zhao had a headache. He was sure that this was a trap set up by Priest Wu. No, this was a trap set up by Zhang Tianyi. He had schemed and schemed, but in the end, he still fell in his Zhang Tianyi scheme. Perhaps he went abroad just to cooperate with his clumsy scheme. Chen Zhao sighed and could only jump into the cave. At this moment, the tomb of the evil spirit king was sealed. John, are you sure you didn't trick me? Zhang Tianyi was confused. The evil spirit king in front of him was also confused. He felt that the old man in front of him was very dangerous. But John Sr. kept stopping Zhang Tianyi. On the day Zhang Tianyi arrived, he wanted to help old John solve his problem as soon as possible. After all, old John's favor was quite valuable. However, he felt that old John was a little strange. This evil spirit king doesn't seem to be as difficult to deal with as I thought. Does it have to be sealed for a few days? If it was him, half a day would be enough to make this evil spirit king retreat for 300 years. But old John didn't kill the king of evil spirits. He was not allowed to seal it. He said that he needed to purify the evil energy in the evil spirit king. He had to wait a few days. After waiting for a long time, the purification was finally finished. Zhang Tianyi thought that he could finally seal it. But old John said that there were other procedures. Old John glanced at Zhang Tianyi gently. Why would I trick you? Fine. Tell me how many procedures are there first? Not much. It'll be done soon. I need to leave a mark on his body first. Hurry up. Zhang Tianyi calmed his impatience. The evil spirit king didn't dare to act recklessly. Old John was the pope of the church. He was definitely powerful. But what he really cared about was Zhang Tianyi. This old man gave him a very dangerous feeling. Anyway, the evil spirit king didn't want to move now. He just wanted to find a place to cower. Another day passed. Zhang Tianyi couldn't help it anymore. Old John, if I knew it would be so complicated, I should have waited outside first. Zhang Tianyi thought that it would only take an hour. He didn't think that old John's preparation would take a day. Sure. Old John nodded. Wait until I'm ready, then come down. It's been a day. You're not ready? It's still early. If it's easy, do you think I need your help? Zhang Tianyi had just left the sealed area and was about to make a call, but he realized that there was no signal. Zhang Tianyi pulled one of old John's followers over. Why is there no signal here? Celestial Master? Because there are many evil beings sealed here. Who knows how they'll escape? That's why almost all methods of communication with the outside world are sealed here. Only the simplest method of physical information transmission is preserved. Fine. Zhang Tianyi put away his phone helplessly. He felt that the church was too cautious. He had never heard of any evil beings that could escape through signals. Do you still think they're artificial intelligence? I shouldn't have agreed to old John's request. So troublesome. Now, Zhang Tianyi understood how Chun Zhao had felt in the past. It was a problem that could be solved in half a day, but he had to drag it out. Another 2 days of waiting? Zhang Tianyi felt that something was wrong. Just then, old John finally called him back to the tomb department. Zhang Tianyi looked at old John. Old John, are you messing with me? It's been 2 days, and he doesn't seem to have changed at all. He hasn't changed at all, old John said seriously. You just can't see it. Zhang Tianyi stared at old John. Old John felt a bit awkward under Zhang Tianyi's gaze. I'm very sure now that you're messing with me, Zhang Tianyi said seriously. Really, you're really wrong. Why are you messing with me? Zhang Tianyi looked at old John with certainty. Old John's expression was awkward. Chen Zhao asked me to help. He just wants to invite you over for a few days. Fuck. Zhang Tianyi immediately understood what was going on. Chen Zhao was afraid that Chen Zhao would trick him, so he probably sent him away. Then he secretly ran back to China. Can't this little brat trust me for once? Zhang Tianyi turned to leave, but he came back after 2 steps. "What's going on? Did you seal this place?" To stall for time, old John said helplessly, "With your ability, you'll need around 10 days to undo the seal." Zhang Tianyi almost had a heart attack from anger. Chapter 32:41. Zhang Tianyi and Chun Zhao had both fallen into a trap. However, he still firmly believed that he had been tricked by Zhang Tianyi. How could there be such a coincidence? Moreover, the 1,000-year corpse demon he killed last night was ridiculously strong. Even Chun Zhao himself found it difficult. Moreover, he had a huge and terrifying army. They called themselves the 1,000-Year Army. Chun Zhao used almost all his strength. To say that he had encountered such a powerful enemy was a coincidence. Chun Zhao would never believe it. Therefore, Chun Zhao firmly believed that he had been tricked. He hadn't completely wiped out the 1,000-Year Army either. The main reason was that the environment in the demonic cave was extremely complicated. Chun Zhao had killed a 1,000-year-old corpse demon. If he used a big move, the 1,000-Year Army could be wiped out. But this demonic cavern was right beneath Mount Longhu. If Chun Zhao used his ultimate move, even Dragon Tiger Mountain would sink by half. At that time, when Zhang Tianyi returned, he was afraid that he would really fight it out with him. "Chun, why are you so listless today? If you had a friendly conversation with tens of thousands of strong men at night, you would also be dispirited. Okay, I remember that your sexual orientation is normal. Would you believe me if I told you that I saved the world again last night? I don't believe you. You never had the personality to save the world. Looks like you still don't know me well enough." Chun Zhao lay down lazily on Steven's director's chair. "How's your filming going? How much longer?" "Smoother than I thought," Steven said. He didn't expect that the filming would go so smoothly. It was even smoother than the first documentary. On the one hand, it was Tong Yu's cooperation. Another option was to shoot on land. The Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain also cooperated fully. Therefore, he didn't encounter any trouble. Secondly, the plot settings were all within a controllable range. In about 2 weeks, we can finish shooting the material. 2 more weeks. If you're bored, you can go out and play for a while. Steven was very generous this time. After all, he had begged Chun Zhao to go with him. He was mainly worried that the risks would be uncontrollable. After all, they weren't filming humans but beasts. But now that he had been in contact with Tong Yu for a long time, they soon discovered that Tong Yu was a man in the guise of a beast. His behavior, habits, and the way he spoke were no different from humans. He also had the ability to learn, and he was quite good at it. During the half a month of filming, Tong Yu's English had improved by leaps and bounds. "Are you sure you don't need my help here? What can you do to help? You're about to lose your job as a translator." "What a heartless fellow. I'll go to Shanghai first then. You'll be there when you're done filming." "Okay, let's go." "You're the biggest obstacle for the film crew." Steven was burning the bridge after crossing it. The film crew no longer needed Chun Zhao. So, Chun Zhao was naturally expelled. In fact, Steven also knew how bored Chun Zhao was on a mountain. According to Priest Wu, Chun Zhao had gotten himself into quite a bit of trouble. Chun Zhao didn't look like Steven or the rest of the crew. Once he got into work mode, he was completely immersed in the atmosphere of the filming. So, Steven followed Chun Zhao's wishes and chased Chun Zhao away so that he wouldn't cause trouble everywhere. Hearing that Steven wanted him to leave, Chun Zhao was overjoyed. Chun Zhao was never someone who could calm himself down. In the past few days, the quietest time for Chun Zhao was to read books in the Celestial Master Sect's library. Not only did he read them, but he also recorded them with his phone. After all, he needed a lot of things. Then, he printed out the things he recorded. Chun Zhao bought a ticket to Shanghai on the same day, far away from Dragon Tiger Mountain. Even though he had just gotten on the plane, Chun Zhao still felt happy. It was really too stuffy on the mountain. Moreover, Chun Zhao was constantly on guard against the traps Zhang Tianyi had set for him. You never knew when you'd be betrayed by him. It wasn't that Chun Zhao was being petty, but that old man was truly petty. "Sir, what can I do for you?" The stewardess in business class asked with a smile. "Thank you, but I don't need anything for now." Just then, a woman wearing sunglasses walked over. "Please excuse me." "Thank you." Chen Zhao put his feet down. When the woman passed by, she was slightly stunned. Chen Zhao also noticed her momentary absent-mindedness. However, Chen Zhao didn't recognize her. He felt that she might have mistaken him for someone else. They were speechless on the way. It was only a 2-hour flight. When Chen Zhao got off the plane, Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing came to the airport to pick him up. "Boss, let me carry the luggage." "No need." Chen Zhao didn't let the two carry his luggage. It wasn't heavy anyway. "Boss, is everything done?" "No. Steven is still filming. I was bored at Dragon Tiger Mountain, so I came to Shanghai to relax." "Do you want to go to the hotel first or walk around the city?" Yi Ziqing asked. "Let's walk around first," Chen Zhao said. "How about we go to the company first?" "Okay, let's go." Chen Zhao paused. "It's almost New Year. How about we go buy some stuff and give the employees some benefits?" "Boss, we already have arrangements. You don't have to spend money." It was mainly because Chen Zhao's gifts were rather scary or expensive. When managing an employee in a company, the higher the benefits, the better it would be. High benefits would make people lose motivation to improve. Therefore, they felt that they should restrict Chen Zhao in this aspect. "All right then," Chen Zhao said. "How about we give everyone a phone?" Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing smiled bitterly. Zhang Ting could only nod. "Okay, I'll arrange it later. No need to use the company's account. I'll get it personally." Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing were already used to this result. But now, they knew Chen Zhao's wealth. In terms of actual wealth, even the top 10 Forbes people combined couldn't compare to Chen Zhao. There was no need to mention such a small thing. Just then, Chen Zhao fell to gaze. Chen Zhao turned his head and saw the woman sitting next to him on the plane in the distance. She was looking at him. "Wait." Chen Zhao turned back and walked toward the woman. Seeing Chen Zhao, the woman immediately turned and left. She seemed to be intentionally avoiding Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao didn't chase after her. After all, he really didn't know the woman. It would be very rude to chase after her. "Boss, what's wrong?" "No, nothing." Chen Zhao shook his head. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing had already arranged a car for Chen Zhao. The three went to the animation company together. It was Chen Zhao's second time there. It was different from the first time. When he first came, the animation company was just a small workshop. Now, it had rented an entire floor in the famous business building. Chapter 3242. Miss Xiao, we found out from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce that the major shareholder of the animation company that rents our 19th floor is that person. His name is Chen Zhao. He's currently developing overseas, and we don't know his exact background. So he's in the animation industry. Xiao Jiaqio rubbed her chin. I also found out from Optoelectronics that they have filed for an animated movie project, and the investment is quite large. It's already underway? Xiao Jiaqio asked. Yes, it is in progress. Manager Liu, if I want you to terminate the lease contract, how much do you need to pay for the breach of contract? Miss Xiao, the annual rent for their company to rent the floor is 2 million yuan, and the contract is for 3 years. If the contract is terminated halfway, they will need to pay double the annual rent. In addition, it will affect our reputation, and the vacancy of the floor is also a loss. It is difficult for us to find a second company who can rent the whole floor in a short time. Xiao Jiaqio thought for a while and then said, I'll give you 3 million yuan. Cut off their company's water and electricity today and order them to move out of the office building immediately. Manager Liu looked embarrassed. Miss Xiao, I'm very familiar with the chairman of your group, or I can tell him directly, Xiao Jiaqio said. All right. Manager Liu also had a headache. Their group wasn't a house in a small alley. They were a large conglomerate with a market value of hundreds of billions. If he made a small commotion here, it would be magnified. It would have an impact on the entire group. Liu was the regional manager of Shanghai Feihong Group. He was in charge of 4 office buildings in Shanghai. Basically, the tenants of these office buildings were all under him. Xiao Jiaqio wasn't an industry insider. She thought she could solve it by opening her mouth. In fact, it was far more troublesome to operate than he had imagined. Did they really think that pulling a switch would solve the problem? If they really did that, any random small company could cause the stock price of one of the top real estate companies in the country to plummet by a few percentage points. What's more, the other party was in the animation industry, so he definitely had contact with the entertainment industry and the media. In this day and age, no matter who you offend, you shouldn't offend the entertainment circle. Of course, Xiao Jiaqio was also in the entertainment industry. She knew the higher-ups of the company. This was also the reason why Lu Yu gave her face. Of course, he had to give face, but he also had to be skillful. If he really rushed over recklessly, he would probably lose his life. After Xiao Jiaqio left, Lu Yu began to consider how to deal with this matter. Chief Chun, have you returned to Shanghai? You're really well informed, Chun Zhao teased. I feel more and more like your spy. However, Chun Zhao guessed that Wang He must have heard it from someone close to him, or he could ask the airline company. Regardless of whether it was within the country or abroad, this kind of information was not difficult to find out. Are you free? When? Up to you. I don't have dinner tonight, Chun Zhao said. How about tonight? All right, I'll book a restaurant. Don't be like last time. Find a Sichuan restaurant. I haven't had Sichuan cuisine for a long time. Sure, even though Wang He was a big celebrity, it was not difficult for him to find a Sichuan restaurant that offered more privacy. After setting the time, Chun Zhao arrived on time. However, what surprised Chun Zhao was that Wang He had arrived earlier than him. He even brought a friend with him. Boss Chun, let me introduce you. This is Lu Yibo, Wang He said. Hello, Mr. Chun. Hello, Mr. Lu. Chun Zhao recognized Lu Yibo. He was not a celebrity, but he liked to be on the news. And it was even entertainment news. He was a tycoon in China and a big real estate developer. Why did he keep appearing on the entertainment news? Because his girlfriends were all celebrities. Of course, he had a good reputation. Before Chun Zhao became famous, Lu Yibo was already an influential figure in the entertainment industry. Chun Zhao did not mind getting to know Lu Yibo. The three chatted as they ate, from the entertainment industry to the business world. Anyway, they could join in on any topic. It's hard to do business recently, Lu Yibo sighed. Boss Lu, you must be joking. You're one of the top tycoons in China. You're saying it's hard to do business? We'll probably have to beg on the streets. I'm in real estate. Recently, the banks have tightened their monetary policy and greatly reduced their lending. All the real estate developers in China are looking for funds. Hearing this, Chun Zhao understood. Why would Wang He bring Lu Yibo to this dinner? So he was here to get investors. Boss Lu's company doesn't lack investors, right? Boss Chun, I'll be honest. You have investors? But the money he took was not clean. What if the money entered the company? If the money goes into the company, it'll be discussed at any time, Lu Yibo said. At the same time, he looked at Chun Zhao sincerely. Boss Chun, are you interested? It's your company? Or project? The board of directors doesn't have any plans to increase shares, so it's a single project. What project? The tourism development plan for Big Mystery Island, Lu Yibo said. Chun Zhao was confused. He did not know what Big Mystery Island was. Lu Yibo took out a document from his bag and handed it to Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao flipped it open. Only now did he know about Big Mystery Island. Big Mystery Island was located in the sea outside of Shanghai. Its location was very similar to Los Angeles and Mysterious Island. From the proposal contained in this document, it could be seen that Big Mystery Island's location was similar to Mysterious Island. Perhaps because of Mysterious Island's success, there was a craze for island development all over the world. It was no exception in China. Developers of all sizes had their eyes on Big Mystery Island. Big Mystery Island did not have any divine artifact creatures. However, it was said that there were immortal treasures. Every few days, there would be vigorous immortal clouds. This kind of scene was very popular in China. In addition, some people with ulterior motives added fuel to the fire, causing Big Mystery Island to become quite popular in China. Of course, there was still a long way to go to turn this popularity into profits. Back then, Mysterious Island's success was also through waves of publicity. Chun Zhao finished reading the document and the proposal. Just then, Lu Yibo said, the Shanghai government is bidding for Big Mystery Island. Are you interested in participating, President Chun? How much money does it cost to get the development rights of Big Mystery Island? I'm not sure yet, Lu Yibo said. At least 5 billion yuan. I could take out 1 billion myself. I've already raised 2 billion yuan, so I'm still short of 2 billion. If I invest, does that mean I'll have equal shares based on how much I invest? Yes, but if you really get the development rights, you'll also have to invest the same amount in the subsequent development. The estimated total investment is more than 20 billion yuan. Liu Yibo was reminding Chen Zhao not to have money for the bidding. It would be awkward if he did not have the money to develop the island. In other words, if I want to get the remaining shares, I'll need at least 10 billion yuan, right? Mr. Chen, you want the remaining 40%. Chapter 3243. At first, Liu Yibo had thought that Chen Zhao was just a regular tycoon. After all, Wang He had introduced him to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao was probably on the same level as Wang He. He also knew almost all the top tycoons in the country. Chen Zhao wasn't one of them. However, he didn't expect Chen Zhao to ask for the remaining 40%. According to this 40%, it would cost at least 2 billion in the early bidding. Moreover, this was just the estimated investment. The money was for the government. If he won the development rights, he would have to invest at least 8 billion in the later stages. This meant that Chen Zhao would have to take out 10 billion in total. This wasn't a small amount. Even Liu Yibo himself had to scrape together the money. He could barely make up 1 billion. The man before him could take out 2 billion in one go without saying a word. Could he be a money launderer? He didn't dare to take this kind of money, especially when he was investing dirty money into such a large project. A large amount of money could directly cause the project to fail. Mr. Chen, what business do you do? Liu Yibo asked in a roundabout way. I've paid 6 billion in taxes this year, Chen Zhao said. Liu Yibo sucked in a cold breath. What did Chen Zhao do to pay so much taxes? Being able to pay so much meant that Chen Zhao's business was legal. If it was settled in dollars, it should be in Europe or America. Otherwise, Chen Zhao would have heard of it. After all, there were only a few top tycoons in the country. The number of top tycoons every year could be counted on one hand. Liu Yibo looked at Wang He. Wang He nodded. Liu Yibo was much more relieved. His gaze toward Chen Zhao became much more passionate. Mr. Chen, in principle, I agree with your investment, but I have to say that even though you have 40% of the shares, you only have one vote in the shareholders' meeting. I know. Chen Zhao had played with these things before and knew the rules. This rule was mainly made by the founder to prevent his power from being taken over by the major shareholders. The board of directors was formed by all shareholders or agents with more than 5% of the shares. Regardless of whether they had 5%, 10%, or 40% of the shares, they would only have one vote. This was beneficial for the founder so that he wouldn't be kicked out by the major shareholders. Mystical Island used this system too. However, Chen Zhao had 3 votes in the Mystical Island's decisions. Although we have reached an investment agreement, I need to see a more detailed plan. Of course, I understand. I'll give you the project plan tomorrow. Chen Zhao had high hopes for this project. However, what he had seen so far was only a preliminary plan. Before this, Chen Zhao did not even know what kind of place Big Mystery Island was. In order to make a decision, he still needed to hand it over to a professional to evaluate the market. What followed was another round of passionate conversation. In the past, the Liu Yibo that Chen Zhao saw in entertainment media was a playboy. However, Chen Zhao felt that Liu Yibo's EQ was very high. This was understandable. Without high EQ, it was impossible to have today's assets. Dumbo really couldn't survive in the business world. What he said was very comforting, not the kind of flattery. It was more like a friend teasing or finding something interesting to say in a humorous tone. President Chen has a child, right? 2. Chen Zhao nodded. Both daughters. Daughters are great, Liu Yibo said, troubled. I have 3 sons. In 20 years, they'll probably have a big family feud. What a headache. President Liu is married? Not really. He had it with his ex-girlfriend. She's the female lead of the super popular mystery, Wang He added. She's Yilin. Chen Zhao had not watched the TV series, but Yilin knew about it. She had been in the industry for more than 10 years and was one of the top actresses in the country. Her main business was TV series. Wang He and Liu Yibo were both people from the entertainment industry. There was no need to talk about Wang He. Almost all of Liu Yibao's girlfriends were female stars, so the two knew the secrets of the entertainment industry like the back of their hands. The three mostly talked about the entertainment industry. President Chun, are you free tomorrow? Let's go to Big Mystery Island together. Sure. Chun Zhao had nothing to do anyway. Plus, he had to check out the situation personally before investing. This wasn't a small investment. He couldn't be careless. It was one thing to have high hopes for the project, but he had to be more careful when actually investing. The meal lasted for 3 hours, which also reflected the domestic wine culture, or rather, the wine table culture. Many things were decided over the wine table. However, the three didn't drink much. Liu Yibao wanted to invite Chun Zhao and Wang He to play. Chun Zhao still rejected. Liu Yibao vaguely explained the content. Chun Zhao was even less interested. President Liu, I just took a plane today and didn't have time to rest. Maybe another day. Okay, I'm familiar with the Shanghai area. President Chun, contact me whenever you're free. President Chun, I'll go with you. Wang He clearly had something to say to Chun Zhao. After saying goodbye to Liu Yibao, Chun Zhao got into Wang He's car. Wang He spoke first. President Liu is a decent person. He's also capable in business. His family is in politics, so he has both background and ability. President Chun, if you're interested in investing in China, you can ask him. But recently, the local banks have tightened their lending. Everyone is short of money and looking for external capital. Wang He said this to prevent Chun Zhao from misunderstanding. Chun Zhao nodded. But there are many good projects. Chun Zhao's investment goal was clear. It was something he could understand. If it was something that only had a concept and no actual product, Chun Zhao definitely wouldn't invest in it. When the concept was converted into profit, it was indeed a huge profit. But in reality, the profit was less than 1 in 10,000. Chun Zhao never bought lottery tickets because he didn't believe in speculation. Speculation and investment were two different concepts. I invested some money in that Big Mystery Island project too. Oh, how much? Not much, just 200 million. Chun Zhao couldn't help but look at Wang He. He didn't know that Wang He could save up 200 million in just 2 years. President Chun, do you have extra money? I want to borrow some. How much? How much is convenient for you? You can borrow as much as you want, but it can't be more than 20 times your annual income. Chun Zhao wasn't interested in waiting 20 or 30 years to collect money. No need, not that much. About 100 million is enough. You don't have enough money to invest. Yes, but it's not the Big Mystery Island project. It's a movie I invested in. It's a project of China film. Chapter 3244. Just then, Wang He's phone rang. Wang He picked it up and said a few words. After hanging up, he looked at Chun Zhao helplessly. President Chun, I need to go to the studio. Is it convenient for you to go together? I haven't been to your studio yet. Of course, it's my honor. Wang He and Chun Ku's studio was also a rented floor of an office building. It was no smaller than Chun Zhao's animation company. Of course, half of the studio was used as a recording room and practice room. Including some restrooms and washrooms, the real office space was only 1/3. It was already past 10 p.m., but the studio was still brightly lit. Chun Zhao didn't know what they were busy with. They were just busy, and it seemed like they were even busier than the people from the animation company. What exactly are they busy with? Some are in charge of online public opinion and controlling the direction of public opinion. So they're the internet water army? Wang He nodded. Others are in charge of communicating with companies, platforms, and units. Isn't communication just a phone call? President Chun, your thinking is too simple. Even if it's a program invitation, it needs to be very formal. It can't be settled with a phone call. For example, if you invite me to a program, after I agree verbally, I need to reply and sign the contract. Although the text of the contract is similar, the reply needs to be examined word by word. Just then, Zhou Lin jogged out. Brother Wang. Zhou Lin looked at Chun Zhao. President Chun, hello. Hello. Chun Zhao nodded. Ms. Zhou is also a big star. How come you're still here so late? I don't dare to call myself a big star in front of President Chun. Zhou Lin could put on airs before the employees in the company, but she didn't dare to. If Chun Zhao wanted to, he could make her disappear from the entertainment industry in minutes. Actually, I'm here with someone Zhou Lin said. Just then, a woman wearing sunglasses walked out. Chun Zhao and the woman were both stunned. Jiaqiu, long time no see. Wang He immediately smiled and shook hands with Xiao Jiaqiu. Long time no see. Xiao Jiaqiu glanced at Chun Zhao. Oh, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Chun, my friend and also a shareholder of our studio. Xiao Jiaqiu frowned slightly. I thought your studio should be a little more classy. Xiao Jiaqiu, what do you mean by that? Wang He's expression immediately turned ugly. He'd introduced Chun Zhao to Xiao Jiaqiu out of goodwill. Why did he get such an impolite response? Although Xiao Jiaqiu had a lot of people backing her up, Wang He was not afraid of her. Brother Wang, if you want me to join the studio, my condition is that you transfer his shares to me. Xiao Jiaqiu pointed at Chun Zhao. Her tone was confident. She was an A-list actress in the country. She might not have made any achievements in the movie industry. However, TV dramas were definitely the queen of viewership, and she knew many people in the TV industry. She knew very well that Wang He's studio was currently lacking people from the small screen circle. Wang He and Chun Ku were both movie stars, but there were also other small-time celebrities in their studio, such as Zhou Lin. No matter how capable Wang He was, it was impossible for him to bring her along in every movie. There were more opportunities on the small screen than on the big screen. If she joined the studio, she could bring a lot of resources to the TV industry. Then the artist in the studio could follow her and get some small roles. Moreover, if the studio wanted to shoot a TV series, she could also get investors and find scripts. She thought that she had a huge advantage. She believed that Wang He knew how to choose between her and Chun Zhao. However, she clearly did not understand the situation. Xiao Jiaqiu, are you mistaken about something? Wang He was so angry that he laughed. That's right. Finding Xiao Jiaqiu was an important part of their development plan. However, she was not irreplaceable. There were plenty of female celebrities in the TV industry, and there was more than one who had the same status as her. She was one of the 4 most popular actresses in China. Without Xiao Jiaqiu, would the studio not be able to develop? However, Chun Zhao was really irreplaceable. Not to mention Chun Zhao's wealth, not to mention that he was a shareholder of the studio. Chun Zhao could not give up on the Hollywood resources in his hands. Just half a month ago, Chun Zhao had brought Steven to talk to him. Then, he had gotten an important role. Many A-list celebrities in the country kept calling him. They all wanted to find a way to get to know Steven. He had not acted in a movie yet, but his status had increased. Chun Ku was the same. She was already a Chinese A-list celebrity. She was more than 1 level higher than Xiao Jiaqiu. Xiao Jiaqiu was willing to join their studio. She was also interested in the Hollywood resources in their studio. This was the only resource in the country. Xiao Jiaqiu had reached the end of her career in the TV industry. Therefore, she desperately wanted to move to the big screen. If she could participate in a Hollywood movie, it would also help her stabilize her position as a movie star. But when they reached the studio, Chun Zhao said something so strange. Yet, he said such baffling words. Xiao Jiaqiu's expression darkened. Wang He, you have to think this through. Without me, your studio will not be able to make a single step in the TV industry. Xiao Jiaqiu's expression immediately turned ugly. Wang He, you better think this through. Without me, your studio will find it hard to advance in the television industry. Miss Xiao, do we know each other? Xiao Jiaqiu's expression darkened. Chun Zhao touched his nose. Miss Xiao, do we know each other? No. You're targeting me just because you don't know me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Okay, since your studio is not sincere, I won't stay here anymore. Xiao Jiaqiu turned to leave. Wang He gave Zhou Lin a look. Zhou Lin quickly said, Sister Jiaqiu, I'll walk you out. Zhou Lin was also a female celebrity, but before Xiao Jiaqiu, she still felt like a servant. Sister Jiaqiu, slow down. Zhou Lin followed Xiao Jiaqiu into the elevator. Sister Jiaqiu, do you know Mr. Chun? No, Xiao Jiaqiu said coldly. What is your brother Wang thinking? Am I worse than that minor shareholder? Sister Jiaqiu, you really don't know Mr. Chun? To Zhou Lin, Xiao Jiaqiu was confused. Minor shareholder? You called Chun Zhao a minor shareholder? Well, compared to Chun Ku and Wang He shares, Chen Zhao's shares were indeed nothing, but the meaning was different. If it were her, she would make the same choice. She would rather offend Xiao Jiaqiu than lose a minor shareholder like Chen Zhao. Chapter 3245. Jiaqiu, did Mr. Chen offend you? No, I just don't like him. Jiaqiu. Zhou Lin hesitated. Xiao Jiaqiu glanced at Zhou Lin. Just say it. Brother Wang and Sister Chen established this studio because of Mr. Chen. Him? Chen knows him too? He's Sister Chen's cousin. Also, he's the one who got the Hollywood resources, so Brother Wang and Sister Chen can't be on your side. He has Hollywood resources? Xiao Jiaqiu's eyes widened. Only then did she understand why Wang he had rejected her request in front of everyone. Furthermore, he had said it so vehemently. If it were her, she would probably give the same answer. Xiao Jiaqiu's expression was ugly. She felt that she had humiliated herself this time. What does he do? I don't know, but I think he's very close to Mr. Steven. Plus, he got Brother Wang and Sister Chen's Hollywood roles with one sentence. Xiao Jiaqiu's expression grew even uglier. She had verbally agreed to Wang He's invitation. It was because of the Hollywood resources of their studio. In the end, she had offended the backing of the studio. Jiaqiu, no matter what grudge you have with Mr. Chen, you should let it go. Zhou Lin's tone was sincere. After all, they were all in the entertainment industry. Xiao Jiaqiu had asked Wang he to make a choice right in front of the shareholders. Even if he was an ordinary person, Wang he wouldn't agree to Xiao Jiaqiu's request. The more Xiao Jiaqiu thought about it, the angrier she got. Wang he didn't tell her about such an important matter. He had lost all face on the spot. Zhou Lin walked Xiao Jiaqiu to her car. Sitting in the car, Xiao Jiaqiu suddenly heard another voice in her head. Woman, why must you find trouble with him? He doesn't seem to recognize you. Didn't you say he's dead? Why is he still alive? How would I know? Maybe the Taoist from Dragon Tiger Mountain solved the problem first. If he recognizes me and knows that I'm a star, I'm doomed. He'll make unreasonable demands. You'll only attract his attention. He's a rich man, and he's also in the entertainment industry. This means that if he exposes my affairs, I'll be in a lot of trouble. Unless he can go bankrupt, his words will lose the way to spread. Xiao Jiaqiu said, the resources of this society were all in the hands of the rich. If a rich person wanted to spread a piece of news, he only needed to spend some money to buy a page, and the whole world would know about it the next day. As for an ordinary person or a poor person, their voice could only travel 100 meters at most. Xiao Jiaqiu did not know what to do with Chen Zhao either. She had to protect her reputation. Plus, Chen Zhao had entertainment resources. Xiao Jiaqiu became even more nervous. The only good news was that Chen Zhao didn't recognize her. However, she couldn't do anything to Chen Zhao. Although she was a celebrity, she was still a celebrity, without any real power. Plus, Chen Zhao wasn't a clay statue that she could do whatever she wanted. Or you can ask him out alone and let me eat him. Xiao Jiaqiu's eyes flickered. This could be considered the last option. But now, her relationship with Orochi was more complicated. She had been restraining the serpent. She didn't care how many innocent people the snake ate, but she was worried that it would implicate her. So, until the last moment, she didn't want to use any other methods. President Chen, a friend, came to Shanghai. He asked if you want to meet him. Friend? I know him. Yes, you do. Then let's meet him, Chen Zhao said, nodding. Zhou Lin had been following beside him, but Wang he said, Zhou Lin, go home first. President Chen and I are going to meet a friend. Can I go with you? Zhou Lin was very obedient. She wanted to interact with Chen Zhao more. Maybe she could get some benefits from him. Not convenient. Wang he rejected her request directly. Fine, I'll wait for you at home. Wang he drove Chen Zhao to a villa community. Then they took a few turns in the community. Knock, knock. The door opened. Chen Zhao, indeed, knew the person who opened the door. It was Mo Han. A year ago, he had almost made Chen Zhao lose control, and Chen Zhao had almost killed him. Mr. Chen. Mo Han's expression was a bit stiff. In fact, he already knew that Chen Zhao would come. But when facing Chen Zhao, he still felt a bit awkward. After all, he knew how terrifying Chen Zhao was. Tearing a demon king with his bare hands was something that could be done in minutes. Fortunately, They reconciled in the end. He was now running a security company, and Chun Zhao also had shares. More accurately, he was working for Chun Zhao now. His first job was Wang He, whom Chun Zhao had introduced. After that, Mo Han and Wang He got to know each other better. In a year, the security company had developed quite well. It was already on the right track. Most of the security personnel were still in charge of ordinary jobs. They were bodyguards for rich people and solved some small problems. Of course, he also took on some special jobs. Long time no see. Aren't you going to invite us in? Please come in. Chun Zhao entered Mo Han's place and saw that there was another woman in the house. He didn't know if she was wearing makeup or not. She looked average except that she was a bit tall. My girlfriend, Zhao Li. She's also in the industry, Mo Han introduced. Zhao Li nodded at Chun Zhao. She probably didn't know Chun Zhao. Mo Han probably didn't mention the past to her. She was quite familiar with Wang He. Wang He probably came here often. Let's sit down and talk. Li, get us some wine, Mo Han said. Zhao Li brought some wine over and sat beside Mo Han. How's business recently? Mr. Chun, the security company's business is doing well, but there aren't many special jobs. Last quarter's profit was about 1 million yuan. All right, let's not talk about business. Chun Zhao waved his hand. Mo Han really didn't know what to talk about other than business when facing Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao was giving him too much pressure. Zhao Li seemed to feel Mo Han's restraint when facing Chun Zhao. Mo Han, are you free tomorrow? President Chun and I are going to Big Mystery Island tomorrow. How about you come with us? Sure. Mo Han didn't reject. Chun Zhao stood up and walked to the counter in the living room. Why is your decoration so weird? Why are the things here so creepy? Chun Zhao started fiddling with the bottles and jars, looking at them and touching them. These are Li's collection. Zhao Li bit her lower lip. She didn't like strangers touching her collection. Oh, I've seen this before. Chun Zhao picked up a deformed finger soaked in liquid. The finger of 100 refined devil corpse. There's no second 100 refined devil corpse in this world. I heard that the refining method has been lost. Where did you see it? Zhao Li clearly didn't believe Chun Zhao. Chapter 3246. Chun Zhao took out a blood-red hand. Wang He knew that Chun Zhao was also a cultivator. He had heard Mo Han mention this before. The fingers on the blood-red palm were very similar to the fingers of Zhao Li's refined devil corpse. However, there was an obvious difference. Chun Zhao's finger was red, while Zhao Li's was black. This is the 1,000-year corpse devil, right? Where did this come from? Zhao Li was obviously a knowledgeable person. She recognized it at a glance. Not to mention that this 1,000-year corpse demon was rarely seen in the world. Even if it were to appear, it would be unparalleled. Mr. Chun, do you carry this with you? You even said that Mo Han's house is so creepy and creepy. I think you're the one who's even more creepy. Wang He could not help but retort. Do you sell this? How much is it? Zhao Li stared at the blood-colored demonic palm in Chun Zhao's hand, her eyes shining. I didn't bring any gifts this time, Chun Zhao said, smiling. It's not rude to use this as a gift, right? Mo Han guessed that this thing was probably another of Chun Zhao's spoils of war. With his understanding of Chun Zhao, this was very likely. Chun Zhao's status meant that the circle he came into contact with was different from ordinary circles like theirs. The 1,000-year-old corpse demon was rare in the eyes of ordinary cultivators, but not necessarily in Chun Zhao's eyes. In fact, powerhouses were always in the minority, and powerful monsters were also in the minority. Zhao Li's collection was quite rich. It was just that its grade was a little low. What kind of teeth are these? Double-legged dragons from the west. What about this? The soul crystal of the white knight, vile soul. What about this? Mr. Chun, are you interested in these things? I can introduce you to an organization that specializes in hunting them. When there's an operation, we'll bring you along. Forget it. Chun Zhao shook his head. He was just curious, but that didn't mean he was interested. Chun Zhao had a lot of his own collections, but most of them were extremely valuable. Moreover, Chun Zhao would never display these things at home. Anyway, Chun Zhao felt that it would be really hard to leave something like this in the house, especially when Chun Zhao had a kid at home. Larissa would put anything in her mouth. even if it was something that looked terrifying. In her eyes, it was also a delicacy. You really don't want to? Actually, if everyone moves together, it's not that dangerous. Zhao Li thought that he was worried about safety. My life is very valuable. I don't like to take risks. All right. Zhao Li was a little disappointed. And Mohan rolled his eyes. He didn't tell Zhao Li how powerful Chun Zhao was. If they really teamed up to fight some monsters. Even if Zhao Li and everyone else in the team died, Chun Zhao wouldn't die. After Chun Zhao and Wang He left, Zhao Li said in a disdainful tone, "That Chun guy is too timid. What do you think the 1,000-year-old corpse devil's palm came from? Where did it come from? Of course he killed the 1,000-year-old corpse devil himself. What else could it be? How is that possible? A 1,000-year-old corpse demon is a legendary demonic creature. Even for cultivators like us, we would need to form a team of over 100 cultivators to deal with it. Not even Celestial Master Zhang from Dragon Tiger Mountain has complete confidence in dealing with it." And Mohan said, "And Celestial Master Zhang are of the same generation. How is this possible? Could it be that he looks young, but is actually in his 70s or 80s? No, it's just because his cultivation is very high." And Mohan said indifferently, "So be careful in front of him in the future. He doesn't have a good temper." Although Mohan said so, Zhao Li still didn't believe it. Chun Zhao didn't look like a master no matter how she looked at him. Moreover, he was at the top level like Mohan said. Out of all the top cultivators she knew, which one of them didn't have the demeanor of a sage? The next day, Mohan and Zhao Li arrived at the hotel Chun Zhao was staying at. "Mr. Chun, Zhao Li and I are already at the hotel." "Oh, you're here so early. Come to my room first. I'm eating breakfast." When the two arrived at Chun Zhao's room, they saw that the table was filled with food. "Mr. Chun, you're eating so much so early? It's a habit of mine. Sit down and eat," Chun Zhao said. "Then we won't stand on ceremony." And Mohan and Zhao Li looked at the mountain of food disappearing at an alarming speed. The two were speechless. Chun Zhao had probably eaten enough food for them for a month. But this was only Chun Zhao's breakfast. After half an hour, Chun Zhao finally cleared all the food. "Mr. Chun, when are we leaving? You guys rest for a while. Someone will inform me when it's time." Soon, Wang He also arrived at the hotel. At 10 in the morning, Lu Yiba called. He even sent a car to pick Chun Zhao up. The car sent Chun Zhao and the others to the dock. Then, they boarded a yacht. "Mr. Chun, how was your rest last night?" Lu Yiba walked up and greeted Chun Zhao warmly. "Not bad." Chun Zhao looked at the dock that was slowly moving away. "Are we taking this yacht to Big Mystery Island?" "Yes. There's no direct transportation right now. We can only go there by ourselves," Lu Yiba said. "How about my yacht?" "Very good. Then you can have this yacht, Mr. Chun." Well, it's okay. I have a yacht." Chun Zhao's family had 2 yachts. The smaller yacht was 10 times the size of this yacht, and the larger yacht was more than 10 times the size of this yacht. "Mr. Chun, you don't have to be so polite. If you're afraid of trouble, I can help you send the yacht overseas." "Boss Lu, it's really okay. I really have a yacht." "Boss Lu, Mr. Chun is telling the truth. His yacht is 10 times bigger than this one." Wang had boarded Chun Zhao's small yacht. Okay." Lu Yiba was a bit awkward. "Thank you, Boss Lu." The yacht wasn't a super yacht, but it was quite big. However, the scale was still quite large, with a length of nearly 20 meters. The interior was also very grand. In terms of price, it was estimated to cost 20 to 30 million yuan. Next time I go to America, I really need to visit Mr. Chun and see his yacht. In terms of enjoyment, the rich people in China had the best 20 to 30 years of success. Therefore, the rich people in China usually played with the leftovers of the rich foreigners. Nowadays, the rich foreigners didn't like yachts and private jets the most. Instead, they liked raising wild animals. Their favorite was racing horses, which could easily cost millions. In short, the rich foreigners only played with one thing, things that could be invested and appreciated. Most rich people cashed in their toys while playing. A nouveau riche like Chun Zhao couldn't keep up with this.